Let Mortal Kombat begin.
Those are $500 sunglasses, asshole.
Kano, Liu Kang, Raiden, Johnny Cage, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Sonya.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hey, yo. Do I want to check out super quick? No. It's pretty much very slow. Hurry up, Steve. What are you doing? Actually, this song is what? Goddamn. Hey, it's a loading, yes? Alright, reel it back, reel it back. Stop it for a second. And oof. This is gonna mess this up, isn't it? Never mind, we're good, we're good, we're good. Been fucking up the hockey recently. I don't know why. Probably should have fucking been notifications. Whoopsie. I forget a little something here and there. This thing is happening, folks. Alright. Better now than never, I guess, right? Unfortunately, I wasted a bunch of that time unclogging my fucking bowl. But it is what it is. I believe this is where I was, if I'm not mistaken. Oh right, I was training with this.
This looks like a great apple! Alright! This apple looks extra juicy!
Jesus, extra juicy. Relax, gonna take it fucking easy, huh?
This looks like a great apple! Might cause some trouble later.
No.
Best to deal with this now. Might cause some trouble later. Best to deal with this now.
Oh. Welcome, motherfuckers. Welcome. And thank you for the raid, my dude. Hi-ho Silva. She, just in time to get into, to pick up right where we left off, actually, and get into the cell game. So, what's that, bro? What's shaking? Holla at me. Portobello, good to see you dancing and jamming in the chat, my guy. We're gonna do a little bit of training, get some of these last nodes or whatever the fuck. Oh! Taken care of before we hop into the rest of the story. Man, how was the rest of the, I guess the last little bit of the Willie Mac video I had to finish while I made sure I was ready, you know? And Artful Dodger, good to see you, my guy. But
Found some tasty looking
bro
food.
got absolutely fucking torn apart again because he keeps being a jackass on camera. And not like I'm always a jackass, but like you're trying to make serious statements and you sound like a jackass or a hypocrite or fucking goofy. Hello? Oh. Increased spirit bomb, we need that. Yo, Skip Shaker, good to see you too, brother. What is, oh yeah, dancing fucking, is Chad Squidward? I don't know what it is. Handsome Squidward? One sec. The volume on this is a little much for combat. Well, take her easy, boy. Alright, let's go with that. I think I need to power up real quick. Just to go even further beyond. Oh, fuck. I thought that was about to blast my face off, I'm not gonna lie. Could you chill? I'm trying to get one of these cinematic combos where you fly through a mountain or something. Of course he's charging through it. Son of a bitch, dude. This motherfucker. Alright. This fucking mind training. Dudes are tougher than I would have expected. Oh, they're level 50. Okay, that kind of makes sense, but still chill, dude. Can't be eating one of those to the face right now. Woo. I thought I was gonna get slammed by that too, not gonna lie. Gone had me in his sights. So much for the curved command, man. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do this here real quick, huh? Oh, I see. Yeah, I wasn't clicking the guy. It takes a bit more keys, so I guess I kept the regular one on my... Bro got me point blank. Son of a beach. Son of a beach. I only have like, I think, 2 more of these, but not too much before we end up getting back to the actual plot. So don't mind me for a moment, huh? Also, just so you don't have to stare at that Nintendo of America shit, let me just, son of a bitch, pop us onto this one for a second. And lean back. My lord. Yeah, that definitely didn't work at all. Let's fucking try and get in, hit him with the fucking impact. Nope. Started charging immediately as I tried to hit that. And he's gonna catch me with the spirit bomb. Bro. Son of a bitch had to hold me in place and just make sure I wasn't gonna dodge that. Got caught with the block and not enough key to teleport behind him. It's no good, man. It's no good. Swing and a miss. Again. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. Using my own moves against me? Makes sense, because he fucking literally is me, but still, son of a bitch. If you didn't have that backup, I would have caught him so... Oh. Thought I was about to die there. Fuck that shit. Okay. Too close for comfort? Absolutely too close for comfort. Gut punch immediately? Hello? Yeah, if you could not... I should have dodged. Alright, that's good enough, but Hey, Gohan. Oh, holy shit. Man, this 4 levels is way more than I thought I would feel it. And they all have this much health left? Okay. I'm like partially regretting pursuing this, but fuck it. Fuck it. A little tenacity will get me through it, right? As I eat another Big Bang. And Kamehameha to the face? Not good, bro. Not good at all. Chill the fuck out, bro. I gotta play me like this. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Just keep my eyes peeled, nice dude. Who's gonna... That did such marginal damage. It's painful. Alright. I thought I was gonna be screwed because he had the red glow. Holy fuck. Stop chasing me, you son of a bitch. The thing is, when you have 3 enemies, you just don't have the time to like, sit there and hold your arms out for a blast, because 2 other motherfuckers are on cooldown trying to catch up with you. Oh god. That's not cool. This is not going to be worth the damage, but it did stop all 3 of them. It was just a huge blast, so it's kind of chill, kind of cool. Bitch, back up. I don't have enough key for this. Oh. I guess I do have enough potion spam to get myself through it, you know? Motherfucker. Alright. Jesus, at least. Get the fuck over here. Running low. Okay, let's go. Almost a 2 versus 1, which will make the rest of this a whole lot easier. Alright. Oh god. Mistakes were made. Although, that wasn't that bad for damage. I thought I would have ate absolute shit though. God damn it, again? Bro, chill. We hit the floor, wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Alright, let's get the power up and then beat the shit out of this kid. Twitch, I do not support child abuse, unless it's literally in a video game. Oh my god. My dude. Let me destroy the child. He's not gonna fly. Son of a motherfucker. Do we have enough time for one more? No. It ended before he fucking got the swing. Ooh, that selfie, bro. So fucking hard. Oh shit. Okay. We're almost out of here. Or at least almost down one more, because Goku still got a bunch of health. But... Jesus. Okay. Son of a bitch. Alright. Kind of hit the other guy. It's like... Good enough. Good enough. Oh my god. Alright. Move, motherfucker. Alright. Again? My dude? Alright, let's go. 1-on-1 is nice and easy. No more fucking 2 dudes ready to blast me in the ass when I'm shooting off like that. Pause. Hey, hello? The sound of having no key. Just like bloop, bloop, bloop. Get fucked. Alright. Almost. Whatever. Or, oh my god, you can blast that while I'm... Okay. I don't trust it, he's gonna kill me. Holy fuck, if I didn't spend the potion there and then ate one shot and lost right at the very end. Ooh, I would have been so pissed. You had to dodge. You had to dodge. I'm going for the finish, bro. Here, just because I'm going for a new Spirit Bomb upgrade. And he's been chill. Blasting at me all match. Oh. That must be why he was spamming them at me. Because that's like the one-handed Spirit Bomb he used against Vegeta. So I must have just gotten the two-handed Spirit Bomb that he holds above his head. Hell yeah. What the fuck, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pop this one back on just because I don't know why my main camera is just darker today. There's like something fucking with me with whatever, this cam. But like, I mean, it's fine. And when the game ends up blasting light at me, I'm fucking like overexposed anyways. So fuck it, fuck it, it's fine. It's fucking fine. Anyways, do I have to upgrade anything? Or can I upgrade anything else? I don't think so. Should have auto-filled this node, yeah. But I have to equip this real quick. And then we'll see what's left to train. And then we'll go fuck up with Cell. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. Alright. Gohan, dodge. Do I want to deal with this? No, I'll come back for the recommended 50. These two, though. These will be really quick. Because I'm just slightly overloaded. I'm like more than slightly overloaded, actually. Especially with Gohan. Oh, bro, fighting with the cape? Way too fire. Can you not? See if I can finish this dub. Nope. Of course not. Someone's always gonna interfere with that fucking combo before I can finish it while I'm in this like burst mode. Actual bitch behavior. Motherfucker. Oh, massive radius? Okay. Whatever. Okay, luckily I caught both of them. Oh shit. I thought, yeah, the follow got me up, but I still ate a bunch of damage. That's pretty cool. Always gonna kick me right in the face. Yep. Through the blast like Broly. Oh man. Alright. What the? Oh, that was terrible timing. Just seeing Piccolo. Okay, another one. Another one. Nice. Actually managed to get out of that shit. Hello? That's a terrible shit. That's what I was gonna do next. Oh, I have eaten through my potions like you wouldn't believe. That's an actual problem. I have to actually get good right now. I have zero faith in that in this moment. Maybe. Is it only 2 of them left? Alright. Okay, I just have to not fuck this up. One-on-one? That should be fine, right? Can't be that bad. Well, I take it back. I definitely could be. No good, man. No good. Oh, one-on-one? No one to interrupt the combo? Come on, don't get the red go up. No. It's a start. Ooh, we're almost there. Please don't fucking... That was a really stupid move. Oh yeah, I can cancel out of it in this mode. Let's go. Nothing fancy. I just need to make sure I win that. So I have 0 potions left. That was fucking ridiculous. Alright. Guided Masenko could chill for a second while I stock up. Oof. That was not cool. Not cool at all. Oh shit. Never use that fucking move. But it leads to... Alright. Okay. If at least a Super Kamehameha, at least there's a function there, but And I should have opened up one more thing to train, but it'll be fast. Let me just go get some insurance, you know? Where is it in this area? Hello, hello? I guess down here? What the fuck? I'm not seeing the shops that I normally see in all the other areas. I don't know if I'm just blind or what, but I'm gonna just go to somewhere else near here. Oh, what in the fucking side quests being available? Is this multiple parts of one side quest I didn't remember taking, or did there just a bunch of shit open up that I should do before I talk to Chi-Chi? Let me see if... Well, one thing at a time. One thing at a fucking time. Did I pick the worst place to go shop for materials? Whatever. Alright, we'll check this thing out and see what the fuck's happening. Peel off, gang. What the fuck do you guys want?
Hey! What? Huh? No.
Okay, blah 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 blah. Holy fuck, that was gonna take forever. Searching for a capsule. Do I care to do these side quests?
Sheesh.
Probably fucking not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
Not super keen to
All right. Let's do this.
do too much fucking this shit, right? I have no. What am I searching for? Okay, maybe it won't be that bad to find. This isn't it, but let me just try and power through this real quick, huh? And actually, side quest time is background video time. So I can start this fucking conversation with Devin that I wanted to listen to last time, but I was dealing with too many cinematics. So anyways, blah 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 blah, something something something.
The world isn't Twitter.
Let's
Not
see what's
yet.
up.
It is.
Right? Like the
It
world
is.
isn't Reddit.
It super is.
It's not.
It is.
Absolutely. It's
is.
not.
There is a fundamentally huge problem here that is breaking with people getting ripped away from reality. I understand what you're saying when you say Twitter and the internet isn't real life, but in a way, they've become like a hyper reality where they're more real than the world that we
Fucking
live in.
hyper
Where you ask
reality.
a conservative, like, how many trans people are in the
Sorry,
United
my noise
States? What
suppressor was
percentage of
not
this is trans? They'll say
apologize for that.
20%.
How many people have
Doing
had
guitar
this
shit
done?
earlier.
If we're talking about the drugs, it's
Millions.
Millions of kids on puberty blockers? Millions? Americans think 21% of the population are transgender? That can't.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender.
Oh no.
I could be wrong.
You did a whole documentary on this, didn't you?
Small margin of
sounds
error
great.
there.
What you just said terrifies me.
And then
I
also,
don't-
let me do like just a
200,000,
quick
few
like to
million,
drill
you know,
home
no-
like the hyper
no
reality
biggie,
example,
bro.
okay?
I listened
What's the
to
thing?
most of your debate with the
I mean, I'm down for some herbs.
Professor?
You know what I'm saying?
Which
that,
one?
that just happened recently. He looked he looked like Gandalf. It was like some wizard in the library. And it was so interesting that in academia, a lot of the time it feels like now that people just accept this knowledge because they've been studying it for so long, and then like when you actually like pin them on a source or pin them on an actual like reference point, they may not be able to do it because they just like they've kind of gotten away with being the authority on it for so long. It's
I
not
don't
like
we'll see.
you know.
I mean, like,
you know-
here's the warning I'll say is that like it's tempting to believe that. I'm still holding out hope, but like
Hold
there
up,
is a
one
lot of
sec.
like knowledge and like for instance, like I'll sit here and say like, oh, these historians are
fucking
retarded, blah 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 blah. Like look at academia.
title
But
window
the only
thing
reason
was
I
all
can
fucked
say
up
that is
there,
because I'm
or it was
sourcing
covering
from
his face.
other really good historians. So it's
That's
like,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a double-edged sword, but yeah.
But the example I would use is like you look at like a martial arts school and you get somebody that's like acclaimed and like an amazing instructor, right? And they're really well known.
What is-
And they stop sparring because like one day maybe like a student beats them and like they don't want to look bad, and then like over time they still hold all of that prestige and all of that that like social capital that they built up, but their actual skill and their actual knowledge has declined a lot. But you don't see it because they're not practicing.
Oh,
And-
there's
and-
actually there's a name for this actually that's funny enough in academia, or maybe not necessarily academia. No, I think it would be academia. Is that sometimes somebody will publish a groundbreaking paper or do like a really good piece of work. It happens in journalism too, and
Like
then
a one-hit wonder?
they can float for the rest of their career on that one thing.
Yeah.
Glenn Greenwald is a really good example of
That's
that.
unfortunate,
He was the
but
guy
that
that
makes
broke
sense.
like the Snowden stuff. Because Snowden happened to go to him over it, but in
Which
reality,
is such a
he's
huge fucking
retard. He's like a
deal.
hack, and there's like and there are journalists like that, there are academics like that. It happens probably. In
Kind of thinking,
where you
fuck
have
the
like
side
one really
quest.
big,
I
like,
hate these
groundbreaking landmark
absolute
thing,
giant
but
waste
then
of time.
a lot of your other contributions suck, but people remember you for the one big thing.
Not
They still
worth
give you a lot of
searching through this
credibility.
fucking forest for.
Yeah, I'm terrified of that
Whatever the
myself. Like for that same reason for expertise in terms of marketing and business.
But real quick, I'm gonna check what else is up.
Like I feel
Maybe
like
pick up those healing
you know,
potions.
the moon landing type idea is like, oh, is this the greatest thing I'm gonna do? And then like you kind of just like fade into obscurity. It's really hard to stay consistently relevant.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Not just on a social level, but on a professional one.
Yeah. I just wish that like people could recognize that though. Like you do
Like,
like
for
a thing
themselves,
instead of
introspectively?
and then like and other people could treat it accordingly. Like, yeah, I probably haven't done anything as great as this, or this work is not as good as this, rather than pretending every single new thing you're presenting is like better than the last. Like it feels like every single academic wants to pretend they're always dropping the Marshall Mathers LP.
To be honest, I feel like that's a problem in general. Like even as a musician, you always want to be topping your last thing. You don't feel satisfied when you work on something and you're like, yeah, but I've done better before. You're like, this isn't. I must not be improving because I'm not creating something better. So I feel like that's a maybe universal human fucking instinct or like whatever issue.
P2 without realizing that it's never going to be as good as the first one, which it wasn't. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
You know what's interesting though is that I think that there's a pendulum swinging, and that people. One of the things I see on like YouTube and like Twitter
this is
Spaces
all gonna be
and
bullshit quests, isn't it?
I just kind of like, I don't know, tertiarily follow your career. There seems to be a growing sentiment of people that really do want to invest in the facts.
I know,
and I think that's
Chichi's
gonna
gonna
become
yell at
even
me, bro.
More and more true as we go into like a really weird era.
AI
of, like,
and deepfake stuff?
Yeah.
She's gonna tell me to do a bunch of shit, and I'm not gonna listen to her about any of it. I'm gonna absolutely disappoint and let her down.
Where it's so difficult to tell what's actually true that the only real recourse we'll have is.
You may have just reminded me. Did I put the fucking rice away from the rice cooker? I may end up doing a little BRB in a moment. We'll see. We'll see.
Depend on like.
I'm almost positive, but I may have just prepped the thing to put it in. I actually appreciate that comment. That's ridiculous.
People and influencers and because like, okay, so we're like, I don't know what we can believe in anymore. We can't believe in government establishments is what everybody says. We can't believe in we can't believe in like people. So what do we believe in? And ultimately a lot of people are turning to influencers like you and like and unfortunately a lot more influencers that are way less care way less about if what they're saying is true. So I think that what you're doing is paying its dividends both to you and to society in a way, because you're striving to be factual, and that will like reflect in your life positively over time. It has, right?
Yeah, but the at the end of the day, the important thing is the aesthetic. Unfortunately, I'm just really good at like making, I guess, like the truthful stuff kind of like flashy. But at the end of the day, it's the aesthetic that people are attracted to, and people generally don't care as much about like the truth stuff. It has to like look good and feel good, and that's like the really important thing. So half the work that I do is like
that is like a painful reality. I feel like I don't want to say coming to terms with, because I'm not that fucking naive anymore, but. It's just kind of like it's unfortunate, you know? As someone who wants to know what's actually, or at least I think I fucking do, so that I can navigate the world better, or without being like under illusions and shit. Like even just for myself, I want to know what's, whatever, behind my misinterpretations or the narrative that's being given to me, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, from everything, from like, oh, are eggs fucking, you know, bad for your heart, or are they not? Like, simple shit to all this grand and more complex nonsense. But I also understand that I'm a weirdo compared to most people in many different realms of my life, so.
It's like making my stuff feel good, because it's not enough to just be right. You have to be convincing and emotionally appealing.
I think that matters in the short term on the debate floor.
Also, he's referring to debate, which is like a performance thing online, as opposed to necessarily people's like compass of which they're trying to navigate through their life. So I guess it could be slightly different. But anyways,
where it's like who versus
wait,
who, and
don't think about eating the rice or training the kid. Yeah, and don't let him fight either. But sorry, he needs to get the shit beaten out of him so that he can act right and let out his power.
Like that is like that. The way I would equate that is that's like the gladiatorial arena, right? That's like Caesar giving the thumbs up and down, where Caesar is the crowd, and everyone's like throwing their bread or everyone's cheering you on. But in the macro, that dedication to actual truth and facts.
Hey, yo, Tenacious, how you doing, brother?
I mean,
good to
you
see
say
you.
that, but the issue. Do you ever see that very? I know you watch this. I'm sure you've heard the concept before. 'Cause it seems like something you would have. Have you? Did you see the Veritasium video on like how to practice things?
I forget exactly the time zone, but morning? How's your morning or afternoon going? I don't know. How's your day? Head hurts like hell from drinking or 8 a.m. shit. Oh, it's just it hurts because it's 8 in the morning and that sucks, and it's ungodly hours of the day. And back from okay, right. Are you still doing the same thing you were doing when we last spoke? Whatever it would be, maybe a year or so ago. And I guess like doing it overnight, clearly, which is a pain in the ass.
Things or how you learn things or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? He's like, there's 4 things that need to happen for you to learn things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly what the 4 things were, but I know that in concordance with those concepts, it's really important that when you do something, the feedback needs to be immediate. There has to be feedback there. When you're lacking immediate feedback on things, and I think it's one of the 4 things he brings up, when you're lacking immediate like good feedback, so it's accurately punishing or rewarding the type of behavior you're doing, when you're lacking that, humans lose all capacity to regulate behavior. The easiest example of this is dieting, right? Like when you eat good food, it tastes yummy, the feedback is immediate. The negative comes like 20 years later, or however long it takes to become obese. Same thing with dogs, right? Like sometimes people will come into their house, they see the dog pooped on the floor, they'll go to the next room and they'll try to drag the dog over and hit him. That doesn't matter. If you don't catch your dog right when he
wait, what the fuck was that little like sewer head? Can I not go down there?
Does something bad, hitting him doesn't do anything. They can't connect it in their brain. They don't have the thought for it. So I feel like the problem with like being right or being wrong is that correctness or adherence to facts is not usually rewarded, or there's no reward for that right now in the media landscape. The rewards are just for making people feel good. Comporting with reality.
Yeah, it's all team sports. Nobody actually seems to give a fuck. And if you're pursuing that and it goes out of the acceptable whatever set of opinions, you actually get punished for it, not just not rewarded for it. So that's fucking bullshit.
Like sometimes it feels good, but if it doesn't, you.
And right on 8th year now in your own bakery. I was gonna say yeah, baking is the thing, but whatever. I figure I'll leave the detail of it out until you say it. But hell yeah, dude. Well, congrats on keeping that shit running for that long. That's fucking impressive. Or just whatever. Good on you, you know. Regardless, but shit, I'm sorry to hear that you have like that post-work strain of like you haven't had enough water or whatever it is, and now you have that headache. You're like, yeah, you gotta like chug 2 glasses and catch the sleep to let your body ease up, and then it'll go.
You're always going to go with the thing that's more favorable than not. That's why when I hop onto a thing yesterday, like it's unfathomable to me that Andrew Tate wouldn't know anything about Tucker Carlson. That's wild to me that he wouldn't know the first fact about that case, but he felt confident enough to bring it up to me like I wouldn't know anything about it. That's unbelievable to me. And I'm in a room full of people who are like counterculture that don't know anything about the Tucker Carlson Dominion case. That's wild, the Fox News Dominion case. But that's because none of them here are being rewarded for being truthful. They're rewarded for making people feel good about the things they believe in. And,
right.
Yeah.
They're being rewarded in a short term. So let's use your example. So the example you used, right, is dieting, where a person will eat really good food and then they won't like worry about it, and then later they'll get diabetes and fucking die, right? Yeah. And that's 100% true. But what I'm equating this to more is let's take that same person who's making the decision on whether they should diet or not.
Picking the that was the trigger?
Huh?
Nani?
And their best friend is a really fit person they spend a lot of time around. And that person has good behaviors. They're waking up at 5 a.m. They're going on runs. They're eating the right food. What I'm saying is like you're more like that person than you are.
Bro. Me going out to like get caffeine at 7 a.m. but I've been up all night. And then I see like joggers out running doing whatever the fuck they're doing, being like the most healthy dude. I'm like, we're passing by just complete polar opposites of I guess a human's health experience.
Or in like the short term, yeah, like the cookie looks really good, but if you spend a lot of time, there's a Tim Ferriss quote, it's like you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time around, and a lot of people spend a lot of time with you virtually, and a lot of time with these influencers virtually. As they gravitate towards a person who is more oriented towards getting things right and more oriented towards facts, they themselves lift their character as that rising tide lifts all boats. And so I think at a macroscopic level, what you're doing means more.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I completely disagree, but I do appreciate it. Why? Again,
I'm curious about his response about why he disagrees about that. Just because the context of the conversation has to do with the whole truth-seeking thing, as opposed to just the element of like emulating or in some ways absorbing qualities of the people that you spend the most time with. Because I'm pretty sure that's a pretty commonly understood thing, and you see it a lot in like relationships, like romantic relationships, as well as just in kind of in general. It's like the diet of what you consume mentally as well as socially. But anyways,
because I think maybe you're just thinking too much about the show floor.
No, I feel like it is all about the show floor. I feel like it is about the aesthetic. So for instance, let's say that you took a guy. This is actually super easy. Let's say that you take a guy who is we'll say like 16,
my dude,
body fat, but he has like
fucking. Was it Dung Devil? Oh shit, did I just get 2? 2 in a row? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, 3. Hey, yo.
I had to follow him.
Okay, Dung Devil, I appreciate the... Is that a... There's too many things for me to think properly in order. There you go. I haven't gotten the chance to hear or see those notifications in a minute. KO, TKS, Gimper, I appreciate the fuck out of that. Dung Devil, for the Prime and for the Fall, I appreciate the fuck out of that. And then, welcome to the Kick Chat. I made sure to post in the fucking, what's it called? And disclaimer, yo. I appreciate it. Wait, did I see your name a second ago and miss that? Or having with deja vu? And Chris Lettuce in the house with the tallest stack of pizza boxes that I've ever seen. And I have a best friend that I've like known for 15 years who I went to his place and he showed me a giant stack of pizza boxes that went from like the kitchen counter up to like the bottom, maybe like a few boxes past where his cupboards reached. But even that was just like not even half of what you got in the back, bro. Oh fuck. Also, I saw you were playing Factorio, which I recently just cracked open on like one of the nights where I was like, I want to play something, but I can't like stream tonight, so I don't want to do this. I don't want to crack Hades. Like fuck it, I'll just like re-experience the early game and get up to like military science and whatever the blue one is. Like when you start using oil and plastic and all this, and I was like, one, I need to go find new spots to mine resources, and 2, I need to get back to Dragon Ball. I'll eventually go to that and, actually push myself to the end of Factorio. But apparently I don't have the IQ for it yet. Hey, yo, Turtle Go. Welcome. How you doing? Whoa. Welcome. I appreciate the follow so much, dude. It was on Kick. Yeah, you know what it is. Either way. Knocked it over, knocked 1,000 cans of Mott's. Oh, bro. Be careful. I assume there's just a heart attack in every one of those cans. Hey, yo. Oh, on YouTube. Shit. I appreciate that too. From fucking TKS. Hell yeah, my dude. I don't have a notification list thing for YouTube, but as long as I catch it there and I see it in the brackets, I'm like, Anyways, I appreciate that, yo. I'm trying to build up the streaming channel from like ground zero. Not that my music or gaming channel has gotten very far. Still in the 3 digits and in the 100s. So,
stay a while and listen.
Shit, yo. That fucking Twitch follow. I appreciate that, my guy. I was this close to transferring all my shit over to Botrix because you can just have all the platforms a little bit easier on one thing versus Streamlabs, which is only 2. But they don't have variations on your alerts, and I have like 20 variations on my fucking alerts. So, but I joined the Discord, and then I like went to their like community posts section. And I saw someone recently asked, so apparently that feature's coming out soon, and then I can transfer my autism to the other platform. Excellent, yes. I just started first with a newbie friend. Oh, yeah, so I saw a couple of you guys were in the channel, and like I'd seen Chris was streaming it earlier, but then I saw you had the icon next to your name, I think, and then there's one more person there, and I got introduced to it from a friend who like kind of showed me the ropes in a multiplayer game. So I wondered if you guys were playing multiplayer or just like hanging out while experiencing the same thing individually, which is obviously both dope either way. But nice Team Factory. And it's tough because when you're like, my brain works this way, and like you have to have like good coordination and communication to make a Team Factory work and not fucking cross your wires and all this shit, man. But that's sick that you got the trains. I'm like, I had to spend so much time looking for an oil patch so I was like, is there none in this generation of the map? Like, what the fuck is happening? Did I like waste my time on a bunk? Whatever. And I put it in passive mode because I really want to like just learn the escalation of all the things, and like I actually already want to restart or at least rebuild at a new patch of resources so I can like reorganize my approach to everything and then make it like optimize it and scale it. But I need to figure out and learn things just because I have never wired. Hey, yo, Effie did it. I appreciate the fucking follow, my dude. On Twitch, hell yeah. I gotta deactivate my Ninja Gaiden notifications on Twitch just 'cause that's the only one I have loaded into Botrix. Also because it's whatever, file size and the blah 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 blah. Ramble. But anyways, it's just like little thing to help me know it without checking. Anyways. Point is, I gotta eventually commit and like figure out how to wire things together, get all those plastic and oil resources like refined and produced and actually. And also the problem I realized, I'm like, sure, whatever, I'm taking the learning approach and like the super passive, tired late at night, like fuck it, I'll just do a little fucking Factorio, just a little, I swear. Actually, to be fair, Hades is the crack that keeps me doing one more run, but Factorio's fucking addictive. Anyways, by taking the passive route, I don't have to actually think about the military stuff or like design my base and split my resources and all this. So when I actually finally go do like a proper run in like a normal map setting, it's gonna be that little gap in my learning or my approach, and I'm like, I should start to incorporate that now so I'm not totally fucked later. If I've learned anything from the holes in my guitar playing, it's a bitch to have to go back. But anyways, it's probably less annoying in Factorio when it's like it's just back to the basics, but like build some walls, build some turrets. And anyways, next time I commit to it, I'll get some fucking oil and finally learn that shit, how to do trains and circuitry and shit like this, because I've seen it from my buddy who's like super giga fan and completed it, but my brain has not, it's not yet that massive where I could pull it off myself. Anyways, I'm gonna stop the yapping and put Little Destiny on. Little Destiny. Put this video back on. Jesus Christ.
Like really good cardio. This guy runs 5Ks at least weekly.
Controller?
His lifts are like decently strong. Maybe he's like
this is
like balding a little bit.
Always
but, like,
part of the
lives
process.
A really healthy life. And then let's say you put that guy up to next to another guy who who's Tren and whatever. This guy's like fucking roiding.
300 hours not using trains properly. Sounds like something I would do. The amount of time I spent, I mean, this is a different example, but like you'll see the connection. The amount of time that I spent playing Dead Cells and like not putting in all of the cells into the blueprints, because when you get the blueprint it'll pop out the item at that level and like colorless. So I was trying to, strategize pulling out a new wicked weapon on a good run at a certain level so that it's however powerful, and then I just had like 50 fucking blueprints that were one cell away from being completed. So I'm spending all these hours playing it and I'm like, man, I'm only using the small handful of weapons when I could have been using all these other fucking weapons if I just accepted that, like, fuck it, I gotta play with the randomization, get the weapon when it comes, or whatever, pump out the blueprints, and then, pray to the RN Jesus and actually just skill my way through it instead of trying to like, I'll get the katana on the time where I'm on a good run. Like, fuck it, bro, just unlock the goddamn katana. You've been playing in gimped mode. It's not exactly the same as the trains thing, but I think you get the fucking connection I'm drawing there. If I want to come look at the garbage we put together, don't hesitate to... yeah, I'll definitely pop in and just like... to Factorion and beyond. That shit is... Bro. It is, quite the autism game. I'll just put it that way. It satisfies the itch perfectly.
Every day, he's like, fuck, he looks shredded as fuck, and he's like a little bit funnier, like...
And sorry, I will say that I do have such a huge craving to go back and like for nostalgia play the Super Nintendo SimCity, and maybe even 2000, but just SimCity in general. Maybe City Skylines, because like the newer SimCities are fucked, but you get my point. Like, doesn't have to necessarily be full Factorio circuitry madness, but just that kind of like city builder. That version of it's not quite like Animal Crossing where you're like an individual and it's cutesy, but it's that like whatever construction style gameplay experience that I'm
really
like
healthy life. And then let's say you
sometimes craving, just sometimes though.
Put that guy up to next to another guy who, you know, who's trend and whatever. This guy's like fucking roiding every day. He's like, fuck, he looks shredded as fuck. And he's like a little bit funnier. Like, people want to emulate that guy more than the other dude every single fucking time. Other guys, not about it. He looks better. He's fucking leaner. He's more ripped. Like, the health aspect here is taking a backseat to the aesthetic of looking healthy, whatever that's supposed to mean, right? Like, people will gravitate towards the aesthetic than they would towards...
Sorry, just to pull back, because I know I've been yapping and I'm just like unpausing this fucking video. We're talking about like the aesthetic of truth versus the actual value of people pursuing it and actually giving a shit, having the integrity, whatever it might be. And in this case, it's with healthy, which it's with getting healthy and working out, which is funny he's saying that because like speaking to any ex or like any person really that is like concerned about their looks and it's like, oh, I need to diet or whatever it is. It's like, no, you just need to like eat well and then work out so that you feel good. And if you work out enough to feel good because you're being healthy, your external will just look good automatically, or like get an upgraded look, whatever the fuck that means. Like, if you're a 5 now, you'll be a 6, or like just a refined version of whatever yourself is. You know, we all have that like better and worse, more like shining armor and more bum mode that we're in sometimes. But anyways, back to fucking the point.
Towards the whatever like is actually comporting to healthy reality there. Yeah.
That has been the meta, and what I'm telling you is I think that pendulum is shifting over because I think people are getting done with that fake ass bullshit, and that as time goes on, people will be more and more sensitive to
craving
that
substance
kind of
and
like fake interpretation. You're always going to get a subset of the population that's going to be more interested in that stuff.
I'd like to hope, I would genuinely like to hope that people looking for reality instead of confirmation is like a pendulum shift that's starting to happen. And then also the overall cultural fragility, like just go saying like the soft day is back and XQC is giving us the fucking whatever it is, the decree. He's leading the fucking charge. It's just, yeah, the last like 10 to 15 years have been so fucking annoying that I'm exhausted.
But I think that as time goes by, and there's more and more disinformation, and there's more and more just like bullshit and time wasting. Like,
coconuts?
I'll equate this to like, I also think that people are going to kind of wake up and are waking up to like the fact that social media is like a net negative for society.
But the problem is like
are making the conscious decision.
I think this is a quest for Jace's mom, which is like a bonus training thing. And I was looking for this last time I was playing, but I didn't even know where it would be placed in the game. We'll see about that in a second.
To like disconnect.
People are making those statements, but they're not saying them for I think the reasons you would want them to say it. Like, for instance, and I've got a direct analogy to this. 7 years ago, my mom told me that she didn't watch Fox News anymore because she stopped trusting it, and I thought that was amazing, that she'd made like a huge improvement in her life. But when she said that, what she actually meant was she got all of her news from Facebook now. It wasn't an improvement. When people say things like I don't trust the media because they lie too much, they don't actually mean I don't trust the media because they lie too much. What they mean is I don't trust the media because this particular media is not telling me what I want to hear. Somebody will say, because like I'll be standing next to somebody and we'll both nod. They'll be like, I think the media lies a lot. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I think the media is really bad incentives. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I think we need more oversight into media. And like, yeah. And they're like, and then I'll say like, yeah, this is why I advocate for these structural changes in media. And they'll say like, oh, this is why I only watch Joe Rogan and Tim Pool. I'm like, oh. So there's like it doesn't really matter at all, like what you said, because whatever outcome, whatever those statements are meaning to you, it's very different than what I mean when I say them, right? It's why like technically in some ways I'm kind of like a centrist type person. Like I've got positions from the left to the right. I try to evaluate both positions pretty equally. I'm not like very partisan. I don't think I am, but everybody says that, and I don't say those things to describe myself, because if I hear somebody say them, it's a red flag to me. If somebody says that they're nonpartisan, I instantly know they're the biggest political partisan hack in the fucking world. So like, yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's all like, I think it's all the aesthetic, and I don't see the evidence of like, where are people demanding more fact-based things? Like, I mean, like you look at these. Yeah, go ahead.
I can give you a few. Like like if you look at some of the fastest growing podcasts in business and the fastest growing podcasts in
I do think it's going to be very like audience specific. You ask a Keffel's audience if they care about facts. I don't think, unless they stopped watching Keffel's, their answer is they don't, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're just as like uncredible as herself, right? Or I would say, from my impression of what we've been watching recently, that anyone who's like is diehard or defending or standing Hassan probably also doesn't really give a fuck, and you're just like ideologically locked into your opinion. And I, to be fair, should probably assume that a large amount of DGG is, again, just using Destiny's perception or words as the compass, instead of necessarily, like he tries to promote, having people take his thought process and then come to the conclusions for themselves. But I also wonder about like the age demographic, or like whatever, the spread of how many people are like that are that much younger, because they haven't formed their own, I guess, like more of an independent mindset or perspectives from experience in general. So they kind of, I don't want to say have to, but are more inclined to adopt their perspectives and opinions. I don't know. But I even do it in certain cases where I'll definitely cushion it and preface it, being like, I'm just quoting from this person who's like judgment I trust on this, because I know I'm not educated enough to, or paying enough attention and looking in and reading enough to have proper opinions about a lot of this stuff. So I'm like, this sounds right to me. But anyways,
in the world, actually, they're not like dumb rhetoric podcasts, right? They're things like All In Podcast in business. They're things like they're things like they're like informative or self-educational, like Chris Williamson, or like those guys. Like those guys are shooting up, and I think people are seeking this out because they're seeing that there is. I
have to wonder if the Chris Williamson thing is like necessarily the truth-seeking element versus, again, it's a certain aesthetic, and I actually do enjoy him quite a bit, like the modern wisdom guy. Yeah, I'm a fan or whatever, but that's what I mean. Again, it's like, I think just certain people who, well, yeah, I guess I'm agreeing with Devin, and it's the point that Destiny's refuting, that I think if that's kind of like your motto, you can garner an audience that also feels and I guess like perpetuates that perspective. But I don't know, I can't speak for like a large majority. It might just be a thing where it's like some people are followers and some people are leaders, and I don't mean that in like the men are leaders, women are followers bullshit of the red pill. I just mean like not everyone can be a leader, because then we all just butt heads, and not everyone can be a follower because then no one moves, right? So there is some balance of the two, and so it's almost like maybe a certain percentage of the population is just kind of supposed to adopt a certain amount of shit. Also because there's like, bro, I don't have time to worry about this shit. Like, I just take care of my actual life and my friends and family, and then like gravitate toward whatever feels more right. But I suppose if you're gonna be vocal and invested and be like the people that are loud on Twitter enough to have an opinion, then you would want them to actually pay attention or look into it. Because if you're not invested, you just would shut the fuck up.
I think people do have less tolerance for this bullshit, and like there's a lot of newsletters, there's a lot more like kind of conglomerate, like congealing is what I'm trying to look for, that word, around this concept. That people,
maybe I'm actually
and I also think there's two separate things here, right? There is the idea of how a person presents themselves, the roided out like Annabelle person, but then there's also the actions that people are taking.
Yeah, I guess so. Like the thing that makes me wonder, and I just don't know. You bring up Chris Williamson, and that's a really good example. When I talk to Chris, and we have conversations about like applying a factual, dispassionate lens towards objective analysis of blah 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 blah, like everything he says, I think I agree with, and everything I say, for the most part, I think he agrees with. But if we start to ground that out in examples, like Chris Williamson's audience hates me. They absolutely hate me and despise me. If you look at the comments on the videos, the last one, yeah, it's all like cuck, wife left him, cuck, bisexual, cuck, loser, liberal, blah, blah, blah.
That's so unfortunate, just because like Chris Williams has that. Is it Williamson or Williams? Whatever. I think Williams, but he has Williamson. Whatever. You get the fucking point. Bro has that like shaved head, kind of like handsome, masculine, definitely works out look to him, and even just the way that he articulates himself and is very like measured. And I think even if the guys that are watching don't emulate it, it's probably more dudes that gravitate towards it as like the audience, and then also like watch Fresh and Fit. I'm like, oh fuck, this dude's a cook.
So something is getting lost here to where
in translation.
Yeah, the problem is that like I feel like people wear, and I'm not necessarily accusing Chris of doing this because I don't watch or engage enough to know exactly why his audience views the way that it does.
Oh my god,
but
that's
truth right now.
I was so blind. I was looking
maybe
for
it
the
always has been.
food
It's like,
stand.
it is a
I couldn't
nice
find the
thing
icon on the
to
map.
be
It's killing me.
truthful, but it's also very nice to appear truthful. Like that aesthetic is very sexy, and people will use it whether they comport with the actual value or not. You know.
Interesting. So.
I get the impression, because like I was saying, it feels good to seem truthful, and it's like it really just, I mean, that's just a question of like the integrity of your inner compass, right? You know, I can obviously only speak for myself, and it's like cringe to articulate, but it's just something you would know when you look in the mirror, that it's like I care about it, like I said, for my own self, not for social validation, and I won't say the thing that other people want me to say to be accepted. It's just like it is what it is. But so if you're seeking that social validation, it's gonna have that. Well, it's like the aesthetic of it, but then depending on what group it is, you have to wear that aesthetic with a certain message to appeal to that group. But then there's a specific group that's just like into the aesthetic of truth, and I guess with that alone you can get like grift to them, versus if it's like you're just genuinely fucking interested in it, and then hopefully you're actually pursuing it, because I think there is room for that, but it really just depends. Like, what if your actual goal is the truth, then you're pursuing it in a genuine way. But if your goal is to perform it to other people, then you're looking for the adulation of being like, oh, he's a truth teller, like all the red pill fucking you're in the Matrix shit. Like that's all like machismo kind of I don't know machismo, but like bravado bullshit, truth seeking quote in quotes I should say.
Why then does that make you focus on just the presentation and show for rather than like this sort of like, so when I think of things now, right, I'm in this like sphere where everything is branding. And when we are advertising a brand or we're creating a brand,
truth branding,
we're advertising a brand, I should say.
Truth social.
We're trying to get our customer to feel a certain way about something as a result of a like the total thing that they see. So if I want to like advertise a health supplements brand as authentic, right? I might use words like 100% money back guarantee, or I might use things like lab tested, and like you can go look at those lab results on the website.
This
and that
is
authenticity lends
8K gaming, and you're like, oh shit.
That brand image,
it's just
which
a fucking box.
which lends to the demographic of people that are looking for authentic health supplements versus the people that don't care. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
so I'd say in the exact.
To be fair, that was more of like a specs thing versus this being an authenticity thing. That was a poor example, but whatever. Fuck it, you get the point. It's a marketing thing. It's an aesthetics thing. It's about being like ray tracing, bro, in certain games.
Same way, your branding is increasingly becoming the guy that like really looks into things, and maybe disagree with this, and I'd be interested if you do.
His brand is becoming the guy that's on Vyvanse and has like the limitless pill to just read forever.
But to me, as an outsider,
and who doesn't play video games ever, man,
you are doing more to try to find out the actual facts behind things than the vast majority of people you're debating. And what I'm trying to say is, do you think that has some kind of positive impact overall versus like this show 4 stuff where you got a guy yelling you down about like
yeah, I mean, I hope it does. I hope it's doing something positive overall. But I don't think that I'm not just popular because of that, though. Like, my main popularity comes from my stage presence. like my hot take on like Donald Trump, and I don't know, I think the future will vindicate me. I think the #1 reason why Donald Trump was president and why he's as popular as he is because he's really funny.
Got
he
the
works an audience
Riz, bro.
really well. That guy
he's got
on
that
stage.
Presidential Riz. Actually, I'm sorry, that's not presidential Riz. He's got that reality TV show host Riz. Fucking, you're fired. That motherfucker was already. He was already a star, and then he walked in there and was like, I'm gonna take the reins of this bitch and fire all your asses. And then they fucking hired him.
The jokes that he tells, the ad-libbing, the improving, the nicknames for people, he's just really good at working a crowd. And I legitimately believe that that is the majority.
Surprisingly good on his feet for someone that old, but I'm just going to assume he's also on the Vyvanse, all right?
Reason
it has to be
for
it.
why he's popular. There are other aspects too,
It's like
the
every 2
anti-establishment
seconds,
thing,
man.
you know, echoing people's
Fuck
complaints
with my
about the
camera
system.
real fast,
But like when you
'cause
start to break that down even a
something's
little
off.
bit, like factually, it falls apart faster than a Chris Nolan movie. Like when you look at the idea that like, oh, like tell
Rip
me about
Chris
like
Nolan?
the Republicans. Well, they had the Tea Party and they really didn't trust, you know, like the mega corporations, and they didn't trust like all the wealthy elites and the billionaires. And it's like, oh wow, well who do they turn to? Well, a billionaire liberal developer from New York City who's had a silver spoon in his mouth his entire
that
life
should
and is
be.
currently one of the wealthiest. Like it factually, it
I
falls
think it's
apart
where some of the
immediately,
brightness
right?
went.
But then when you like, he's really funny on stage, and you're like, oh okay, yeah, I get it, right?
That's like Alex Jones, to be honest. It's like he's even potentially been a monster to people, but he's just funny to watch. Or Finkelstein, even. You're like, oh, this guy's goofy. Like, what a clown. But also, too bad, apes. No sleep tonight.
Yeah, so I think that what I do is
Oh,
hopefully
man.
important, and I hope that people take good things from me, but at the end of the day, I have to be able to dress it up really well, too. And
So can I
the
ask you a
outfit
question?
options are limited when you're trying to be truthful because there's a lot of stuff that you can't engage in that other people do, so it's more challenging, I think, but yeah.
Wait, why?
Well, because like I
Dirty
have
games?
to avoid like there's a lot of like flashy like morally loaded statements that people can make, or a lot of bullshit appeals that people can make, and so like for like one. Like an example of this would be like one issue that I have a lot is like how appropriately can I hedge in a conversation? Like if somebody asks me, let's say I'm against an interlocutor who is a retard, and but he has no problem 100% signing off on every statement, and he asks me, what do you think's going to happen if this happens? Well, if I'm answering honestly, I'm going to be like, well, I mean, like I would hope that this would happen. I mean, I can't know for sure, blah, blah. And he goes, well, if that happens, I know for sure this will happen. And it's like, okay, well, I hedged, and in a factual world, I should be rewarded for my hedging, but the reality is nobody's going to remember if this guy's wrong. So he takes a stronger position. He looks better in the debate. I look.
Even when he caveats things to make sure, yo, it's Bruce Willis, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. But even when he caveats things to just be like, all right, I'm just like playing with an idea here. I just sort of, you know, contemplating this concept. I'm not making a firm statement, you know, but here's a concept, blah, blah, blah. And again, unsure, it doesn't matter. I'm not condoning this. And then people just completely forget all the caveats. Like, you said this one line, that fucking was crazy. It's like, oh. We're not listening at all. So
Look like a weak pussy.
yeah, it just seems everything is retarded.
And then time goes on. I might be right. He might be wrong. Even if he fades out of existence, another strong character will replace him who also like makes bad predictions, because nobody's actually held to account for their bad predictions, because you're not rewarded for being truthful or not. You're rewarded for how you make people feel. People remember how Tim Pool made them feel when he said Trump was going to win in a 50-state landslide, and that made them feel good, but they don't hold him accountable for everywhere.
Oh my god. I fucking clicked my way forward like a motherfucker.
About like
One sec. I janked that. Landslide? There we go. Hell yeah, transcript W. Play? You
when he said Trump was going to win in a 50-state landslide, and that made them feel good, but they don't hold him accountable for being wrong.
But so many of these people have.
The point I was trying to make when I paused it, though, was that it's the same shit in like relationships or whatever business part. Although with business, they might remember the paycheck too. Although it's the paycheck that makes them feel good. And again, it's that little feeling. But we'll say money is whatever. Money talks. Generally speaking, with human beings, chill. Accidentally hit play there. Yeah, feelings are what seem to like form long-lasting memories in us. It's like the emotional experiences, or there's some emotion that has like helped ingrain and imprint that experience enough for you to remember it later, because otherwise it's just a fleeting moment that like had no impact. It just had no meaning, I guess, to you.
That's why you've been consistent over the course of a decade.
True, but there's always a new one to take their place. That's the issue. There's always another one to step up.
But why do you think those people are fading and you aren't?
Can't kill an idea,
Probably because at some
man.
point, like there's a lot of different reasons. One is because they usually come and go with communities. They don't build their own community. They just come with like movements. So when the movement leaves, they leave. A lot of people can't deal with the stresses or pressures of being like scrutinized publicly a lot. A lot of people can't handle the hate. A lot of people just can't like work that hard or that much for a long period of time. A lot of people can't stay relevant and reinvent themselves, so they get stuck on one. Like there's a million reasons why people fade out. But it's not because like, oh, this guy wasn't credible enough and he was wrong too much. It's usually because like he, tried to molest a 15-year-old, or he like got in some stupid drama, or just got tired of it, or whatever. Yeah.
So if that is your belief, like why not just go for full meme war and like just absolutely
high quality milk? I need to pick that shit up. What?
Because I like to hope at the end of the day that there's like some virtue in being correct, and that humans and like the honorific version of like a human brain is the one that like tries to best exemplify like the biggest strengths of human rationality.
So
and that
so you do hold this value, right?
Yeah, I believe in it, but like but I recognize that like it's a very queer, unnatural thing, right?
It's like the you say queer unnatural thing. It's one of those things where like I feel it in my heart. It's like how I think you should operate through the world, but the unfortunate reality is like our world is not ideal, so not everything fucking look a little like S-Fed. Yeah, us Middle Easterns are all basically just little variations of the same hairy little monsters, But yeah, we're probably whatever couple families apart or something like that, judging by all the hair.
Right? Like there's a reason why you have to learn logic in class and it doesn't just come to you.
Actually, I fucking ran into Russell Peters. I'm sure you know, like the comedian. I ran into him at an LCBO in like the city I grew up in, which was one city below where he's from, if I'm not mistaken. And immediately, because I kind of like, I saw the back of his head and I was like, is that? And then I recognized the voice. I was like, so I walk around and like, hey, yo, whatever, nice to meet you. Had to like say hi type of shit. And he's just like, you are one hairy motherfucker. Like, head to toe, that shit does not stop. It connects the whole fucking way. And I obviously just have like shirt fully unbuttoned as I do now. Even though this was like, it was when I discovered Path of Exile, because I had 4 PCs in my car and I was on the way to a LAN. This was like 2015, almost 10 years ago now, which is actually crazy. But anyways, there's fucking, you're probably right is the point. Especially the long hair thing. Like there's the Middle Eastern, there's the extra hairy, and then there's also like being one of these motherfuckers with the do. Although his is much longer, if I'm not mistaken.
Naturally, it's funny because people will say common sense, but the reality is like critical
common
thought and logic are anything but common. That's why you have to learn them. It's a learned skill. Yeah. So yeah, it's just
it's strange how you hold this value introspectively. You see this value in yourself and you aspire to it, but you don't think that it matters on a macro level.
I think it matters on a macro level, but you have to push people.
You think it pales in comparison to stage presence, though?
Yeah, I think the stage presence is way more important, and that's why the stage presence.
Yes, stage presence. I mean, charisma is like, it's like magic. You can put people in almost a trance. Although you would think, like, not everyone is susceptible to the spells, right? Because you're just like, you hear some shit and you're like, okay, like you just kind of laugh because they're comical. But then someone who doesn't have like solid foundations of how they see the world. Even if they haven't thought them through, like you kind of have this like gut understanding. But if you don't really have that and someone else can implant their perspective and then be really persuasive and have that charisma, that shit is super fucking powerful. It takes a certain amount of, I guess, I want to say paying attention, and it's a specific mindset of someone who really just cares about, I want to say, reality versus a story, or having like a personal resentment that this satisfies it because you're like, yeah, fuck those people. As a whole, whatever.
Presence is important, like, and you can't ignore it. Yeah, I think the stage presence is way more important, and that's why the stage presence is important. Like, and you can't ignore it. Yeah.
What do you think of brands that don't have any stage presence and yet are like household names for like how they make you feel? Then,
can you give me examples of this?
Any Fortune 500, like Amazon, or like where it's like, okay, the idea of this is like, I'm gonna get my package in 2 days. And I'm gonna get basically anything I want.
Yeah, the difference there is that they're delivering something. If you're working in a world, remember what I said before is the immediate reward or punishment. If you're living in a world where the good or service is highly tangible, then you can get by being good because it's immediately noticeable.
Hey,
So
yo,
Amazon,
Bruce
you can't
Willis.
lie your way into
I
2-day
appreciate
shipping,
that.
right?
I appreciate the fucking the follow on kick, my dude. Kenneth Copeland, for example. Hold up, let me pull up that because I
That's
don't
the thing
recognize
that
the
Amazon
name.
did and the whole world adopted because it was just really good, right? Yeah.
So let me use a better example then. What about like Supreme, where the actual there isn't actually like.
God wants you to give me your money. Oh fuck, this guy is, for anyone that's looking at the screen, this freak, this absolute fucking freak, dude. Oh man.
Like
Yes,
intrinsic value.
absolutely someone like him. Although, yeah, I was gonna say, I should imagine for a bunch of people, you're like, here's a cartoon character. Like, there's no shot I'm gonna be caught in this guy's spell. But he clearly has a lot of motherfuckers in the trance and hypnotized. So,
But they're offering like a
somehow
feeling. The brand is like a feeling, and yet they still have no stage presence. Not really, right? Like it's just that the brand is like a super luxury idea, and that brand like carries a certain feel for people.
Well, like, it's hard for me to analyze this because you're asking me to talk about an aesthetic for a clothing company, which is literally an aesthetic. So, like, there is a reward for Supreme when you buy it.
wait, but there's a difference between the aesthetic of like, I want to dress like a weirdo, like I'm wearing a Zelda shirt right now with a fucking psychedelic headband and a Zelda hat. These weren't supposed to match, but whatever. And it's to like express my like gamer weirdo-ness, or just because I like rock and roll, or because ninjas are cool, whatever the reason, you know what I mean? You put it all together and then you're like, okay, this is me expressing my personality through aesthetics versus, and there, I guess you could say there's a bunch of assumptions that might come along with that you could be intentionally or unintentionally signing up for. Like, people have a lot of assumptions of me being a druggie, or having thought I was way into shit before I had even tried this stuff before. So it was like, unintentionally communicating a certain aesthetic while it was really just supposed to be a way of like, oh, I really like Led Zeppelin and shit, and so I'm like emulating things. But the idea of wearing something like that is like high fashion or is specifically expensive with a name like Supreme, it's not just, there's two layers or meanings to aesthetic in this case, which one of them is like the actual like visual and design, the appeal of it as a piece of clothing, and the other half of it is like the status statement, right? And you could say similarly to like Steve Jobs, like the clothes he was choosing, it wasn't about the brand, it wasn't about the style, it was yes, it had a look to it, but it was almost entirely to deliver the aesthetic that like, I am such a simple man in this regard, and then a complex and like genius man in this other one, and part of that genius is even like having this simple routine so I don't like waste time at my closet deciding my outfit. What was the Bill Burr joke? He's like, fucking came out here, wasn't he wearing a belt and shit, acting like he did the whole fucking thing. And there's a line of faceless developers who just, yeah, get no credit. Anyways, I'll let him keep going about the aesthetics.
You instantly feel good and you have it because people see you wearing Supreme, right? Like, isn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fucking,
that's the idea.
like,
But still, they're
of the
carrying
rich
like a
shit.
brand presence that creates that by virtue of like the culture that they've cultivated. You see, and so I guess what I'm trying to
But no
get
part
at-
of that relies, like, if anything, this relies on, I don't want to say untruth, or this is like social conception, but if anything, that's different than, or it's the same as what I'm saying for like truth commentators. Like, it's about like the social perception. Like, it's operating on the same thing. Like, if I wear like a Donald Trump hat or a Joe Rogan outfit or some shit, like, I'm communicating that I like the same things that you like, and so we all wear them, we all support each other for it, but not necessarily.
Analogy,
go ahead. Sorry.
The analogy I'm trying to tie, maybe unsuccessfully, is that a brand can successfully create a feeling to a person that doesn't that stands outside of any kind of stage presence that brand has. It doesn't have to be represented by a person. It doesn't have to be represented by like somebody saying something or somebody being extreme or whatever. A brand can create an idea in somebody's mind that then they attach to.
Yeah.
And I think you are both a person and a presence, but you are also a brand.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know how that contradicts with anything I said before. The branding is like when you have this particular thing, these are the things that it makes you feel. So when you watch Tim Pool, when you listen to Donald Trump, when you watch whatever Tanky, like, yeah, they're making you feel a certain thing. And that's, at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, is the feeling, not the factual part, because there is no, yeah.
So I'm seeing where you're going. And so let's take that and say, do you think that the feeling of feeling like you are getting accurate data matters? That you're getting accurate information, that you're getting something that is data backed, empirically researched, etc.
The feeling of that, yes, the feeling of that matters, yes.
Okay, so we're on the same page then. Because do you believe that you providing that feeling then is like growing you and a major reason why a lot of people follow you?
Maybe. So what I'm a little bit, but so what I'm saying is, okay, this is gonna get really weird. Okay, you know, Jews are like, it's like a people and a religion.
I didn't think that was gonna go in this direction at all.
This might get weird.
Okay, it's like multiple things. Okay, so it's kind of weird. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So
oh fuck man.
Like I think that truth
That's funny as fuck.
can be truth is like a thing that I don't think people care about, but the aesthetic of truth people really like. But you can use truth to actually, like, if you are truthful, you can use that to have the aesthetic of being truthful. But
I completely understand.
Yeah, but but you have to engage with the aesthetic, because you can be very truthful and not engage in the aesthetic part at all, and people won't see you as truthful at all. Or you can use almost no truth, but heavily engage in the aesthetic of truth,
and people will think
and
that
then
you
will be seen as incredibly trustworthy, right? So it depends on like there's very little
manipulation
connection
of the audience, really,
itself,
I guess, in that case.
and then the actual aesthetic of truth, even though it seems like there would be, but there's.
Sorry, I'm calling it manipulation, but there's times where I refer to things as like packaging it in a way that's palatable to the people that you're trying to communicate it to, but I should hope you wouldn't have to. Yeah, there's maybe a crossover between those two ideas of making something palatable for people who normally would be like apprehensive of your perspective or your position, and in this case where sure you're being factual, but sort of like, I don't know, Annalisia, that's an old reference, but you might have facts or stats or whatever it is, your graphs, and in that's actually the source of the palatability idea. But maybe if you're being truthful about something and you're not trying to articulate it as such and make it appear as that as well, people won't have enough. Alrighty, Goku, chill, shut the fuck up, I was yapping. They might not have enough whatever backing or foundation or whatever it is to just take it as truth. So you kind of have to do both, like have the integrity as well as the communication to push the idea and actually get through to people.
Really just not. Yeah.
Well, so someone like, sorry to bring up Voldemort, but like someone like Jordan Peterson, or the religion, or like the religious argument would be that there's an intrinsic value in that truth. That by somebody upholding their moral character and their ability to tell the truth and focusing really hard on that.
That being intrinsic has to come from some like observation of reality, providing positive feedback, right? It has to be that at some point in time gets rewarded, or at least helps you navigate through life in a way that you end up in a better place. For it to be I don't know, intrinsically good, it just has to, there has to be some payoff.
It's I got
beyond just saying is it morally, like I get that it's like probably ideal of everyone, but
now I'm sounding like a fucking person shaking a stick, but like
when he says religiously,
use a really bad example because I don't have anything better right now.
What the fuck is Gohan
it's like that
stuck on?
reptilian
He's
thing
like
in your brain where you are looking at that person and saying, okay, that person is aspiring to greater moral values. And I feel that.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but
does that have value?
I would navigate this like we would have to go really big into like the language that you're saying is what I would start to take issue with. When you say that, like, well, people value Jordan Peterson because they feel like he embodies
what up,
truth.
sick boy? How you doing?
No, I'm saying this is a concept of
welcome.
He believes. Sorry, I'm not
to a little bit of Dragon Ball and Destiny/Devin conversations.
Jordan Peterson, the person. Jordan Peterson believes there's intrinsic value in truth by virtue of truth itself.
You've been
Correct.
chilling since
I think that
Disco
the
Raid?
complex-
He aspires to
Maybe
I
come
understand,
back?
but I think that statement is an aesthetic. I don't think that statement comports with reality. I think that statement itself is an aesthetic,
Really?
which makes it complicated. But so, like a really good example of this, in my opinion, is people will tell you to be compassionate or forgiving, and I think almost everybody on the planet would agree that forgiveness and compassion are values, right? We would all agree with that, right?
Yes.
But I don't believe most people believe that. I think the vast majority of people believe that those things are just an aesthetic, to be a forgiving person. But,
Can we roll with this?
yeah, can I give you an
Because-
example and then you can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna give you an example too.
Okay, go.
Okay, because we exalt
Christ.
Buddhist monks, for example, on that exact virtue, and we look at those
On
people
forgiveness?
as paragons and guides.
I guess,
for
yeah,
the
like
East
not being
more
so
than the West,
emotionally
but
attached that
everybody,
you're
like,
vindictive or frustrated or whatever the fuck it would be
looks,
at people.
like looks at those people as
Hold on to
paragons
things.
because of that exact
Oh,
thing.
also,
So doesn't that
I could
exist?
probably swap these back now.
No.
That we're
Okay.
It doesn't-
Let me move
In game
because
mode.
Buddhist is like a whole legendary fucking thing. So let's look to like
It's like going
if you're, how
the
many people in
Shaolin
the
monks,
West have seen
bro.
like a Buddhist monk? Like never, right?
Yo,
So I'm-
Piccolo.
Okay, but the
Hold on.
Western,
I just gotta say real quick, Piccolo hitting me with that full like 360-degree spherical blast. It's motherfucker behavior, bro. Like, just chill for a second so I can get in there. Fuck.
equivalent is the properties that Jesus teaches of forgiveness and
Sure,
compassion.
Jesus died 2,000 years ago. Okay, let's fuck these people. Okay, here, let me really
Bible's still. I
It's
can
like,
talk
fuck
about
that
5
old
minutes.
shit.
I haven't.
Sure, that's.
so
I mean, the
funny.
Bible's a good example. We can go into that, but let me use this thing. I'll ground this out, and then you'll understand because we can do Jesus too, because that works also perfectly. I think to illustrate my point, right? So if we talk about like
Jesus
compassion and forgiveness are incredibly important values. Every person will agree with this. Okay, religious people will agree with this, right? Especially, right? We should be compassionate. We should forgive people, right? Let's say that you have a guy that raped a kid. Do you think that this guy should ever be forgiven? The answer is no. Immediately, he should actually be murdered and cut into pieces. What about somebody that raped a woman? What about somebody that like murdered, like 2 high schoolers?
It's like-
right? When people take
Forgiveness is conditional to something that we're not completely fucking revolted by to that point. And yeah, I am Canadian. I assume you saw the fucking this in the corner. There it is. Because I don't say a boot or nothing crazy like that. Although you could maybe hear it in my voice a little bit. Yeah, the fucking. Someone said that before. They're like, "We got a flag." I was like, "Where?" Because I forgot. It's just like I bought that license plate fucking years ago. And I was like, "Oh yeah, it's between Hendrix and more Hendrix and a little paisley scarf that's filling up the triangles of space in between."
say that compassion and forgiveness are important aspects to a human. They like the aesthetic of it, but when you look at how people practice compassion and forgiveness, the majority of the time when it's practiced,
it's 100% conditional, and it's like, this is what I do for my people, and everyone who disagrees with me can go fuck themselves. Compassion can go right the fuck out the window. Forgiveness, suck my dick. There is no path of redemption. You're scum. You're a Nazi. Whatever the fuck. I feel like that's what he's gonna say, but we'll see. That's my experience, you know. Oh yeah, there's like so Hendrix there, another Hendrix. There's Zeppelin, Jeff Beck. If I turn this, it's like Majora's Mask, Stevie Wonder's under there. Got some Zeppelin. I mean, fuck. I should just whatever. Yeah, I mean, this shit goes for days. I got posters in every angle of the room. It's like a 90s comic book shop vibe, you know. If you walk in, you're like, I need to spend all my parents' money on Pokemon cards, like like a fucking piece of shit. And then when we look back, like, damn, my parents needed that money way more than I needed to like fish for Charizards and end up with this scratched up Blastoise instead. But fuck it, you know, them's was the days, bro.
it's usually on things that don't need compassion or forgiveness. Very, very.
Also, it's kind of like one, I'm doing Piccolo's attack, except the explosion is just like my personality on the walls. And then it's also like every time I look up, it's like, oh yeah, there's all my favorite things that kind of inspire me to go jam, or just like, oh fuck, I should play some Smash, rip some Mario, listen to the TMNT theme song, whatever the fuck it is, or rewatch the old movies. Actually, there's a TMNT roguelike that's coming out, so whatever, shit like that, where I'm just like, get hyped on all my shit instead of just having boring fucking walls. And like, oh, here's an elegant frame and a mature fucking tasteful setup. Fuck that. Yeah, guitar is my like main thing. I'll let me see if I can pull up. Yeah, I got that shit right here, bro. I was showing people the other night, but I've started to like fuck around with some. Hold on, let me mute this. Like, start a stream. I didn't do it today because whatever. It's like I gotta have the right timing for all this shit. But working on some covers that are things I've been working on for the YouTube channel. I haven't put them out. Whatever. It fucking is what it is. But anyways, I'll just play a little bit of something. Oh, lol. Speaking of Dragon Ball Z. Hold up. Any StarCraft enjoyers in the house by any chance? Here, I'll do a little bowl break if you don't mind. Hell yeah, yo, cheers. I won't, thank you, I appreciate that. And yeah, what style? Like more into acoustic, more into electric, and like tell me a bit about your fucking shit. And no, sorry, that is a cover from StarCraft, like the Terran theme song 2, like where the climax comes in. And like, actually everything on this list is specifically covers. I don't have any of my original stuff here, although I technically do have original stuff. Not a ton. Sorry, I'm coughing with the microphone unmuted, but not a ton of stuff that's super recent or that I'm like super pleased with in terms of, you know, if I recorded it like 7 years ago, I'm just like, I've hopefully developed since then. So I would like to refine things or put out a more recent version, whatever the fuck it might be. Or like it'll have really old singing from when I was like 20 years old. I'm like, oof. You know, like I said, I hope it's gotten better in the last whatever 12 fucking years. But here, I'm gonna quickly throw a much more obvious cover, but I'm gonna jump to the guitar solo, which is just improvising. Classic fucking Zeppelin tune. Everyone's heard it a million times. School of Rock in the van, you know. Let me see. Clean playing, I appreciate that. You have a band, you do psych rock, reggae type stuff? Oh, bro, you're gonna make me pull out the thing. I gotta show you something that I did with my old college band, now you said that. But let me just remove one thing. One sec. Actually, you'll get to hear me singing, it's kinda goofy, but fuck it. I should just let this go for a minute and then I'll pull up this other thing in a second. It's like a little trip down memory lane. Hey yo, it's been my suit. I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll catch you soon for sure. In Jessica's chat and hopefully around here, of course. But yeah, much love, my man, much love. Bottoms up, motherfuckers. I did the bass on this, although the drums are like cut from the original John Bonham drum tracks. Found them isolated and like, I'll play on top of that shit, let's go. And yeah, it's just like shredding time, dude. The shredder. Speaking of Ninja Turtles a second ago. Alright, hold up. Let me pull up This is a giga fucking flashback here. And I'm skipping to like the middle of the song because it's fucking 10 minutes long. But... Oh, and forgive me that the quality of the audio is dog shit. This was recorded on a like DSLR camera from my old like neighbor who's whatever at the front of the stage. So he didn't have a ton of zoom options. It's one camera, the microphone's shit, but you get an idea of this crazy progressive rock. I don't know what the fuck you'd call it. This band was trying to do a little bit of everything, but was it a fuzz pedal? It's the Rat distortion, I believe. I do have fuzz pedals as well, but they're not currently in my pedal line just because I need to like fix the buttons and inputs and shit because they're just half my shit's all janked up. You know how it goes. But oh yeah, this is after being like, hold on, is this post guitar solo? All right. Again, the quality on this is shit, but all right. This is loud enough in stream, I assume so. Just a terrible mix. I'll skip forward in a second so you get to the like reggae-esque what the fuck was this band shit, but basically oh yeah, and I wrote the song on a piano before bringing it to the band and being like, yeah, let's fucking make it big sexy. Okay, hold up. So yada yada yada, I'm fucking wanking on the guitar, jerking it off, being a motherfucker. And then it's like, all right. Instead of ending the song like normal people, it's 5 minutes. Let's just change genres. And I mean, if it's reggae, I probably have to smoke another bowl, right? I think that's how that works. Oh, and you're gonna hear, it's like, it's so cringe to sit here and hear yourself sing, especially when it's many, many years old, but it's also kind of like, I remember. Alright. And it's a fun little message, I guess. Start bouncing around on stage, dancing like a motherfucker. Also, you can see I had I guess I got the headbands going still from like, this is 2014, 15. It's been a long time I've been looking like this motherfucker. Maybe without the hat though. Right to your last. Oh, sometimes you got to put things right into your best. And then we're like, I gotta get back to like it being way too fucking. Oh, bro, right now I'm using a Fender Blues Junior 3, which is like my main go-to. But at this show, I'm pretty sure I have my YBA1 like Bassmaster with 2x15 from like 1969, which is still like I can't play it in this apartment, but it's in the corner there. That shit is thick. And my drummer, who was like way more into metal, was like, "How about a key change? I mean, we are 7 minutes into this, bitch. All right, bring the pace back up, and open the 9th gate of autism." All right. Back to the chorus real quick. Oh, wait, no. I forgot there's a blues solo and a piano solo before the chorus comes back. Or maybe it's here. What I said, yeah, don't look back. Me trying to get over an ex or some shit like that. Just like, hey, yo, let it go, bro. Leave that shit behind you. Yo, bro, it really was. Really was. It's like 10 minutes later, but you still yapping on that guitar. I'm just like, let's go. Give the fucking piano player a minute. Anyway, you get the point. It was very self-indulgent to say the least. yeah, and again, yeah, it's like how unnecessary is it that we're like, of course, Joob gets another guitar solo. He needs another guitar solo. It's not like I do this in every song. Oh, this is making me realize I gotta show you one more track. I apologize to everyone who's trying to watch Dragon Ball, not this shit. But it's like one other little vibe I want to show you, I guess. Well, maybe two, but anyways, fuck it. I'm not gonna listen to the whole end of this, but let's go over one time real quick. Sometimes I gotta remind myself even, you know? There ain't nothing behind you. Don't look back. Alright. Chill the fuck out, bro. There ain't nothing behind you, I get it. Alright, I was way the fuck too into like the Tom Morello guitar. So this was 2014, so 10 years gone, holding on to the dream, baby. Yeah, you know the fucking Killing in the Name guitar solo, like the fucking 2-octave sweep. I have that pedal and was just like, oh, I'm gonna be super fucking self-indulgent with this shit. I'm gonna kind of skip to, again, this is like 2 or 3 songs in one or some obnoxious shit. But this was... It was supposed to be a more simplified, like, kind of like pop-ish, more danceable fucking beat while still being weird, crazy, psychedelic, yeah, whammy as fuck. But alright, I'm gonna skip past the singing because I don't feel like dealing with that real quick. After the guitar solo, I don't want to, I mean, it's, I like it or whatever, but it was this little, it just kind of had a nice je ne sais quoi about it. I guess also, particularly after you built all the tension of the crazy whammy prior, and it going into a ridiculous solo where I get to just absolutely jerk off the guitar like a motherfucker. Oh man. Constant reminder that I should be managing my time slightly better, and I dropped this thing. I guess, well, you know what, no. I should give myself the grace that I was like fixing my health the last couple of years and I knew I couldn't actually have a band from the tinnitus and my overall like life being fucked up, but I'm almost back to full power, baby. Alright. I'm pretty sure I like hit my head on the microphone, so I started like mean mugging at the motherfucker. It's just the most obnoxious guitar wanking. Like, even looking back, I'm like, you stupid motherfucker. Not that it's changed much, to be honest. But... Oh yeah. Bro's like, because we're never allowed to end the song when you're supposed to end the song. You always gotta just make it go a little bit fucking longer, man. That's the stuff. That's not a drugs reference, by the way. Kind of, there's a StarCraft reference. Yeah. The stim packs. I'm just a little marine, man. So yeah, that was part of the vibe. There's More time. Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, it was my ankle was probably just fucking going nuts, and my hands were. There's times where you watch it and it's like John Bonham at the end of I think Dazed and Confused in the Song of the Same DVD, and it's like, is the camera sped up or is he just like too fucking fast for this shit, dude? I appreciate that, yo. These were, I mean, one so terribly recorded through this. Like, I really should have showed them to you through other whatever mechanisms, but. Whatever. I'll maybe pull back to some of my original music in a little bit. For now, we'll shift gears back to this. I'll pop the title back up. Whoopsie. Forgot I had that there. Just in case I need to cover my ass up for a second. Hey, yo. Goku tag in. But hell. What hell, dude?
Very rarely is.
Here. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll put this on Smoke too. We'll get the game music back on. But shit,
somebody actually exercising compassion.
Jesus Christ, I appreciate you indulging me a little bit in that. And no. It's like derailing what my Dragon Ball and Destiny React to talk about the thing that I should be doing more than in anything else, which is playing my fucking guitar. Nah, you're good. You're good. Granted, I might have like pushed away a handful of users like, fuck this motherfucker. I appreciate you, my dude.
Or forgiveness in a way towards when people need it. When people say,
I can definitely choose to like not divert too far down that road if I'm like, oh, I really gotta, this cutscene, bro. Guitar can wait.
They want to be compassionate. Usually they're talking about people that you instantly have like an empathetic reaction towards. Like, oh, we need to be compassionate towards these people that are dying of disease. Well, yeah, of course, you look at them, obviously, right? But like, they don't need compassion. They just need like funding and help. What about like people that get locked in jail for doing horrific things? These are truly people that need forgiveness or compassion. Or what about people that have, but when it comes to like extending compassion or forgiveness to those people, no, those people deserve everything they have coming towards them. We only extend forgiveness towards people who really generally don't need it.
Sorry, I'll pull back so I can hear what he just said a second ago properly, but also, it's not, it's definitely not fucking original music, as you can tell, I'm sure, from the title, but there's a lack of drums, which is unfortunate, but there is, I'm finally getting back to doing the thing, to be fair, as much as it's tied to gaming in some ways now. I don't know if I'll play. You're saying, oh, sad though, like there not being drums on it right now. That's part of why there's a large gap in since my last video has been posted, because I definitely wanted to add drums to what has now become like 7-song backlog of other things. And there's other other tunes I've done before this one that had drums on it. This one was specifically orchestral, and I was supposed to do this, finish the longer version, which I have a demo of, and actually send it to the drummer of that old band that I just showed you. But it was kind of I just should put it out. I should do what I can with the instruments, record the fucking, get the guitar done proper with like the phone camera so it's however HD. Get the thing edited together, release it, not worry about the perfectionism, not worry about, just like it's been too many years for me to, not to say to care, because I absolutely want the quality to be where it needs to be, or else it's actually not worth releasing the video, because people aren't going to replay it, they're not going to share it as much, because it's not going to fucking bang as hard. But it definitely still fucking goes hard, so I'm like, soon videos will start coming out again where this energy will have that power behind it to justify and feel like a complete product. Still, I put so many roadblocks in the way, because I was like, I'll do this, then the next one, I get the drums on it, do the full thing, all this shit, do the X-Men, do the Spider-Man, whatever, and then I'll play Zelda. Still haven't played it. It's been a year since it released, as of a few days ago. It's okay. Like I said, I've been in like a combination of the hyperbolic time chamber and like when Goku's in the healing tank. Both of those experiences combined has been the last couple of years for me, so it fucking is what it is. Sometimes there are delays. I'm a late bloomer or something like that. That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's like a good example. Like they like the aesthetic
All
of
right,
it.
hold up. I'm gonna pull
These are
back 'cause I
truly
missed
people that
this.
need forgiveness. It's usually on things that don't need compassion or forgiveness. Actually be murdered and cut into pieces. What about somebody that raped a woman?
Hold up.
Legendary
Mr. Chunk.
breaking thing. So let's move
What
to
do you mean?
like if you're how many people in the West have seen like a Buddhist monk?
Oh yeah.
So I'm so,
Okay, but the Western equivalent is the properties that Jesus teaches of forgiveness and
sure.
compassion.
Jesus
in the Bible,
died 2,000 years ago. Okay, let's fuck these people. Okay, here let me really
Bible still. I can pick up a Bible in 5 minutes. I mean,
sure, that's fine. I mean, the Bible's a good example. We can go into that, but let me use this thing. I'll ground this out, and then you'll understand because we can do Jesus too, because that works also perfectly. I think to illustrate my point. All right. So if we talk about like compassion and forgiveness are are incredibly important values. Every person will agree with this. Okay, religious people will agree with this, right? Especially, right? We should be compassionate. We should forgive people, right? Let's say that you have a guy that raped a kid. Do you think that this guy should ever be forgiven? The answer is no. Immediately, he should actually be murdered and cut into pieces. What about somebody that raped a woman? What about somebody that like murdered, like 2 high schoolers, right? When people say that compassion and forgiveness are important aspects to a human, they like the aesthetic of it. But when you look at how people practice compassion and forgiveness, the majority of the time when it's practiced, it's usually on things that don't need compassion or forgiveness. Very, very rarely is somebody actually exercising compassion or forgiveness in a way towards when people need it. When people say they want to be compassionate, usually they're talking about
Oh yeah, thank you, yo. That's as you could tell, obviously, like the Paisley pickguard, and I have a project that got halted because of fucking COVID, and unfortunately, I have not. Like I'm still in communication with him, but we've left the project halted until whatever point where we finally meet up and like put the finishing touches on it, wind the pickups, and I have a guitar that I fucking designed like in my mind and then drew out by hand onto a giant fucking stencil and like picked the wood for it and with my own fucking 2 hands cut that shit, filed that shit, and in certain moments where it was like I need the precision of the guy who owns the shop so that my fretboard is like perfect, but a certain amount of like sanding it to get to the point where like the neck is the way that I want it to, or having the back of it curve a certain way, and it is a absolute one of a kind. You will never see a guitar like this ever in the rest of your life. And somewhere buried, I have a picture of it, or it's like, where it's almost complete. It's not finished yet, or on Facebook that I'll like maybe go find those so they're like easier to access for another stream to show, or just in general, I need to like book an appointment and like set up some time to go visit them, like get the thing back in motion, and then at that point I'll have like actually the most insane, excuse me, I'm like burping from drinking so fucking much, but or just like feeling the like hiccup feeling. Anyways, at that point you'll see it's like I have a imitation double neck, like the Epiphone, not the Gibson, and that's probably one of the craziest guitars, or aside from like the craziest and coolest, not just like looks fucking ridiculous type of things, but I mean just having an absolute one of a kind axe that I pulled from the ether, and it's ridiculous, like triple pickup with a 6-way switch so you can have every combination possible. And then I'll have a kill switch, and like it's gonna be fucking ridiculous, with the intention of being able to reach and give me every option of sound, full 24 fret, whatever. One day I'll be able to show you that shit and start to do videos with it or whatever it might be, perform with it, although I'm like, man, I never want to take that out of my house or like I'm gonna hold it, I'll be hugging that shit. I'll never put it down and like risk it getting stolen or damaged or some shit like that. But that shit is fucking, dude, yeah. It was like deciding the mahogany wood with like the maple fucking, with the like the grained maple, I mean you could call it I don't know if you call it a fretboard or just like an overlay that's part of this natural finished body. And then it's like the neck is mahogany on both sides with a maple strip through the middle, and then if I'm not mistaken, because it's been a while, yeah, it's a mahogany fretboard as well, because I wanted to get as close as I could to my I have like a 58 reissue Les Paul, so it's not a real one, obviously, like I said, reissue, but the tone on that thing, as much as I love that Stratocaster, which is like a Frankenstrat with like I don't know if you noticed, but there was a left-handed whammy bar on it, so there's just like a lot of weird things. It's also push-pull with the 2 humbuckers, but there's things about it that aren't perfect. I'm just gonna swap the bridge, upgrade the bridge effectively, and get some locking tuning pegs so that hopefully my experience will be a bit smoother with, you know, I did the whole, I'll like train myself to be able to like put it back into tune in the middle of a song, but it's just like, it would be easier if I didn't fucking have to, especially when your strings aren't like super fresh. And yeah, it's just, it's also a better, it's like a super high end, people like Eric Johnson, fucking Cliffs of Dover dude, use this specific brand of, it's called like Super V, and it has this like tempered metal thing where so it bends with like a 0 friction thing versus the 60s style one where it's just like tilting the whole fucking metal over. Whatever, anyways, so that frictionless fucking whammy bar plus locking pegs, although I don't know if I need, but I definitely won't necessarily at this point at least have a locking nut. Might just have to use nut lube, lol. But then having, you know, like I said, the better bridge and the locking pegs should be enough to, as long as the tension of the strings themselves are like set, that Stroud almost be perfect. There's a thing I won't get into because it's like way too technical and just kind of uninteresting, but because it's a humbucker single coil and then humbucker again, and like the phase orientation, well, it's actually the phase orientation based on like which way the magnets are set, that I technically wouldn't even be able to fix, but the polarity of that I could get that arranged, but the winding of the coil around the pickups themselves, there's an issue of no matter which way I tried to do it, and I definitely tried a bunch of variations and whatever, like brainstormed a bunch of them, I can't get it perfect because the way that the coils are going around the pickups, it's not like clockwise, counterclockwise, and then clockwise. It's like clockwise, and then counterclockwise. So one or the other side of the pickups is going to be out of phase with the middle pickup in a way that fucks me when I'm in the, sorry, I ended up going into the technical shit, but it's going to put me out of phase if I'm in the middle, in like out of the five-way switch between the middle and the bridge, or middle and the neck. And so but luckily I do have a phase switch on the volume knob of the Strat, so I actually can get the proper sound on one side. It's just it's only like 4 out of 5 slots that are in phase at any given time, which is frustrating. And then the tone pots can be pulled to put them in a single coil mode so that I can get that like proper humbucking between those 2 middle positions. And then that actually reminds me of the one other upgrade I wanted to do, because I have like, you have to actually grab it and like get your like nail under it, or I use like the pick now to like just for insurance because it's more reliable than like trying to just grab it and maybe your hand's sweaty or something. You pull it up and it doesn't pull the coil. But to just get one that has a button there, and I was thinking about using like arcade buttons when I was designing this guitar, and I don't think that was how we ended up in the final stage. But it's effectively an arcade button, like, or like whatever. It's a clicky button, we'll call it, in the top of the pot, like the actual knob. So those would be much more reliable and easier, you know. And only ever use the neck position on the Strat. And is it a single coil neck position, or do you have a humbucker at the neck? And that makes sense, to be honest. I like mostly use my bridge position, to be honest. Okay, you have a humbucker. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. That would just be like a nice, thick, well-rounded tone with like probably some good high end, and like some brightness to it. And especially if you're doing like clean stuff. Yeah, that makes that crisp, fucking beautiful Stratocaster.
People that you instantly have like an empathetic reaction towards, like, oh, we need to be compassionate towards these people that are dying of disease. Well, yeah, of course, you look at them, obviously, right? But like, they don't need compassion. They just need like funding and help. What about like people that get locked in jail for doing horrific things? These are truly people that need forgiveness or compassion. Or what about people that have, yeah, like But when it comes to like extending compassion or forgiveness to those people, no, those people deserve everything they have coming towards them. We only extend forgiveness towards people who really generally don't need it. And I think that's like a good example. Like they like the aesthetic of it, but the actual practicing of it, when it becomes uncomfortable, is not any fun. It doesn't feel good.
I do see what you're saying. I would say that, like, let's use that as same.
Yeah, I want to be super clear. The whole like, whether it's empathy, whether it's like compassion, tolerance, acceptance, like all the things that you're supposed to do as you become progressive and become correct. Those are, they're just words. They're just words. They're not actual. It's not their moral compass, and it's not like there's no foundation or principles is the word I'm looking for there. There's no principle behind those words.
An example of it.
And I'm not saying the principle doesn't exist conceptually and that people can't hold it. I'm not saying that fucking there aren't some people that are the good ones when it comes to like progressives or whatever and have integrity and all this, but generally speaking, it's just a thing to be like, fucking fall in line or else you're exiled.
I feel like we're in 2005 of our philosophical discussions because of the raping kids thing comes up.
We can do raping adults for the next period.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Or whatever it was that we, or
Upgraded to
2012,
adults.
whenever we met. But no. Like, let's take the murdering example. I think this is happening all the time in our society and in the West, and based on the values of religion and just general moral character, people are forgiving and people are compassionate these things. And a lot of times the healing process of, okay, somebody
just
a murderer
got out of the way of that fucking blast.
and kills a family member.
Fucking back in there.
So many times when like going through and you get deep with somebody, the way they end up
I should dodge that one.
true healing is by forgiving that person. And that doesn't mean that you don't jail them, that you don't punish them, that they aren't that's
Sure.
two
I don't
separate
disagree.
things.
I don't disagree with you that this
It's like
happens
emotionally letting
sometimes
go.
in isolated events.
Or I
but
guess
like
accepting.
I can use this example like very clearly. How many times on Reddit does that same clip get posted where there's a guy being escorted to a courthouse, I think, who beat some rape murder charges on a guy's daughter, and the father walks out and shoots the dude in the head. If you look at the top comments every single time, he deserved it. I would have done the same thing. But hats off to this guy. I'm applauding this dude. So happy.
Didn't have to blast him, but I did anyway. Ha ha ha. This punk ass bitch had to pay. Holy shit.
I could probably search for this thread on Reddit.
That's fucked up.
Man shoots.
I get it. Like, I get
I know
it.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
Especially if
you're
it's
gonna
your
see this
kid.
every single time. Like nobody is. Yeah.
You're gonna see it.
Wait.
But this is
I'll just say this real quick. I get the point he's making, but it's like the one person who's gonna have the hardest time exercising compassion or forgiveness because he's still caught in the absolute requirement for revenge because something's so it's like one of those things that's just not supposed to happen. I mean, it's never supposed to happen, but it's like a parent losing a child, as in the child dying is one of those, it's like fucking a broken experience. But to have any one of your family members, but I think specifically the dynamic of a father having their daughter be sexually taken advantage of in some fashion or to like the highest degree, it's like you're just kind of like, well, I guess I'm gonna go to jail now because I gotta go do some crazy shit, which I'm not condoning it, TOS watchers or whatever the fuck, but I understand. It's like doing a crime out of like, not, is it heat of the moment type of crime of passion is the kind of thing I'm thinking of and failing to fucking pull the verbiage of, but you know what I'm talking about. It's just like you don't necessarily get the same sentencing because it's not like this premeditated, you're just a terrible person. You're like actually actively going insane because this thing happened to your daughter that's like breaking you psychologically and you need therapy and shit, but also jail, but therapy.
and this is where I think I'm going with this, is that something that happened to me when I got offline. So like the last 2 or 3 years, I just have basically had no stage presence, quote, right? Like I used to have a lot.
Stopped
fucking like not a lot.
He stopped streaming when he was like rebelling or protesting, against Twitch's terms of service bullshit and all the, I think the sexualized content was a part of it, or maybe it was, I think it might have been the way they're running the platform in general, a combination of like wish-washiness on what they were doing with gambling, because they like banned some but not all of it, and also the hypersexualization. Although I'm like, that's conflicting in my brain with how he was dating a chick who was doing the hot tub stuff. I don't know if that was just like a short-lived thing though. Anyways, he stopped a long time ago. I've been watching his YouTube videos effectively ever since. But anyways, just wanted to bring that shit up.
A year or someone, but like I had some.
Or rehash that in a way.
And now I have none. And one of the things that I see in the real world when people are doing volunteer work or people are doing like things in the day, like in the day in the life, compassion and forgiveness is actually everywhere. And it's like people are compassionate.
Yes, and I would actually even say that people who are averse to it or even completely like reject it online, and I've had this experience with people that meaning that those exact same people, when I then saw them in person, although it was like rough at first, oh, it's his screen. I was like, what the fuck? Did I open another tab? Although a bunch of those people were really rough at first, I saw the kind of scowling faces turn into like, oh yeah, like I forgot Jube's a person, and like whatever that one little moment was that I then judged him entirely as a person really isn't the entirety of who he is, because yeah, of course everything's more complex than that like black and white emotionally caught up outrage culture bullshit that everyone's caught up in. Anyways, and also just in general, there's moments where you're like, if you are sitting there on Twitter or you're paying attention to any of this shit and you're caught up in it, it's fucked. But when you're just outside your house, it's like everyone's just kind of living their life and people are chill and generally fucking polite and kind. Especially when you meet new people and they're just like, oh yeah, it's really refreshing because like they just seem like sweet, you know, they just seem kind. And like I'm not into like the like soy kindness cringe type of shit. I just mean like, you're like, oh, I went and saw this concert with some people, and then like they brought their friends, then we went and got drinks afterwards, and like it was just kind of funny and a good time. And then a lot of it's just like completely contrast. Granted, you don't have the time or the context to like have created issues and had drama with those people. Great, that's fine. But it's just that reminder to contrast either other people in your life that have fucked you over and then refresh your palate, so you're like, oh yeah, I don't have to be super jaded. Or if you haven't touched grass in a while, it's like the change of pace from internet culture versus like people interacting face to face. They're just like, there's way more humanity baked into the experience because you're face to face with somebody and you're not fighting text and you're not fighting ideas and shit like this. You're talking to people. And if you don't like them, you just don't talk to them. You just fucking go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that people get in like bar fights and shit, but like, you kind of have to be a retard to get into bar fights.
About people that are less advantaged because they're out there serving food.
Kind of gotta be asking for it.
These small events are in like everyday life, hidden in like the subset that you don't see on top comments on Reddit, because that's just a bunch of like greased up nerds that hate reality and have like
fucking
gone back
greased
down
up
into the dungeon to
nerds,
goblin
man.
out because they've lost faith in the world. I don't think that represents the majority of humanity now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll agree that I think it happens at times, but I don't know if it's the mainstream. Like that feeling of like to forgive somebody or to be compassionate, that's like it's an uncomfortable thing that you have to work.
Oh, and sorry, I should be clear. I was going on all that yapping just to like draw the distinction between real life, quote unquote, real life culture versus internet culture. But forgiveness, when you really upset somebody, or specifically if you highlight something about them that you're like, this fucked with me, or I don't appreciate this action or whatever the fuck it was, this thing that you did, we'll just say, and it's like, if you're actually right about it, it's, I guess forgiveness might not be the right thing to say for this, because you've like offended them about who they are. But those motherfuckers never want to talk to you again. They're just like, oh, I can't deal with being told what the fuck I actually did and held accountable for my actions.
Work through.
Allergic to that shit.
Truly.
And that's both men and women, to be clear. It's just, and actually, you know what? To be fair, I've had some people where you're able to kind of like have that blowout, and sometimes it's even like over the line and like overly frustrated or whatever the fuck it is, but it's like you get driven up, you get like worked up to the point where you kind of like finally snap, and it's like someone you're friends with and you work with, and there's like a whole bunch of shit where you're just kind of like being kind of a motherfucker. But yeah, I've had it with like guy friends where it's like, yeah, that's the fucking end of that shit. And then obviously with like exes or a couple chicks, really it's just a small handful out of the like whatever larger majority or total mass. But yeah, I think it's when there's more of an emotional connection or depth to it where it like actually fucks with their psyche. It goes back to the thing we were talking about earlier, where like the thing that people care about is how you make them feel. And so if the last thing you made them feel was shitty about themselves, even if it's like rightfully so because they were being shitty, and you're just actually just letting them know like, yo, you're kind of a fucking asshole for this thing. Like basic shit like stealing from you, or more complicated shit like, you know, being an we'll say bad person in a relationship, to like avoid all like terms like abusive and stuff like that. But just so we're like, yo, you were a fucking cunt, dude, holy shit. And it's when it's just true and they can't project and like dodge from it, they're like, yo, I'm out. Actually having to look in the mirror is bad for my mental health.
Exercising it in like in a virtuous way, right?
It's
like forgiveness and compassion don't feel good like eating a candy bar. They feel good like going to the gym and like having like a more fulfilling long-term reward that usually requires some short-term friction or discomfort, right?
I don't know. I think that a lot of our base society, like when you get off the internet, you get off all of these things and you start going into these like communities and like how we're actually like, you go into the workplace, you're living every day. I think that these small things are being just like little like back and forth. So just little they're hidden in the cracks. They're hidden in the subset society, but it's like it's something that I didn't notice until I got offline. And now I think it's everywhere. And I think that our entire society runs on basic compassion and forgiveness at every level. And without it, we would be like,
this shit's so fucked up.
Man, the online world paints a dystopian reality, but like the world isn't Twitter, not yet.
It
right?
is.
Like
yeah, see, I am really in a way stuck between these two, because people are fucking chill when you're having just a human experience with them. But because that human experience is connected to the online experience, and for some people it's fully disconnected, for me it is and it isn't. But it only isn't. Okay, I'm being super fucking terrible with my words in this moment. My streaming online world is completely separate from my IRL shit, but my IRL shit did have crossover in the online world, and I would say that it's like I got quote unquote canceled online, and then when re-engaging in IRL was where there was all that friction, and it was like the half of people who kind of were like still cool with me, and the other half of people who were trying to like cold shoulder me and all this type of shit, and who all basically kind of came around over time. And I'm sure some of them are, I actually guarantee and know for a fact, just because I'm not retarded, that a bunch of them realized like, oh, this motherfucker is going to be around, and people who are respected in the space are friendly with him, so I have to put on a mask and like at least play nice with him. So because they couldn't ice me out when whatever the fuck, it's my power is too great, it's over 9,000. But so anyways, they're getting back in touch with people in person, because a lot of people just didn't give a fuck, and they're like not retarded soy cringe bitches, and so they were just like, yeah, what's good, like it's been a minute, and we'll just reconnect, catch up on life, and be able to live in it. But the point I'm trying to make, or like ramble my way around to, is that musicians specifically are very socially conscious, and so much of the online stuff is about being socially conscious. It's like caring about Israel and Palestine. It's like You know, are you sharing all of the current emotional, I used to call it like a depression kink, where they're like, there's mass graves, or like, these people are being fucked, like, take down the fucking statue, fuck it. It's just, they're constantly trying to pull on your heartstrings, or like show you pictures of dead children and shit, so that you like, you get fucked up and then make your whole life about that shit. And I'm like, holy shit. But so I'll be at like the jam, and then they'll start doing like a sing along kind of call and response back and forth thing to get people in the mood, and you feel a lot of that internet stuff come through, because those are the people that when they go home are logging into Twitter and having these battles or whatever the fuck it is, and like living in the trenches of it. So I guess it's for the few people that are in the online bullshit that actually do leave the house, I happen to congregate with a lot of those people, meaning just artists. And again, like, artists are all, or like majority 90+% left leaning, socially conscious. Some people are just like, fuck it, I don't really care about any of that, I don't have time. But if they do care, they're probably left leaning, or otherwise they're just like socially left leaning, which I totally support in general. Just like, who gives a fuck, right, about that kind of thing? Let people do it if they want, whatever they want to do. But it's when you start butting heads over it that social friction and bullshit comes into it. But anyways, I just see the moments where I like say things, I'm like, oh, I gotta remember, I'm not like chilling in Discord, I'm whatever, on the spot or in real life, or like just kind of say something that you're like, oh, he said the thing. I can't like think of an example of it right now, but like I'll just kind of like look to a friend real quick and have a little laugh about it. Where actually a specific chick who's like also super progressive, but like actually tremendously fucking based too. We were having a nice little like catch up from like both sides of the, we'll call it like political, not really sides of the spectrum, but I imagine for a while she was participating in, like I was saying, like you have to share these things, and other people were guilting her into it, and she had that moment where she's like, fuck dude, I don't need to use up all my like my real estate and attention and like people's emotional energy on things that other people tell me I have to fucking care about. But anyways, I'm fucking yapping at this point. Speaking Japanese, let me which is not in reference to Japanese whatsoever. You'll know because I'll be quoting anime. But anyways,
it super is.
It's not.
It is. It absolutely is.
It's not. I think the reason you think that is because you're in this 24/7.
Okay. I think that all of the protests on all of the college campuses that are like ravaging the United States
of the people that are, it's not ravaging. What percentage of
it's headline news like internationally right now.
The media has bought it, and like that's. But again, like what percentage of students are protesting? 1%.
It's going to be a small percentage of people, but that's how media and everything has always worked, right?
But we're not talking about media. We're talking about the innate idea of compassion and forgiveness in society, and if it exists over like this sort of dystopian Reddit reality. You're telling me that you think that this is everywhere, and that you think that Reddit and Twitter is reality. What I'm telling you is that it's maybe 0.5% or 0.2% of protesters that are bowing to Islam. And by the way, those people will just give up when the next cool thing comes along, Occupy Seattle, or whatever it's going to be. Right? And like,
I was looking at Discord, someone had a tag there, and then I see everyone else like, yo, did someone tag at everyone and then delete the post? I was like, all right, it's not just me that's fucking like, where is this shit?
Like, and meanwhile, 99% of people are going to class, picking up somebody's papers that fell over, and moving on, like that kind of thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that like it's so easy to believe this.
If what you were saying is true, like people like Donald Trump would be unelectable. So something is broken here. Something is breaking. Something is like the types of things that he says, or the types of things that he supports. Like if you tell me like 10 or 15 years ago, well, actually we all thought this. With like the Donald, the subreddit, or like 4chan, I was like, okay, yeah, like he's like a meme candidate, but like there's no way he actually has widespread support. But he does. He has like religious followers that are literally ready to follow him off the end of the fucking earth, or to the end of our republic, whichever comes first. Like literally,
Same
not like
shit,
only
really.
on Twitter, not only online, but it's something like 75% of Republicans don't think the results of the last election were legitimate. Right? There is a fundamentally huge problem here that is breaking.
75?
Literally, not like only on Twitter, not only online, but it's something like 75% of Republicans don't think the results of the last election were legitimate.
That's why
There's a fundamentally.
Hold on, but that's only people who answer polls. And as some comedian I'm forgetting at the moment said, Only fucking morons answer polls. So
huge problem here that is breaking with
that being said, 70% of people on that party might be morons. I don't fucking know. We'll see. Go on.
people getting ripped away from reality. Like, I understand what you're saying when you say Twitter and the internet isn't real life, but in a way, they've become like a hyper reality where they're more real.
I was about to say, that's actually funny, and I know I saw this part in the preview, so I'm not trying to pretend that it was like actually even my own original thought. It was probably like the subliminal pre-watch that was just banked in the back of my mind. But it's like an exaggerated, like hyper-focused version of whatever it is in reality, and like concentrated in a way that when you consume it or look through it, it's yeah, as he said, it's a hyper-reality
than the world that we live in, where if you ask a conservative, like, how many trans people are in the United States or what percentage do you do this as trans, they'll say 20%.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but it's if we're talking about the drugs, it's millions.
Don't kill me.
Millions? How did
Yo, the fucking tonal inflation. Millions! Hold on, I want to hear that one more time. His original reaction to it, that's priceless.
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but it's if we're talking about the drugs, it's millions.
Millions? How did you do a whole documentary on this and you're like 4 orders of magnitude off?
Oh man.
Millions of kids on puberty blockers?
Wait,
millions?
I've had this.
Millions?
I must have just unlocked that shit. No fucking shot, bro. No shot.
You're talking about hormone blockers?
Yeah.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers? Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but
they're definitely going
guess
to,
is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah.
You know what?
Why would you guess that shit on JRE? Especially when you fucking did a documentary on it. And to be fair, I specifically hated and resented when Farha would never give a guess, but it was shit that you were expected to know. It was just like, give a number. She's like, oh, I have no statistical data to be able to like give myself an estimate. It's like, just 30%? 50? Give me anything. Just guess. What is your intuition? What does your gut say? I can't give you a guess. It's the most frustrating non-content motherfucker. I hated that shit.
I actually am glad he said
Rip Farha Fridays. Respectfully, I don't miss it.
that is your guess. That truly shows what your state of mind is and how disconnected you are from reality, if that's what you feel, right? I like asking Gage.
It disconnected from the goal of actually pursuing the truth, which again, yeah, I guess this is really the through line of what they've been talking about as I've been pausing in the last 30 minutes, but
how disconnected you are from reality, if that's what you feel, right? I like asking engaging questions like what is the percentage of people that you think are this? And somebody's like, 98% of people probably feel this way. And it's like, okay, well, we looked at the data and it's actually like 12%. I think you're a little bit disconnected, buddy. Millions of children on puberty blockers? How many children are even in the US? Like, what is the total number of people from like age 18 and below? How many minors in the United States? What would I look for? What's the number here? There's about like 75 million. So if he says millions, he thinks what, like 5% of kids are on puberty blockers?
Be my guess. I can say for double mastectomies, the most recent, I read a report recently that there were over 1,000 done between 2016 and 2019, and when you compare that to
this, I'm not like speaking on fact checking these numbers whatsoever. I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is like hype, not inflated as in artificially, but like the amount of people that were doing it drastically jumped as like the whole social contagion thing. Just because for me, my like completely anecdotal selection bias through a certain industry type that was male dominated and all this type of shit, there was 4, technically like 5, but she was kind of like finishing some courses or like half there, half not.
there was 4 women in my college recording school. In my class, 3 of them got double mastectomies and became trans, either he, him, or they, them, / she, her. I forget. But I unironically had a 75% fucking rate of the. But again, the sample size was 4, and I get it that it was like fucking selection bias of a specifically male-dominated career path, but it was still fucking crazy. And this would have been between like 7 and 10 years ago. Well, it was 10 years ago where it started. Or, well, hold up. Yeah. 9-10 years ago. I guess 2015-ish or 2014. 2014 feels early for, but they could have already been in the process. Oh no, actually no, it's not, because one of them, I remember there was like a fucking news article in Now Magazine. I was thinking about, there's one that I think started hormones for much longer first, versus one that way more quickly just went right for the fucking double mastectomy. And anyways, yeah, I just had this whole fucking thing about, I'm gonna like make it so they have to reprint the biology textbooks. I was like, okay, all right, man. Cool story, bro.
How many were done between 2008 and 2015? It's just it's a massive increase. And
no, it's funny, they went up to 2015.
Over 1,000 girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you say girls, you're
also over 1,000. It's way more reasonable than the millions.
talking about prepubescent,
right? Minors. And that's just.
Oh, I'm sorry. To be clear, this was not minors. These were. I'm gonna play this back one more time just to make sure I hear everything properly. But people I'm speaking about were in their early mid-20s.
2008 and 2015, it's just it's a massive increase, and over 1,000 girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you say girls, you're talking about prepubescent,
right? Minors, and that's just up until 2019, and then we know that there's been this exponential increase with all this stuff year over year. So it's a lot. It's too many. Having this happen to one kid is way too many. It's a lot more than one.
Yeah, look, if you're an adult and you want to do that, and you...
To be clear, I don't know if it happening to one is too many, but I understand this guy's like completely ideologically opposed to it. Whatever. I'm not in a position to say if it should or shouldn't be a thing. If anything, I think it should be available, and we should like keep pursuing the research into like trying to find the ideal conclusion. Not ideal for people's ideologies, but ideal for like what's biologically true and safe for people to do, so that it can be like a path that we either do or don't take moving forward. Because if there's fucking crazy ramifications for this shit, then yeah, that like we haven't seen or aren't aware of, then it probably shouldn't. It should either be halted or restricted into the parameters where it's whatever, potentially safe enough for whatever those governing bodies are to decide that it's acceptable, like other drugs that we take. There's like some risk and some consequence, but you're like, yeah, I want the fucking benefits from it. So pretty pro like freedom of choice, but it's one of those, it unironically does come down to like people not potentially ruining their lives in a way that they can't fix, because most things are relatively fixable. Time is a huge obstacle to actually like being able to pull it off, though, to be fair. Like even much simpler things that aren't like biological changes, just like shifting your career. It's like, yeah, everyone can do it, but you might definitely be in a position where it's like not fucking ideal.
Understand who you are and what you are.
Hold on, no shot.
But yeah, sorry, that is the Joe Rogan's point there. Like that is fundamentally what's most important, is how little people understand themselves at that age, whether it's adopting other people's ideas, like we were talking about earlier with just School and Kelly with the soft A. If you grow up in an environment where that's like the majority of people are using it, and you're hearing it in the majority of popular music, and it's just like that's going to be the expectation. But
Americans think 21% of the population are transgender? That can't. What? 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 No shot.
That's the old apartment. Right?
I would have to. I'm curious where this polling data comes from.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
No way. That's insane. I can't believe that.
I'm gonna try training.
Have a household income over $1 million. No shot.
Not for Goku because he's only 46.
Are Native American 27%?
Wait, hold on.
30% are Jewish? No. This has to be. I don't know where this came from, but this is some wacky shit. This is a wacky poll. No way. This has got to be a wacky poll. I don't think I trust this. I don't even know if even if I read where it came from, I don't think I would believe it.
Let's go on. The fuck?
How could you simultaneously believe that 20% of the population has a household income over $1 million, but only 38% has a household income over $100,000? Like, this doesn't even make sense. You think there are more people that are making over $1 million than there are people between like the 100,000 to 900, 900? Like, this is just so weird.
So wait, the point of this graph is that people are stupid as fuck and don't understand the actual numbers of fucking demographics that exist in the world. That's basically what's happening here, right? This clip, though. I don't need
grass.
I don't need that.
You're an adult.
Silence.
This
there.
is a free country. You should be able to do whatever you
But
want.
I understand.
But when you're talking about doing that to children, the fact that so many people are on board and so many people are angry, if you have like people are going to be angry at us that we're having these conversations.
Yeah, they will be. And I also, I actually think that that this shouldn't be happening to.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big undercounting.
Undercounted by a million-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
I guess.
You did a whole documentary on this, didn't you? How do you not have any background information at all about any of this? Did you do any reading, any research, anything at all?
Actually incredible, dude.
Million sounds great.
And that is their reality, and then they vote and they move through the world.
Million sounds great. It's such a like casual but hilarious fucking comment. You're like, yeah. Cool marketing, like number 10. Ooh, sounds like not 9, not 11. It's just boom, a fucking 10 of them. Boom, 10 commandments. Let's go. A million, bro. Damn, you hit 1 million. Banger. Fucking holy shit. There's 1 million kids. Oh my god. But
world and they
I was like 5,000 out of what? 330 million ish plus. Oh. So it's like a research focus group or something?
In accordance with that reality, even if it's not real. But that hyper reality that's created by social media becomes more real than the world that they inhabit.
I really understand what you're. I feel like I understand what you're saying. I don't.
Like here, wait. Actually, here's a really good example. No conservative knows somebody that's died from a vaccine injury. Truly, I don't believe it. No shot. 0% chance.
Really?
But they all know someone who's had some adverse reactions, man. I'm being sarcastic, of course, but it's just like every person that was left-leaning either themselves had long COVID or they knew somebody who fucking had long COVID. And like, you don't have the choice to risk that, man. Fucking bitch. With your weak-ass genes, don't talk to me like this with your fucking long COVID.
No, absolutely not. But look how many of them.
Just to be clear, COVID could not survive through my bong smoke, so I was good to go. And that's like half a joke because it's a meme that whatever, weed cures everything. But on the other hand, it's like I didn't get sick, at least not during the pandemic. Afterwards, when I like started going to concerts again, I was like, I got fucked up, bro.
Think they do, or say they know like 3 or 4. I've talked to a guy that says he knew 4 people. I think this is online. Where was it? A guy that said he knew like 3 or 4 people that died from vaccine injuries. No, you don't. That's insane. What are the chances that there's no shot, right? But people think they do, and so that new reality that's being created.
actually knowing people who died from COVID, or at least knowing people who had like a grandparent or something like that who died, being like 1 if not 2 degrees away from, actually I would say at least maybe the 2 degrees would be very common, to actually know someone who got heavily affected by COVID itself, and probably that they were somebody elderly, but from the vaccine, no, it was just like hyper common that everyone, well, not everyone, I'd say like 50 to 70% maybe were like sick for a day afterwards. Like they felt really under the weather, and they're like, oh, I got my thing yesterday, I feel fucked. After taking the selfie where they're like, I'm doing my part. And then the next day they're like, fuck dude, I hate doing my part, bro. But after that they were, well, I was gonna say they're good to go, but a bunch of them got sick slapped too. And you know, to my understanding, they had a less terrible experience, so that is good.
By social media is overriding like the current reality that they see, and it's affecting people in real life. Like, it's insane.
I agree that it's affecting. So when we get into political discourse, I don't think I have any ground there. I think that like political discourse is really weird, and like how we elect people is really weird, and probably how we elect people has always been weird, and that's why Jefferson said that the only people that should vote are the people that own land, right? Like,
oh my God.
Like I don't know, like I can't get into that. That's somewhere.
Hey. We are a generation of renters, okay? You can't take that away from us.
You will
it's
absolutely
like the last thing we have left.
You just annihilate me. I have no knowledge of like the political landscape. But what I can say is that I feel like that person that thinks that this is, and just blow me out of the water if this is wrong, but I feel like that person, I'm in Texas now, okay? I got a lot of people like that I do business with that are like, maybe think that 30% of the country is trans. They get in their truck, they go to work, they do the shit they're supposed to do, and they go home, and yes, they hold those beliefs, but they maintain a functional society through what they do and their actions, and that's not to say
also, to me, I kind of don't give a fuck what you believe. I care how you treat people, which I understand about people like, hey retard, usually how people treat people is informed by what they believe. And maybe I just don't have actual like hateful enough thoughts that my like disagreements about shit don't then inform my behavior or my engagement with people. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't grow up in certain places where it's gonna be like a different dynamic of problem, or like the life that I'm living. I have no boogeyman that I have to like feel a certain way about.
No harm ever comes of it, but I think the picture that's not being painted is this like crumbling Roman Empire that like is on the verge of civil war. I just don't see it.
Wait,
I don't think we're on the verge of.
Oh, he's saying that image is not being painted by the people around him.
I don't think we're on the verge of.
Because like, I want to acknowledge I could be ignorant, and that's
well, you know, like I would agree with you. Like 5 or 10 years ago, when people are when people are like saying that Twitter's not real life, I agreed with that. Like 5 or 10 years ago, or at least 10 years ago. But people are increasingly making decisions and changing the way that they behave in real life, and their reality is being more reflective of the things that they.
That's a huge part of it too. Is that people's opinions? You could say Twitter. You could say Instagram stories, but a lot of those stories are things that are like sets of pictures that are with a big caption that's taken from Twitter or also posted there, or regardless, it's the same function on a different platform. And then this becomes people's whole personalities. I've seen relationships start because through like Giga Palestine advocate or activist, and then person who doesn't really give a fuck. They are making giant posts about like, oh, I've realized my ignorance, and you know, I have to like use my voice and all this like super like virtue signally stuff. And then they end up in a relationship. Those two different characters that I had no reason to think they were connected until I was like, oh yeah, this dude. Like the thing people say about liking all the time, which I don't actually believe is the case. I think it was the case with this motherfucker, and you know, like, power to you, motherfucker. Plenty of dudes say a whole bunch of shit they either do or don't believe, or dot beliefs, or whatever the fuck it is, either for pussy or because of a chick that they're into. So it is what it is. I don't really give a fuck, but it's just the amount of influence, or like I said earlier, the depression kink, and like how much people really want to make sure that you're having as like terrible psychologically of a day as they are by inundating you with like things that are way beyond your fucking power to actually influence or impact or fix or change, do anything about. I get that if you care enough about it, you can go protest. If enough of us do, blah blah blah, there could be something, but like, nah, that's y'all's war to fight and mine to observe and criticize.
You see online, like, here's 2 examples I can think of, even outside of the COVID stuff.
The fact that Dragon Fist uppercut, boom, got me just out of the beam that was about to fuck my day up. Serendipitous timing, my friends. Let's go.
Oh my god, I just had one. Sorry, say something else.
He's pulling to me.
Well, I feel like if this were the case, we would be seeing this reflected in like the macro statistics of the world. Like, and if you look at like Stephen Pinkerton's research on like better angels of our nature, right? You'd see things like
I haven't heard from him in a while.
Overall, not up. Obesity is going up, unfortunately, but like rate of people that are starving in the world is going down. We've lifted more people out of poverty in the last decade than we've lifted in all time. The world as a whole seems to be moving in a more positive direction. And these individual use cases.
Okay, sorry.
Like
okay, hold on.
First world luxurious problems.
Okay, so like,
damn,
one of these might be that we have like crazy people that say crazy things, and it's politics, and you go online, and maybe it's just about foreign policy or blah blah blah, whatever, right? But so like one example would be during the. I don't know how you feel about COVID, so I'm trying not to step on it. I don't know where your beliefs are on that. But like,
I'm an open book, dude.
Okay,
Like,
sure.
yeah, we haven't talked in a long time, but you know me. I'm
sure,
not,
yeah.
Whatever you want to say.
On the COVID stuff, there are real differences in vaccine rates between conservatives and liberals, and there are real differences in fatality rates as a result of that. So that's an example of people who are completely basing their opinion on online stuff are making decisions that are leading to them dying in real life. And the vaccine uptake on
that is actually just the most blatant and in your face, kind of undeniable example that you need. It doesn't have to be like, what's their opinion on gender? It's like, did they give up on the institution that has held them and their family, for the most part, I imagine, up in good health in moments of need? I don't know about all y'all, but I've like, whether it was an asthma attack as a kid where I needed that fucking ambulance called, and whatever the fuck they had in the mask that opened up my lungs and shit and saved my life, like, thank God they figured that shit out. I'm not just gonna like throw in the towel and be like, they're crazy. I'm just going with naturopath shit from the Amazon forest. Fuck them. Hook me up with that Chinese medicine, baby. I was definitely hesitant to, run to be. I didn't want to be first in line. I'll put it that way. I did not want to be first in line. It's like, let me just observe what's going on and see if we can get like a patch, you know what I'm saying? Like a new update, 3.0 version or some shit like this. And I don't even mean based on the, not evolutions, but adaptations, whatever the fuck it was, that like new variants of the virus would come out. I didn't mean like, I want the Omicron version of the vaccine. I meant just like, whatever the vaccine is, perhaps gets refined, or perhaps more data comes out once it starts to get used on like super mass rollout. So because I'm super isolated, I live alone. My parents like far enough away, like an hour plus drive, where I could just like do video calls, keep my distance, keep myself safe, keep other people safe in that way by like hyper responsibly social distancing, not like a little bit partying or whatever the fuck it was here and there that people were doing. But especially at the beginning when it was like, can I even touch surfaces? Like I started opening doors with my foot and shit, or like the back of my jacket and shoulder. So fuck all this shit. A little mask up, hiding my face. Yeesh. But anyways, let me pull back here.
Conservatives, it is like statistically significant.
Point was on that fucking little yapping tangent that this is a absolute and blatant, like, the impact in the real world of that, like, making it hyper partisan. Politicization, is it? Anyways, it becoming a left-right issue actually fuck people's families up in a way that's like crazy. And then it was disgusting that, like, again, going back to the lack of compassion that people have, like he was talking about a second ago, and how it's super conditional. That whole like dancing on people's graves, like, yeah, you're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. But that's people who are, they're sitting too close to their monitors, in my opinion, and they really need to take a massive step back. Probably like, whether it's therapy or it's meditation, whatever legal and acceptable path you can take to get that detached, we'll call it psychedelic perspective, where you're not caught in your vindictive saltiness for this person and your whatever it is that you're like, you're seeing them as an enemy, and like just to be able to actually empathize and remember that that's a human being and that their loved ones are going to experience the loss and mourning. Like it's not a good day that those people's lives got fucked up. And it's like, if you give a fuck whatsoever about anything in the world, and it's people who sound socially engaged for the most part, so they're pretending to, they're masquerading as if they give a fuck, or they do, but it's just in a resentful way. If you do really give a fuck about like being progressive, social cohesion, and actually like bringing people together to find the optimal solution and move forward, you should want to be better at communicating with the other side of the aisle, so that you don't have this kind of issue where, because people are so fucking oppositional, and in certain situations there's extreme consequences, people's fucking families fall apart.
Significant and somewhat significantly different effect size different between the two groups, and it results in deaths, right?
Boy.
So that's an example of like online discourse, or like parts of these where measles are coming back. This is an example of like online discourse.
Because people have given up on
like only online is like manifesting in ways where people are making measurably different decisions
stepped away in
terms
general
of the
and lost
things
trust.
that they trust. That would be like one example. Yeah, go ahead.
I did not mean to.
What percentage of people got vaccinated in the United States for COVID? Do you know?
Let me check.
Total
percentage of conservative.
He's about to do the conservative split. I don't know about the split for conservative and liberal, but I'm pretty sure in Canada it was like not upwards of 92%, between like 85 and 92%, depending the age. But I'm trying to remember if, because we had like bars they were trying to meet before they were gonna let people out. I'm trying to remember, but regardless, anyways, it was super high for over here at least.
Conservatives versus liberals who got
not just overall.
Yes, yeah.
Well, like
it's like, but I want to know.
Probably very high because at childhood you're mandatory.
COVID vaccination, only.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm checking. Hold on.
Oh,
so I've got 81% of the population received at least one dose.
I think we had at least 2%.
And 70% of the population is considered fully vaccinated.
Okay.
So that's just, I don't know if actually, well, okay, it's from like usafacts.org. I have no idea if that's
shit. Okay. So I was gonna say like, well, what if it was like this, and now I read the numbers and it looks like it is like this. So like,
yeah.
So wait. No. Bad. Oh, hold on. So let me just read this paragraph. Of Americans surveyed from September 13th to 22nd, 72% of adults 18 and older have been vaccinated. Okay. Which seems like an okay number, but contrast these converging figures with disparities based on politics. 90% of Democrats were vaccinated compared to 58% of Republicans.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference. That's significant. That's a big difference in numbers.
It is.
And the thing is that it was so much more like volatile if you were overweight or had whatever comorbidities. And I don't know, I absolutely don't know this, but if there was any amount more like correlation of like if right-wing people happen to be more overweight on average, you're going to get like a cascading fucking effect from it. That's just, it was probably a disaster for them.
So that means almost half of Republicans don't trust like a COVID vaccine.
I am very scared of that. I am.
Wait, did you say over half or almost half? You said almost half, right?
Huge difference. That's significant. That's a big difference in numbers.
Sorry, I heard that right.
It is.
So that means almost half of Republicans don't trust like a COVID vaccine.
I thought I misheard that for a second. All right, yeah.
I am very scared of that. I am that. What you just said terrifies me.
And then also, let me do like just a quick like to drill home like the hyper reality example. Okay, my parents. Okay, my dad has a vaccine injury. Okay, so both my parents were in the Air Force, right? You were this? Or I don't know. Yeah, both my parents were in the Air Force. When my dad was going, I don't know if you know this or not, but when you do basic, or wait, did you?
You get a shit ton of vaccinations.
Yeah, for sure.
His parents have been. He's not a COVID vaccine. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and my dad had an injury, permanent muscle necrosis or death in his deltoid, so he can't really lift his arm above his shoulder well.
Bro, see, and that sounds fucked, but especially like as a guitar player, I'm like, yo, if you fucked my shoulder mobility, or my fucking dentist who's also a guitar player, which this is something that was reported plenty, so I'm not pulling whatever bullshit, but he told me that he developed tinnitus after getting his Pfizer vaccine, which again, like if you look that shit up, was reported however much, or is I believe even just listed as like a potential side effect for it. And I mean, I got it from actually destroying my ears with my headphones at blasting volumes, but if I had left the fucking whatever hospital or the clinic and then like got sick for the day and been like, man, my head hurts and my ears are ringing, and then the ringing never went away, I got, oh my god, and then my arm didn't come up. I'm not saying obviously would have had all these happen to me, but if I had any amount of those things happen to me from the vaccine itself, I would have been so pissed. like not just like, oh, you'll get over it. Like I'm talking life-changing pissed. So that's crazy. Granted, obviously, I don't know about tinnitus. I don't think I ever heard about people getting tinnitus from COVID itself, just from the vaccine, but all the other complications were also happening with the virus itself. I don't know that you can't get tinnitus from the vaccine or from the virus itself, but I don't remember ever hearing that, reports of that.
And he gets paid disability from the Air Force. There's like 40% like disability paycheck as part of.
Now, if you're gonna give me money on a regular basis to have my shoulder kind of fucked up, well, maybe we could talk, but it's probably not worth how much it'll detract from my money making ability with my fucking hands. So anyways,
his retirement pension, right? Despite that, we have always gotten every single shot, no matter what. It's never even been a question. The idea that my mom would have us not getting vaccinated is unfathomable. She would have.
You kind of have to understand and just keep it in perspective that it's just like, got the bad luck of the draw that day, you know, you got the bad roll. But that doesn't mean you never going to ever take, because the benefits so far outweigh the risk, generally speaking, for things that are like FDA approved and normalized in circulation in the population.
I fought you to the death on that. My babies are always getting vaccinated, right? For the COVID vaccine, now that my mom is a full-on Trumbull, et cetera, we had 2 or 3 family members die from COVID. My mom is not COVID vaccinated. She will never get that vaccine because she doesn't trust it. My dad had to for his job, and for a while, my mom would like jokingly stick magnets on my dad to see if they stuck. I don't think she was.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Actually joking. But that's an example, in my mind, that's a really great example of the reality versus the hyper reality. Die for the COVID vaccine, now that my mom is a full-on Trumbull, et cetera, we had 2 or 3 family members die from COVID. My mom is not COVID vaccinated. She will never get that vaccine because she doesn't trust it. My dad had to for his job, and for a while, my mom would like jokingly stick magnets on my dad to see if they stuck. I don't think she was actually joking. But that's an example, in my mind, that's a really great example of the reality versus the hyper reality. The reality was, even when my dad had a vaccine injury, her children all still got vaccinated. But now in this new world she lives in, where the COVID vaccine is more vaccinated, more trusted, more than any other vaccine has ever been done. Like there's like been billions of doses of these. She doesn't trust it because of the new reality that's been spun for her by social media. Like
there's this perception that we have now that, because back then it was like you just didn't have the internet effectively, and so there was no concept of I'm gonna do my own research and get my own perspective on whatever it is. Doesn't know so funny for that? True. Actually, I have like, especially at the beginning, was like, you guys are over 60. It's I'm looking at these graphs and you guys should probably take that shit. And then after a certain while, it was like, I don't know if you guys need to like go keep taking boosters or if it's that threatening, but like they are only obviously gonna keep getting older. So on some level, I'm like, maybe you do, but I don't know. My dad's pretty big on, I think he would go for his flu shot every year anyways, so I think I should ask him if he when the last time he went was, or like if either of them gotten a COVID booster, like when their last ones were. But I guess I have to wonder, like, what are the rates and the threat of it now, because it's been so long. Surely it's not the same variant or like Omicron or the fuck it was, right? But anyways, there's a weird like perception of like the ability to ascertain the truth that we have now, because in a way sometimes we can, but it's also kind of left us in this like semi-uncertain place and hyper skeptical of a lot of things because we get so much like conflicting information or disinformation or whatever the fuck, misinformation, all the different kinds.
That's insane to me. And I could say like, well, it's just my more than any other vaccine.
I gotta make a habit of that, like tap back once or twice so you get that 5 or 10 second lead up after you've hit pause because you've like interrupted a sentence and janked it up.
It has ever been done. Like there's like been billions of doses of these. She doesn't trust it because of the new reality that's been spun for her by social media. Like that's insane to me. And I could say like.
Also, forgive me pausing it again. To be clear, for me at this point in time, it's really not a question of like, oh, do I think that the vaccine's gonna like do some crazy shit to you? No, it's just like I already stopped taking the flu shot just because I don't like needles, and I'm like, if I get the flu, like sick for a couple days, like tough it out, whatever. I'll hate it in the moment, and then I'll be like, oh, this fucking sucks, and I'll have 3 to 7 bad days in a row. Then I'll get back to life, and it'll be what it'll be, and it's over from then. But it really just came down to like, oh, when I look at the graphs and my age range, I don't feel like I'm at threat of the virus, like even of being hospitalized. Again, it'd like be a bad week if I get it. Just like if I catch the flu or whatever the fuck, it'll be a bad time. But when it first came out, when COVID first dropped, 1.0, it was like Resident Evil kind of fear. Like, holy shit, can I even touch the door? They have to sanitize every surface. Like, that shit was, we're treating it like the fucking plague because we didn't know what we were up against. But it's just like, I think a lot of the anxiety died down after a while when you realize that there are vulnerable individuals or like demographics of people. But I don't think I fall into that generally at this point in time. So the anxiety is too low on the outcomes of the virus, like, or of like contracting it, that I don't feel incentivized enough or driven. And also the whole like realizing that if I catch it, I can, like, I live alone, so I'll stay here by myself, not infect anybody else, and then have antibodies from it. It's like at that point I'm taking like the painful route to the same result of ending up vaccinated. And same result, technically it's a more complex immunity because you're actually engaged with the living virus. Although, yeah, the cost is probably higher on your health. You're gonna wear out some of your fucking HP trying to get that like premium edition firewall for the future proofing, but anyways, I'm fucking yapping.
More trusted, more than any other vaccine has ever been done. Like there's like been billions of doses of these. She doesn't trust it because of the new reality that's been spun for her by social media. Like that's insane to me. And I could say like, well, it's just my parents are especially crazy. But then I like just reading from this thing, just looking at this, like 58% of Republicans trust this vaccine. That's wild.
Yeah, so a couple of things on this. The first thing is I think you're absolutely right on the inference of like. Let me just ask one more question before I say this.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you believe that this whole phenomenon was propagated and started
also
online?
Nick, good to see you. I don't know if I said hello when you popped in.
Online misinformation was what led.
Assuming you popped in with the raid, I should say. I don't know if I saw your name in chat
type
yet,
of
but,
like just sort of like feeling
how's
of
it
like,
going,
well, goddamn, I don't trust that damn COVID vaccine. I heard from my cousin's sister that ain't good. Like,
we can get into it. We can get into it more if you want to, but in my opinion, the online world creates a unique reality that has never existed before. So yeah, I think the online has significantly and uniquely contributed to this. Probably maybe in a way that radio or newspapers or letters did in the past, but uniquely different. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, and the fact that this like technical or digital world is truly like symbiotic and simultaneous to the real world. It used to be relatively separate and like only the unhinged and crazies were there, and then in real life you just dealt with normal people because you're at your regular fucking day job. But eventually, like, we reached global saturation, and everyone's in the fucking Matrix now, man. And I don't mean like the Sneeko Matrix, although maybe accidentally I'm using a similar metaphor. I just don't believe in his perspective of what the Matrix is.
Just trust that. And so if we go with that, then I totally accept that instance of online reality imprinting over into the world in the negative. And that worries me a great deal.
Definitely.
I don't know that exemplifies, that encapsulates the idea that the entire online that like what you suggested, which is like that we basically are like that like the online reality is like the astral plane, where like it's just layered over on top of us, and we're one-to-one with it, and there's like nothing we can do to get out. Like that doesn't seem to be the case to me.
Okay, I would hope not, but I feel like that's constantly the direction we're going in. That the online world is more real than the real world. That's what I think a lot of people are starting to see. Yeah.
And this actually kind of goes full circle, and I'm glad we're back.
And in a lot of ways, sorry for coughing in the mic like that. In a lot of ways, the real world is like, the online world is, while being like a hyper reality because of how it's like selected and then amplified, it's still all derivative of our kind of IRL experience, or things that are happening within the culture that people are highlighting and going, yo, what the fuck? So I don't know, it's hard to say. Also, lol 420 message, you followed after the last raid. Oh, have you followed after the last raid? Started watching once. Oh, right on. Yeah, no, I maybe figured or assumed that it might have been within the bunch that popped over, but I'm glad to see you've been chilling. I appreciate you, yo.
Back here, what I'm trying to tell you,
catching the rest of that Dragon Ball. Oh, I was supposed to be pushing the story forward, but to be fair, I can like, do the react and like do some game chores in the meantime. Have I done? No. After I finish Cell, I'm gonna. It's like I think perfect timing to go over and do the first 3 DLCs basically, or at least the History of Trunks one. I kind of feel like, man, I might as well do Bardock 2 at that point, just because. I mean, I should have done that one out with like Frieza, but I didn't realize. Someone was telling me, I'm forgetting right now, forgive my shitty memory, but someone was telling me in chat yesterday, oh, it might have been Ricolas. Anyways, that you get the, I think it was, that you get the fucking, the medallions for completing that shit. So I can like put them on the community board, and I forgot to do it off stream, but I'll do it maybe tonight. I gotta feed them a bunch of gifts and stuff to like boost the stat benefits. But instead of leaving all of them till the very end of the game, I might as well have those medallions throughout some of the playthrough. But I've only purchased 3 of the DLCs, so I think the Trunks one works perfectly with this, because it's like the Android Saga where he fucking shows up. So we'll go after and do that. Like I said, Bardock would have been good to do during the Frieza Saga, but whatever. I fucking didn't put 2 and 2 together yet. And I'm forgetting what the third one is. Oh, I think it's like them going Super Saiyan Blue. Awakening a new power or something like this. So I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll do that at the end, although whatever medallions like I was just yapping about would be cool to do earlier. I'd rather maybe not fuck with, because that's canon, it's just after, right? So yeah, I feel like doing the Trunks things paired together then would be good, and then whatever, we'll call it another trip through time, because it's really a flashback to Bardock. And then if it is Super Saiyan Blue, and I'm pretty sure it is, and I'm forgetting, I'll leave that for the end, I think, just because fuck it. Titis. And I need to buy the rest of the DLC, but I'm not super keen to spend like $50+ more on this game while I have so much other backlog stuff. And I'm kind of doing this nostalgic playthrough with the English voices and Faulconer soundtrack, because Akira Toriyama died. So since my first playthrough, which I didn't finish, stopped right at the Buu Saga, but I was playing in Japanese, I might do this with 3 DLCs and then like go pick up from the Buu Saga or whatever, play that in Japanese. I maybe do that part off stream. Maybe I could do it on stream, just because if I'm going to spend those hours playing a video game, I should probably be live, but whatever. I'll figure that shit out. Regardless, the point is I'll maybe re-experience the end of the game in Japanese, and then swap over and do the last 3 DLCs as like a revisit to the game in a few months, maybe after I finish a couple other games on the backlog, you know. At least fucking Zelda, but you know, yeah. So because I'm already like, I feel a certain way that when Vegito comes out, he's gonna be like, all right, instead of being like, Yosha. I need that Yosha, bro. That shit is like perfection. That is perfection. I actually have it deactivated. I'm pretty sure that was my very first choice of a sound clip for an alert notification, to get like a new follow or a fucking sub or whatever it was. But anyways, I actually, now that I think about it, need to use the clip from Dragon Ball Fighters instead of the shitty GIF that I first had, and grab that shit and use it, a proper voice clip of it. Anyways, fucking Yapperino mode right now.
I think there's a pendulum that is running back the other way of people that are sick of that. What I'm trying to tell, and what I'm, and this actually kind of goes full circle, and I'm glad we're back here. What I'm trying to tell you is, I think there's a pendulum that is running back the other way of people that are sick of that.
What's the? But wait, who? Where can I see this at? If I'm looking for
in the uptick of subscriptions to legit podcasts that are following empirical data, in the uptick of newsletters, the uptick of like faith in like media, like Ground News, right, which is I believe a sponsor of yours, right? and the uptick of those.
Yeah,
things,
but
like,
again, even
that's
for that,
where
I
that
think
stuff
it's
is.
Yeah, but I think it's the
and the dissolution. Wait, sorry, the dissolution of traditional media. The examples that we use, the traditional media is falling off a cliff, right? Like I think people are getting tired of that bullshit, and that as we see more like AI and stuff like come in and Sora come in and things like that, people be like, "Fuck, I just want to."
I disagree. They're saying the words that you're saying, but I don't know if they believe the things that you're purporting. So somebody will say like this, I'm the best example of this. Somebody will say, I love Destiny. He's like such a truth sayer. I really agree with a lot of what he says. You go, oh, like, well, with what? And people, and I've watched people say this, they'll say things like, Destiny was like so right on Rittenhouse, and Destiny is so correct when he looks at like Israel-Palestine, and I really like how he holds the far left to account, but he really misses the mark when he talks about Trump. I think he has Trump derangement syndrome, and he's like super off. Like for some reason,
to be clear, without going super far into it, I've definitely found myself being like, yeah, he's probably right on this shit, but like he's frustrated because he had to deal with so many like actual full out COVID retards, where I'm like, actually no, I think I've seen him dealing with other people where it's like, as long as you just kind of are honest about it, and you're just like, yeah, I just like felt kind of iffy about this shit, and I hate needles, I didn't want to take that shit, instead of like making a whole big fucking deal out of it, or nonsense and or conspiracies. Might still be like, I think you're fucking retarded for not taking the vaccine, or like a bitch. But yeah, it's like, even though I felt enough ways differently than him that I wasn't inclined to go get it, my point is, I'm not like looking for him to just say the thing that confirms my perspective, makes me feel good about it, because if anything, it's like, it's gonna think I'm fucking retarded, but hey, it is what it is, man.
He's really critical.
He's probably right, and like approaching it in a more correct, whatever fashion or perspective.
Government, when they fuck up in terms of like, he'll talk about like structural disadvantages sometimes, but damn, he like believes the government when it comes to like the FDA and Fauci, and like sometimes he's really, really smart when he pushes against like DEI and like affirmative action and shit, but then he'll say like really weird things like the illegal immigration is a problem. So like people will have these really strong opinions, like, I love Destiny because he's a truth sayer, he's really logical and valid, but they don't actually mean that. What they mean is they really like it when I support the things that they like, because when I do it, it's really good because of the way that I back up and research my things. But as soon as I step outside of the things that they like, I'm like, oh god, he's got derangement syndrome on this thing. And it's interesting. It's like, you've heard of the gentleman amnesia thing, right? Where a guy basically, a guy reads a paper, believes it's on page 1, 2, 3, 4, gets to page 5. He's an architectural engineer, and he reads an article on the bridge, and he's like, oh my god, everything they're saying is wrong and stupid. I know exactly what they're talking about. It's totally wrong. And then when he flips the page, he believes everything he reads on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Yeah. Okay. So it's the same thing with me, where people will look at me and they're like, God, I agree with all these things that Destiny says, and it's so cool, and I like his thought process for this. But then as soon as it switches to a topic where they disagree with my conclusion, all of a sudden I'm a sellout, I'm bought and paid for, like I have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm engaged in propaganda. Yeah, and it's like, I don't even know how many people watch.
That's kind of a feels good in a sense moment, just whatever, in the back of my mind. It's like, not to say, it doesn't really vindicate anything specific, but in a way it's reinforcing what I was saying before about just being weird in a lot of ways, or specifically independent minded and not like looking for that confirmation bias. It's just it's pleasing to not fit that description, or to not feel like I fit that description. Guess I could be wrong about that perception, but yeah, because there's certain moments where like someone describes something, whether it's themselves or like a type of person, and you're like, oh yeah, that's me. And even like the smoking weed thing, like, it doesn't speak of it in any kind of good way. It's like, if you're like this, you need to not fucking be like this. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's definitely me. Like, too much all the time. But yeah, so I feel like I'm pretty honest with myself about everything, enough so that I can identify when the description actually maps on to who I am as a person, or like one of my negative, like my weaknesses or, you know, inadequacies that need to be addressed in some way. But anyways, yeah. Oh, the freeze frame on his face, that's fucking
to me, for like
that's
past the aesthetic of truth
unintended.
versus like, yeah.
So you're saying that they don't actually purport to follow? They say that they're going to follow the value of like.
Oh, I need to see if I have the right
only
spirit bomb
so
now.
far as they can throw you. There's only
That's what I
so
wanted
far
to
as they can
test.
get the
Excuse
ideas.
me, is this a
that
drone?
You are saying,
Hold on.
and that they agree with.
Correct.
Innately.
So in some
well, then
ways,
how do people change their opinions at all ever?
I think it has to do with like I think it's a slow process over time, and it has to do with like the social groups that they're a part of. And I think that's why the internet has been really harmful, is because we.
That's why I also point out the independent-minded thing, and it can, I don't want to say cost me socially, because I also feel like hyper capable in the social, whatever it is, like fluency, and being in like a lot of different realms and just getting along with people very well. But speaking of the people that canceled me earlier, or that I referenced that canceled me earlier in the night, it was really the idea that I would say something that goes so against what's acceptable in that group. And so people, for self-preservation or whatever it is, having a place to belong, will avoid going against the grain because they'll get pushed out of the group because they make people uncomfortable or whatever the fuck it is, or offend them. It was a form of discomfort. But yeah, anyway, so it's like I'm lucky that I can just have such ridiculous overall dreams or ambitions that it's like I'll never have enough time to actually reach them. So I can, if I want, just spend infinite time by myself doing those things, playing the guitar, trying to edit, create videos, type of stuff. What would end up becoming learning to do game design and all this. It's just like actually infinite different things that there's not enough time in a day to do. And fucking streaming, yeah, it's just whatever. That, and then also I think because I don't have a hyper dependency on any particular group to feel like I need them to get my social fix or to feel like I have a place that I belong. I don't know. I feel like my mom's also like that. It might be although my parents both, because they fucking had to escape the Middle East and shit, like in a way they were forced into an environment where they weren't going to have the amount of like just extreme social excess that was available to me growing up here.
We can choose to.
So regardless, I feel completely like free from any kind of like trappings of having to say the thing. That doesn't mean that I won't necessarily like read the room, right? And like I don't need to say everything that I've ever thought or like push people's button every time I have like a conflicting idea with someone. But I won't adopt anyone else's beliefs to fit in or to like be accepted and things like that.
Too carefully our social groups instead of being forced to do with like I think it's a slow process over time, and it has to do with like the social groups that they're a part of. And I think that's why the internet has been really harmful, is because we can choose too carefully our social groups instead of being forced to deal with the people around you and have to come to terms.
This
with
is your
different
fuck toasters example, right? Isn't
yeah, that now we've got the ability to self-select at way too high of a level online, and it's ruining our ability to deal with different people. And it's only getting, I feel like it's getting worse and worse. But yeah.
And you see that as a one-to-one crossover into the real world, that like basically it's so bad that like almost all human behavior in the real world is influenced by online
because that was a
that's what it's starting to feel like. Like how many people are scared? How many people are scared of like trans people in the bathrooms raping kids? Like has this ever happened?
There's a lot.
I think it's a big driver for a lot of policy and votes and people have the feeling of it. Go ahead.
This is where we disagree. It's like I just don't think that the vast majority of these like political. I could be completely fucking wrong, but like. If you, and I hate using anecdotes. I've been trying not to use anecdotes in this conversation, but I'm going to use one.
That's fine.
Which is like, how often, maybe you, in your like debate sphere and like kind of how you travel and the space you're in, but how many people, like I've never heard, and I'm in fucking Texas. I'm in like backwater Dallas. I have never heard somebody be like, hey, I don't know about them gays. They might have the opinion. They might.
That is honestly one of those things where when I supported the protests that were against the the vaccine passport thing. I was just like, yo, this passport shit's cringe. I think it should be completely widely available. I think you should encourage every fucking person who's within a like demographic of concern, or if you just want to, if you like live with your grandparents, like all this type of shit. Everyone do your thing. I was not for the passport, and I hated people's like arrogance about like, oh, it's just the same as before. No, it's not, motherfucker. Or else we would be talking about it. Like, shut the fuck up. We wouldn't be having this segregation type of situation. But hold up, one sec.
They're like Texas. I'm in like backwater Dallas. I have never heard.
Right, and they were saying to me that they were like, oh, you know, it's worrying because, you know, if there's one Nazi at the table, and that means, and whatever, one Nazi comes and sits at the table, then everyone at the table is a fucking Nazi, some bullshit like that. You've heard the fucking saying. But for the protest, there was like one or two, and I mean one or two, swastika flags, which could have been a statement about Trudeau being like a dictator, or it could have been them being like, you know, dog whistle signaling to their squad. I don't fucking know. But they took that, and they took this like those two out of like thousands of fucking people, and they're like, yeah, it's fucking a Nazi movement, man, and like, you know, the right wing extremists. I'm like, bro, it's just people that are like, this is fucking whack. I'm not down with this like massive shift. It's gonna be 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and all of a sudden there's this whole new passport structure that's just feels not good, man. It feels not. And we didn't have any of the systems that were in place in either other places in Canada or in the States, where you could go to one of the testing clinics, which were available and free, but if you got the negative result at like noon that day, in a lot of places you'd get like 72-hour pass, maybe 48, and even in here I was like, if you just give me like 24 hours so I can go like that morning and then go to a concert that night, I just need it for like that day, and I'll go back to doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. And I get it if you want to be like, oh, we can't like waste the resources on letting you were already letting people come and get tested, and there was just big ass lines all the time. Or you could go into any drugstore, like that shit was infinitely available, so I don't give a fuck about that. And it's like, I never went and wasted your resources one time because I wasn't gonna get anything from it. I never needed to check if I had it, basically. But yeah, so the fact that people were like talking to me with concern about like being a Nazi sympathizer and shit, I was like, you're fucking ridiculous. I have not. You've never met a Nazi, and I would say I've never met one, but there's one time where I was apartment hunting, and this is like comical. I walked in and this place had like flags on every wall that were just red flags with the swastika in the middle, like this is the white circle with the black swastika, and it was just like draped on the pillar, and I looked around. It was like Ace Ventura in the scene where there's just like the wall of dead animal heads that are hung up, and I'm like, because it's like, this apartment's like a dope place where I can play music and whatever the fuck, but is this guy about to kill me? Like, what's happening right now? And he was just like, oh, I'm just like really into world history, and I was like, oh, okay. Or I might have said World War II history or something like that, but I was like, I don't believe you. Or whatever version of that you're into, you're crazy. I would, if anything, that guy's been leading the underground movement based on how he lived. It was like how I have like video games and music everywhere, but it was just swastikas. It was fucking crazy. But anyways, the point is, you don't like know these people. There's like 12 of them. Okay, that's basically what I'm trying to say. There's 12 Nazis in all of Canada. So it was frustrating that people were trying to dismiss the whole ass fucking, I'll call it movement in that case, because it became the whole like trucker thing at a certain point. But anyways, and I get it. They're like, oh, but this like these two organizers who wrote the thing. I don't give a fuck. You see what these thousands of people are asking for? No passport. That's it. There's no racial stuff. There's no this or that. There's no nothing. I don't give a fuck about those people that are coming from America with their fucking whatever their point is. Don't give a shit. Just stick to it. But I'm using that example there to also say that I don't hear. It's like it's 2024. Homophobia is like, it's like using the hard R in public. Like, you'd be insane to do that shit if you're just like openly shitty or toxic, or like use F slurs at gay people or something like that. Like, all the chicks are just gonna look at you like, bro, what the fuck's wrong with you? You ain't gonna get no pussy. Like, Actually, that's the best. That's the best like mechanism for shifting the population. It's like, if no chick will fuck you if you hold this position, you gotta be one hard-headed motherfucker to maintain that position. Cause, well, to be fair, they could just lie to women to like, sneak their way into bed basically. But outside of deceiving them, right? To actually like be that person. So point is that like homophobia, I don't think there's many chicks. I mean, I guess I should be more globally aware. Chicks, like I was saying before, that are in the artist musician world, which is where I spend a lot of my social time, would just think you're just the like revolting, gross person. I remember now and realize that, no disrespect to her in referencing it, but like Angela, when Destiny met her on Fresh and Fit at first, probably had no problem if you were dropping F slurs on motherfuckers, because she was dropping F slurs on motherfuckers. So there's a certain kind of, whether it's like, call it fucking ratchet or hood, I don't know, or just like the Miami kind of hyper feminine plus hyper masculine red pill, basically red pill shit. If you're like red pill, you don't give a fuck if someone's homophobic. But I don't hang out with red pill people in my real life, so yeah. Point is that like dealing with actual Nazis, dealing with actual homophobes, you're like, where are these people? It's just a bunch of like liberals that are like, can we like chill? It's getting annoying, the activism's it's a little exhausting at this point. And yes, us being tired is a justified complaint, because it's the approach and it's the way, it's whatever. It's just the culture. They're like, the future is female, culture's gay as fuck, the future is feminine and female. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's a woman's world, and it's a gay world. So like, don't worry, like y'all won, right? The culture warriors won. Relax. But anyways, I'll let Devin get back to his point. What? Get back real quick? Yeah. Hello, play?
And I'm in fucking Texas. I'm in like backwater Dallas. I have never heard somebody be like, hey, I don't know about them gays. They might have the opinion. They might like, or they trans people or whatever. But it doesn't come out in practice in like daily life. And in the exact same way that you said, I don't think you would find a person who actually knows somebody that has been killed by the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, you wouldn't, but they would still feel it. That you should ask them sometime. You should say, like, oh, just curious, what are your thoughts on this? That might, because how often does like a conversation of a gay or trans person bathroom even come up, right? You might not have any idea.
But that's kind of the point, is that like in our actual society, everyone's just kind of trying to get by. And like people are going to work, coming back, and like there's sort of this like surface level conversation about these.
I want to say that that's true, and for the majority, I imagine it probably almost definitely is. But I remember this from working my labor job, because everyone's so plugged into what's online, and you end up adding your coworkers. At the time, it was like Facebook and shit and Instagram. But you end up like connecting to some of your coworkers just because, like, I mean, in my line of work at the time, it was like gig work, so you could just get a DM from someone like, yo, we need more hands on this job, and then you go out and have like a 2-day contract or whatever the fuck it is. So it was actually just really useful to actually connect to colleagues and all this. But hold up one sec.
These things, and like people are going to work, coming back, and like
yeah, we would stop at like lunchtime, and from the people that are 50-ish and like veterans in it, down to whatever newer guys that are 20 or even 19 and up, and everything in between, everyone's kind of aware of this pronoun stuff and Jordan Peterson, or this crazy shit, and Trump and blah blah blah, and man, these liberals, and whatever the fuck. Especially it's like a combination of more conservative views, because it was like a bunch of dudes doing labor, but then it's still 2020 whatever, so you got, or I guess at the time committed in the 2010s as well, but a handful of women on the team. I mean, one, because it's a male dominant thing, but like it's labor as well. And then even that, like, there's a handful of women that are on labor that we'd have to like sometimes overcompensate for, but they were all cool, or like mostly cool. And some of them, knowing that it was just like, fuck doing the labor, I'm literally physically just not built for that shit, they would put in a little bit extra work, to get their certifications, to become a person who could lead the team, so they don't have to actually break their back, and they can get basically order us around and get us to do shit, right? But the point is that when you stop for lunch, there's a lot of people that would be talking about this kind of culture war stuff. And I think, I started working that job in 2016. So this is all in like a Trump during and post-Trump world, or like post-Trump getting elected, we'll just say. So fuck yeah, it has permeated into the world of the normie, and in a way, like a normie is almost defined as someone who just stays relentlessly out of touch with all that is internet culture or culture war related to bullshit. When you reference like Steven Crowder or something, like I have no idea who that is. It's like, oh dude, sick. You've just dodged the whole fucking thing. I think the change my mind meme probably, but still, if they just like, oh, I recognize the meme, like when you recognize a song but you don't know who the singer is, if they just like don't know the name, they're like actually out of the matrix. Like, nice, dude, nice.
There's sort of this like surface level conversation about these things, but actionably it's not influencing us, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, when we vote, we're voting on the reality thing is real though, and that's impacting the whole country and everything we do.
What I'm
right?
saying is like if I were to see this, I would expect in the trans example, okay, that in Texas I would be going into stores quite regularly and people would be like, no trans, you can't come in here, and I'm sure you'd be able to go find a sign that says that on Reddit, because I've even seen that on Reddit where I've seen like no trans people allowed, nothing like that, no Chinese people allowed, like kung fu, whatever. I've never seen that, and I've never known.
I remember when I lived in Huntington.
Like you said before, the reason Trump won is because kung flu was fucking hilarious. The fact that he said the kung flu, it's like this guy's got fucking bars. Let's go.
Beach. I feel like I saw a restaurant that I was like a walking distance from where they had a sign that said, I don't remember if it said no vaccinations or it might have said no masks allowed. I think it was during COVID they had that sign outside. They're like, no masks allowed. It was something really retarded.
And
this
like
might have gone on the news even, but I lived in Huntington Beach near this place. Like, I mean, you might not see it as overtly, but even if you don't, and I think in some places you do, but even if you don't, like people are voting based on those feelings and people are navigating reality based on those feelings. They might not have an opinion that you know about, but they might still think it, right?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to separate is, do you think that you do think those opinions are influencing our actual reality, that our day-to-day life as we go on, those opinions are being influenced? Like, if
yes.
So okay, so let's just use an example. How let's say that Republicans, you said there were like 70% of Republicans think that like 30% of people are trans or something like that.
Yeah.
Or let's just go with an arbitrary. It doesn't matter. How does that directly influence like what's happening in real life?
It's going to depend on it's going to depend on your engagement. Like if you've got kids, well, now it's going to come up, and every single time you go to a school board meeting and you find out your kid is learning something in class. So over COVID, when for the first time ever parents were probably looking at the tuition, or not the tuition, the curriculum that their kids were actually going through. Now all of a sudden parents have huge opinions on what's appropriate in terms of like class, and then you see school boards, and then you see entire.
Also, to be fair, like there's probably a correlation between like COVID causing parents to become more involved or focused on like what's in the curriculum, but it is just the new shit that was added, right? Like, I don't think they were super upset with like, oh, they're teaching them the history of the country that we live in, or like the world wars. Not super contentious. It's just sort of like history, so that they're generally aware. Or have like basic knowledge or functional knowledge, like mathematics or language or whatever the fuck it is. These were not shifts in the way that we perceived, operated, and like moved through the world, which actually we're having this kind of, there's a bit of back and forth in Gen Chat where Kelly was saying that like there's no such thing as a trans ideology, and I was saying that it's like basically gender ideology but with a few extra details. And so like the shifting pronouns effectively to become like optionable and choosable tags, and then what it means to either like be and feel like the thing, to then inherit that or to perform it, to whatever the fuck. This is all blatantly different from the 90s and I'd say 2000 to 2010, and then that really started to kick off, because up to 2010 it was still all just like male versus female dynamics, and we used the words man and woman, but those at that point still were synonymous, even if it was like technically within the niche of the few that were in the know, but it wasn't a worldwide or population-wide national fucking conversation, which there still isn't a consensus, although that line is drawn effectively between the left and right. So anyways, the reason that parents are having issues with it, although they might have had issues with like what are they including in sex ed before, it was super fucking basic. At most they would be like, I don't want my kid watching the video where the woman gives birth, but it's not like they're talking about anal, because we realize that there's like a normalization with LGBT stuff, and then that's maybe going to be the approach, or that kids, because they're experimenting from porn, are going to be doing this type of shit, and blah 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 blah, no pun intended. So that's, I think, regardless of COVID, if COVID wasn't there and you still could get that in front of the parents versus what the curriculum was before, which was padded with shit, and they're adjusting it now to again be more functional, teaching kids taxes and all this. Like, parents were just like, there was nothing to feel contentious about. It was like, oh, they're learning basic chemistry, basic biology, which there's nothing really contentious about it. Fucking maybe you took physics and shit like this, I don't know. Some of that stuff was optional as you got a little older, of course, or like as it became specialized after like the general sciences up to grade 10 or whatever you had in your region. But there was no ideological things. And if there was, it was like an opt-in if you were in a public school, for any kind of like religion, or if you sent your kid to a religious school, it was obviously, again, like, that's your fucking intention on the front end. So but anyways, we'll get back to where we're at here.
States, in the case of Florida, sometimes passing like curriculum regulations on like, can you teach gay authors? Like, that would be one example of it manifesting, because I think it's like a corruption. Yeah,
that's, again, it's like all these changes are coming from the like political dynamic. They're not like structural thing where it's just like, we want you to be able to articulate yourself well, better than this motherfucker, and like actually dissect an idea, and to be able to read, comprehend, and to be able to articulate and express yourself well. So there's, though, again, I just know that with the English language, obviously, that then we'll touch on how people are choosing language for this ideological shit. But anyways, if it's again just language, like, these are classic literature that we think are like, have a lot of lessons and morals and good, like, well done writing, so that we can show them an example of this type of thing. Again, there's no contention in that, because people, like, I would imagine, we're leaving their politics out of the classroom, similar to how you want to leave your religion out of politics. So I think there was just these like separations and disconnections that I guess got blurred together.
And going on of their children, or like how many people are losing their fucking minds over the drag like reading hours and shit, like stuff that, like, I don't know if anybody would have given. Like, bro, I grew up in a Christian Catholic, I grew up in a Catholic household. If there was like some guy that dressed up as a woman and like I think my mom would look at it as like, that's kind of weird, right? But if they were like reading books, I don't even know if my parents would have given a fuck. Right? Like, you wouldn't even think twice about, like, who the fuck cares? But now it's like
I don't know, but I kind of feel like people in general would have freaked out in like the 90s, like, what the fuck is happening right now? And how long have I been streaming for? Short answer is that technically I probably started going live in like 2017, but elaborated answer is that I obviously haven't been ever consistent with it. I'm not doing like 8 hours a day or anything like this. Obviously, not having a following means it's unsustainable to do that way, because the ROI is unreasonable and non-existent effectively. But the longer term game plan would be produce videos like some of the music stuff that I've been doing, or like gaming related videos, different dynamics, whether it's reviews, whether it's just like opinion pieces or like reactions and things like this. Build up the audiences through YouTube and Instagram, whatever, TikTok, all these platforms, to gain an audience through like pre-recorded and edited content, because the discoverability on like Twitch is terrible, or like live streaming in general, but Twitch and Kick live streaming or discoverability is dog shit. So yeah, the game plan would be like build the repertoire of content, build the audience, and then at a certain point where it's feasible, because large enough number of people would be there and a large enough like expectation of donations would eventually be there, right? And I also, when I say expectation, it's like as in observation of a pattern. It's always will be and always has been my like perspective or philosophy, and it's whatever, but that like any and all is appreciated but never obligated, right? So when I say expectation, it's never like you guys fucking have to like pay me this much or whatever the fuck it is. And God, I hope I never put up a bar that just says like rent or whatever on it. Like I hope I'm never in that situation, because something just feels weird about that. Like, do your thing, make your money, and then like sort out your bills. But whatever. I also like don't want to like cast judgment. In a way, they're just putting a tag and being honest about like, well, that money's gonna end up going on my bills. But part of it feels like potentially manipulative, that you're like I'm gonna lose my fucking house, man. Like that kind of what the goal is not becoming homeless and quitting forever. All right, it's quite a no goal. But anyways, so like I said, the short answer to your question is 2017 is I think when I started, because it was like moved to this apartment and started to get into doing shit with like OBS and watching streams more. I had started before, to be fair, but started watching before, but like more invested or like joining Discord communities and stuff like that as of like 2017, I think. Maybe even because I had my Discord actually from like 2015, but I was playing Overwatch and shit in my old apartment. Like I said, like watching a bit of Twitch. Actually, yeah. So one of my friends who's been streaming for a really, really long time was doing it, but I don't think I ever streamed from my apartment before any of my apartments before this one. But as I already did say one time, never super consistent. Though I do plan to change that as it becomes more feasible or viable, and with like honestly like getting raids from someone like Justical who has that mass of people. Obviously there's a certain percent of them that might be in like DGG, and a bunch are gonna be like, alright, fuck this shit, whole mega lol is this bitch. But regardless, it's just like there's a substantial amount of like dramatic impact on my ability to like poke out from being a 0 or 1 or 2 viewer Andy, which depending on what time of day isn't, it's not always like gonna be that low, but because I'm trying to do music shit during the day or like the things that are louder and then stream later at night, it kind of fucks with a lot of my like would-be audience, I guess. But again, it's just like super inefficient way to get discovered. So people's support like his in that way are a massive help. But obviously, again, one, I don't want to be relying on anyone else's fucking community, and two, it's not going to be enough. Granted, it's again like it has multiple dimensions of benefit to it that make it fucking invaluable. I just have to really get my workflow smooth enough so that it's consistent in terms of releasing things on, I would say, both channels, but at this point it's kind of 3. Chill Goku, music shit, gaming shit, and then I guess it would be like react / I don't say debate, because I'm not probably educated enough to debate on too much, but conversations, I guess it might be. If I get the workflow of putting out all this content, and also like editing my own shorts or whatever, doing fucking everything all the time, everywhere, all at once, then hopefully I'll be able to make streaming part of like not necessarily every day, but like almost every day, and eventually, yeah, sure, go like full time with it. Although full time, I'd say like combination streaming and you know, content creation, as in VOD making, all the way from music and like live performing shit up to like I said, React or gaming type of stuff. Yeah, I would like, because when you say how long you've been streaming for, or been a streamer for rather, it's sort of like how I wouldn't really call myself a musician anymore because I haven't been performing for years. I was an active like performing musician for whatever 7-8 years ish, and obviously it's still like my part of my personality, or like who I am as a guitar player and shit in my mind at least, and in practice too, but not in like profession, right? So like professional streamer, still not one, but at least as a hobbyist, yeah, that's maybe the concise way I finally found to articulate this. At least been a hobbyist for like fucking 7-ish years, and like refining my like having this super giga whoopsie. Hold on. Oh, I pressed 0 on the amazing. Hold up, whatever. I'll leave this here for 1 second as I shift through this. It's like, and pop this back in here. A million different kinds of overlays that over time I've just been kind of developing what would be the quote unquote ultimate setup to have these different dynamics of chats in the corners or along the sides, and you know, if I'm playing the game's the focus, or maybe the reactor's the focus, and I'm just like doing bullshit tasks in the background. If both of them are important or interesting, try and get some balance. And then if there's no react, you know, and I also have the widgets for like whatever, Twitch donations, new follower, new sub, bits, cash, whatever the fuck. But now that I'm kind of moving to also doing YouTube and Kick, I don't know, those might need to be changed, or like I can stick multiple different fucking, I guess, goals in there, right? And anyways, it's just stylized as fuck though, with like the Zelda borders, the fucking Zelda 1 plus Breath of the Wild, and I mean the moving borders are also from Breath of the Wild, but the Smash Bros thing along the bottom, Final Fantasy frames for like the camera here, the would-be react or like the music shit, which it's like I got another YouTube window over here being captured aside from my like react capture shit on this side, so I can get those background tunes in there if you need them, you know, real quick, whether that's to BRB or just to like supplement in behind. But anyways, so that's like why you might wonder for someone who doesn't stream that much or wouldn't consider himself a professional or a full-time streamer, why there's this much bullshit. Oh yeah, and normally my dono bar fills up the magic bar there if I have a specific goal in mind for a dono that currently isn't tagged. And if I get subs on Twitch, my health bar up here will fill up 1 heart at a time, which is like something I was planning to do for such a long time, and then finally got around to setting it up. But anyways, there's little things here and there that aren't quite perfect, but overall I'm pretty fucking satisfied. It's just it's obnoxious as fuck in a lot of ways, and I imagine it's like it's not people's style in terms of what you expect from the norm. Even Destiny recently changed it and was saying like, yeah, people need to shut the fuck up and just get used to, like, give it 2 weeks to adjust to the new style and get used to it, learn to accept it. But I think it was a more simplified style because like he got rid of the frame around his camera that has like Destiny in the corner, and it's like just the camera just cuts off. Huiman's has it, or it's just border. I mean, most people, although this is something I feel I've seen for the majority of people, I think just slap the camera on top in the corner. And even high-end, super popular people, super rich people, super whatever, it's like, I don't know. Like Asmongold, for example, just throws the fucking camera over in the corner, and that's fine. I totally get that. But like, if I'm on this one, I can move this whole thing. Oh, I want to move this. Yeah, okay, you're like covering something you don't cover. Fine. But I just, having that little Final Fantasy border around it makes it so much less shit for me, for my autism, you know? The sound waves thing, I understand, is a bit much. That's like I recently found a bunch of like scripts and plugins and shit and just went overboard as fuck. But it also helps to remind me if I ever mute myself and I start yapping, because I don't have it monitoring in the headphones. So I'll just see that there's nothing there and go, oh shit. Stupid. Anyways. He asked me one simple question. That's why I gave the TLDR first with the 2017 answer. So I was like, I'm a fucking yap for a hot
It's a massive
minute.
increase.
Oh yeah, and then I fucking janked this by pressing 0 while I was on the window. Fuck me while I get back.
I'm in Texas now. Okay, I got a lot of people like that I do
Okay,
this.
I think we're close.
Making decisions and changing the way.
COVID deaths.
So like, one of these might be that we have like crazy people that say crazy things, and it's politics.
Research on like better angels of our nature, right? You'd see things like crime rates are going down overall, not up. Obesity, what?
Yeah, a lot of poverty.
During the, I don't know how you feel about COVID, so I'm trying to.
Okay, we're a bit before it.
United States for COVID, you know?
Let me check.
Oh wow, we're a bunch before it. Shit.
I am very scared of that.
Almost 50%.
She would have fought you to the death on that. My babies are
Not
always getting
vaccinated.
vaccinated, right? For the COVID vaccine, and I could say like, well, it's just my parents are especially crazy. But then I like just reading from this thing, just looking at this, like 58% of Republicans trust this vaccine. That's wild.
Okay, I think
versus
roughly
my dad
where we
had to for his job. It was even when my dad had a vaccine injury, her children all still got for her. But then I like just reading from this thing, just looking at this, like 58% of Republicans trust this vaccine. That's wild.
Yeah, so a couple things on this.
Hitting that one,
the first thing is, I think you're...
There's one issue that I have here, that as much as I have like a bunch of hotkeys to set this shit up, and then even like changing, if I swap to Twitch or if I swap to Kick, I can like hit a tab so that the thing that's currently getting the like the YouTube title and the channel name and the icon will swap over. Here, I'll just see if I can do this real fast with like pull up fucking thing. Oh, went to my own channel. I guess that makes sense. So let's say go to fucking Maximilian, dude, and you're like, oh, that shit doesn't line up anymore, right? Because I designed it for fucking YouTube. Boom, I hit the fucking hotkey, and of course that fucked up because whatever. I had to like resync the window. Actually, hold on. Just to be real clear. Normally, fucking activate all them shits, and then that should be working fine. And if I'm like covering the person's camera, pop it up there, but boom, with the purple ring around it and the little live at the bottom, fucking crisp. And then we'll do it one more time if we can. I'm just demoing this shit just for the fucking sake of it. Like Relly's on, right? I can advertise one of the peeps real quick, and it's like, oh, all your shit's all fucking janked up. It's like, hey yo, no it's not. Check that shit. Boom. Green ring around it. Rarely got the fucking category what he's doing academic shit. Fuck. When I finally log off, that's probably where I'll send y'all. Assuming he started after me and he's gonna be up late and shit. But anyways, yeah. So it's fucking absolute overkill in every single regard you could possibly have. But this is the power of ultra autism, my friends.
Absolutely right on the inference of like. Let me just ask one more question before I say this.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you believe that this whole phenomenon was propagated and started on?
Also, just looking at the fact that I'm 3 hours and 49 seconds into this. 3 hours 49 minutes into this fucking stream right now, and I'm only 45 minutes into this video. I don't know if I'm pleased that I can. Speak Japanese to make a video as long as Asmongold does by extending it by just going fucking on about it forever, or if it was the most insufferable thing to listen to, because holy shit, the pace on this is whew. I guess it took a bit of a detour to listen to some music and all this type of shit, but still it wasn't that long.
Online, this specifically what we're talking about with the COVID vaccine, that the online
unironically just past the half point. 5 in the morning. Alright, I might have to do more listening and less yapping.
misinformation was what led all of these people, or do you think it was like word of mouth type of like just sort of like feeling of like, well, goddamn, I don't trust that damn COVID vaccine. I heard from my cousin's sister that ain't good. You know, like,
we can get
what
into it. We can get into it more if you want.
The thing is that word of mouth, either you were the person watching the videos online that convinced you that stuff, or you believed your friends who told you that thing. But even then, you'd probably go from listening to them going, wow, to looking online and then getting it reinforced by those same videos that like fear-mongered you into the conspiracy. So word of mouth, again, it's digital word of mouth from the people propagating the lie, and then, you know, culture, right? People will influence each other around the people that are close to each other. The people in the culture will influence the people that are closest to them. Jesus Christ.
But in my opinion, the online world creates a unique reality that has never existed before. So yeah, I think the online has significantly and uniquely contributed to this. Probably maybe in a way that radio or newspapers or letters did in the past, but uniquely different. Yeah.
Okay, I just trust that. And so if we go with that, then I totally accept that instance of.
I feel like it's the rate of information and the ability for you to, one, take on the guise or mantle or like whatever. Yeah, I'll go with the guise. Take on the perception of being a credible authority on something, and then also being able to seem like a more personalized or like personable fucking source than a corporation or an institution. It's like, oh, like this guy Dr. Campbell is telling me this and that, or he's like an individual from like down on the ground floor and he fucking knows what's up, some on the hospital ground reporting or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you have to aspirate the needles or whatever the fuck, or the wound. So it's that the combination of factors, but also everything's just like, radio was just the sound of a dude's voice. TV definitely had like almost everything there, but the internet is all of that shit on Kaioken times 10.
Online reality imprinting over into the world in the negative, and that worries me a great deal. I don't know that exemplifies that encapsulates the idea that the entire online that like what you suggested, which is like that we basically are like that like the online reality is like the astral plane, where like it's just layered over on top of us. And we're one-to-one with it, and there's like nothing we can do to get out. Like that doesn't seem to be the case to me.
Okay, I would hope not, but I feel like that's constantly the direction we're going in. That the online world is more real than the real world. That's what I think a lot of people are starting to see. Yeah.
And if you ever open up Tinder and realize it's probably a bit better now, I haven't checked in a long time though, to be honest, but every single chick has a handful of abbreviations that summarize her political perspective, and they got that perspective from online, and people will date effectively within their like, I mean, class and all that thing is one thing, but and there's probably a connection between your class and your political beliefs, but if you're in the same environment and in the same class but you have too much dissonance between your political beliefs, and I don't mean like, oh, you're the guy that like completely fucking hates gay people in a way that's like crazy, and you're like, I'm not gonna date someone who's unhinged, homophobic. Like, I get it, you don't have to agree on, you don't have to accept every disagreement or like difference, but there's a certain amount of like, you gotta hit such a huge checklist that it's, again, the online politics and culture war then informing people's like, both through friendships and dating, I would say, actually, just filtering people into these fucking bubbles.
And what this actually kind of goes full
echo chambers. Even if I mean the same thing.
Circle, and I'm glad we're back here. What I'm trying to tell you is, I think there's a pendulum that is running back the other way of people that are sick of that.
What's the? But wait, who? Where can I see this at? If I'm looking for it,
in the uptick of subscriptions to legit podcasts that are following empirical data, in the uptick of newsletters, the uptick of like faith in
pick
like
up some sense of
media, like Ground News, right? Which is I believe a sponsor of yours. right? And the uptick of those.
Yeah,
things,
but
like,
again,
like
even
that's
for that,
where
I think
stuff
it's
is.
yeah, but I think it's the
and the
aesthetic.
dissolution. Wait, sorry, we're
Yeah,
and the dissolution of traditional media. The examples that we use, the traditional media is falling off a cliff, right? Like I think people are getting tired of that bullshit, and that as we see more like AI and stuff like come in and Sora come in and things like that, people be like, "Fuck, I just want authentic sources."
I disagree. They're saying
Why?
the words that you're saying, but I don't know if they believe the things that you're purporting. So somebody will say like this. I'm the best example of this. Somebody would say, "I love Destiny." He's like such a truth sayer. I really agree with a lot of what he says. You go, "Oh, like well, with what?" And people, and I've watched people say this.
Maybe I wasn't as caught up as I thought to where I misclicked from, but it's the like confirmation bias type shit.
They'll say
right?
things like, "Destiny was like so right on
Good on
Rittenhouse,
this, but then fucked on
and
that." Yeah, okay.
When I got Gentleman 8, 9, 10, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's the same thing with me, where people will look at me and they're like, "God, I agree with all these things that Destiny says. That's so cool, and I like his thought process for this." But then as soon as it switches to a topic where they disagree with my conclusion,
you're falling out of line.
And you see that's as a one-to-one crossover into the real world. That like basically it's so bad that like almost all human behavior in the real world is influenced by online stuff.
Hey, that's what it's starting to feel like. Like how many people are scared? How many people are scared of like trans people in the bathrooms raping kids? Like has this ever happened?
There's a lot.
I think it's a big driver for a lot of policy and votes and people that feel.
I'm finally getting back to the part where I paused and was yapping about how there's no like Nazis or homophobes that at least are like vocal or have any sort of actual group that has a chance of any political power.
Where we disagree.
Go ahead.
This is where we disagree. It's like I just don't think that the vast majority of these like political. I could be completely fucking wrong, but like. If you and I hate using anecdotes. I've been trying not to use anecdotes in this conversation, but I'm going to use one.
That's fine.
Which is like, how often? Maybe you in your like debate sphere and like kind of you travel and like backwater Dallas. I have never heard somebody be like, "Yeah, I don't know about them gays." They might have the opinion. They might or like trans people or whatever. But it doesn't come out in practice in like daily life. And in the exact same way that you said, I don't think you would find a person who actually knows somebody that has been killed by the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, you wouldn't, but they would still feel it. That you should ask them sometime. You should say, like, "Oh, just curious, what are your thoughts on this?" That might, because how often does like a conversation of a gay or trans person in the bathroom even come up, right? You might not have any idea what they think about it.
But that's kind of the point, is that like in our actual society, everyone's just kind of trying to get by. And like people are going to work, coming back, and like there's sort of this like surface level conversation about these things, but actually it's not influencing us, right?
Yeah, but
I was stopping a yap for a fucking minute. God damn, I must have been further along than this. But I might actually 1.5 exit to like actually catch up to where I was. But yeah, lunch breaks, it was like everyone's in the Matrix or whatever the fuck. And I don't mean Sneako Matrix, just Twitter conscious or whatever the fuck it is. Plugged into social media.
Reason, but at the end of the day, when we vote, we're voting on the reality that is real, though, and that's impacting the whole country and everything we do.
What I'm saying is like if I were to see this, I would expect in the COVID deaths thing just after this, that in Texas I would be going into stores quite regularly, and people would be like, "No trans, you can't come in here." And I'm sure
from the no masks.
I've never
a walking distance from where they had a sign that said, I don't remember if it said no vaccinations or might
like if
yes.
So okay, so let's just use an example. Let's say that Republicans, you said there was like 70% of Republicans think like 30% of people are trans or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go with an arbitrary. Doesn't matter. How does that directly influence like what's happening in real life?
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on your engagement. Like if you've got kids, well, now it's going to come up in every single time you go to a school board meeting and you find out your kid is learning something in class. So over COVID, when for the first time ever, parents were probably looking at the tuition, or not the tuition, the curriculum that their kids were actually going through. Now all of a sudden, parents have huge opinions on what's appropriate in terms of like class, and then you see school boards, and then you see entire states. In the case of Florida, sometimes passing like curriculum regulations on like, can you teach gay authors? Like that would be one example of it manifesting. Because I think there's like a corruption going on of their children, or like how many people are losing their fucking minds over.
Gay authors is a funny one.
The drag like reading hours and shit, like stuff that like I don't know if anybody would have given. Like, bro, I grew up in a Christian Catholic. I grew up in a Catholic household. If there was like some guy that dressed up as a woman and like I think my mom would look at it like that's kind of weird, right? But if they were like reading books, I don't even know if my parents would have given a fuck, right? Like you wouldn't think twice. Like who the fuck cares?
I think
now it's like
in general, it's weird.
Ride or die. Like this is the fucking Alamo grandstand that you're gonna fight to the death on. And it's like I don't know. Like all of that, people's opinions have gotten so shaped. I do agree that sometimes there's not a lot of super real world crossover. Like your opinion on like Palestine or Israel might not be something you confront with on a daily basis, but you vote accordingly. And there are some things like whether or not you get vaccinated or whatever that are going to be influenced by those political decisions. I think it does happen. It's a little bit harder to see, but I think it definitely is happening.
Yeah, you've given some compelling examples. I mean, the COVID vaccine one is a slam dunk.
Yeah, it really is.
The idea that is directly influencing
ending up in deaths
is
like
and that's
kind of a GG.
I know I've got like personal people who I know are like, and not to sound I know multiple people at this point who are talking about like buying houses. Have we talked about? Are you in the camp that like buying a house is always the best investment for money or whatever? Or
no?
Okay, yeah. I know at least 2 or 3 people now that I've talked to who are like buying houses for what they are like kind of saying are good financial, but it's political because they've seen in the media so much that like the gap between like renters and owners and buyers and people that just have to move from apartment to apartment, like it's growing, and they're making like financial decisions based off of that. Like they're starting to, and I'm like, bro, this is why are you buying out? You even know you're gonna be here for a long time? Like, no, but I know that it's like holy shit. Like people are making decisions like that, or like look at all the people complaining about like I'm gonna trigger the fuck out of my audience. But I was vindicated, so I was right. Like people complaining about inflation, or people complaining about like the rising cost of everything. People will say shit in chats, even though it's not real. They'll say things like eggs used to cost like $2 a carton, and now they're $12 a carton. Milk used to cost like $1.50 a gallon, and now it's like $17. You're like, where do you fucking live? What are you talking about? Like, how can you not see these prices reflected in anything? All of the rent has become unaffordable.
Wait, to be clear, prices of things have gotten fucked. It's just those were exaggerated, ridiculous fucking claims. But like, I unironically, like this iced cappuccino that I get on a regular basis went from the price that it is plus tax to the base price is now where it was after tax. So that 15% additional, it's like, the price of it jumped 15%, where it used to go up like 10-15 cents, and it was like whatever tiny percent they just kind of incrementally bumped it. They were like, yeah, we're just gonna, whatever the price used to be after tax, that's the base price now. Just let's stack it again and run it back. I was like, what the fuck? That was such a blatant jump for something that adds up. It already adds up, but then you add that kind of jump to it, and it's like, motherfucker, chill. So that, and I'm lucky for where I live, like truly grandfathered in rent, which still goes up a little bit each year, but he froze it for a bit during COVID, which also really helped. But again, just like everything in my area is higher than where I currently am, so I'm very lucky that I didn't lose this fucking place. And yeah, I mean, wages, you definitely, they have gone up, but I can't speak to across the board how much things have like stayed in balance.
All of the food has 2x'd in price, but businesses like DoorDash and Uber Eats are booming. Something isn't making sense here, right? Like, how is it happening? But people will walk around with that idea in head, like, yeah, everything is hyperinflated to fuck. Like, do you even remember what you paid for gas like 2 years ago? Like, yeah, and it's the hyper reality is overriding like the real world. Like, in terms of how people are like seeing the world or making.
Wait, no, I actually, right before my car fucking broke down recently, because whatever, the shit that I was getting fixed the week prior, they fucked up, but. And I went to go fill my tank, and it was like seeing like what it was like 1.86 or something like this on the fucking meter. I was just like, oh my god. I remember, I mean, to be fair, I'm not talking about it doubling from 2 years ago. I'm talking about remembering like 10, maybe even more, a little bit more, but I'm talking about significantly longer ago, or I mean 5 to 7 even. It was definitely like closer to 1.15, and I remember when it like normalized going above $1, and I was just like, oof, per like liter or whatever the fuck. Gallon? Pretty sure it's for liters on our fucking on our thing. Wait, yeah, whatever. Fuck it.
Making decisions is insane.
Either way, it's
so. Do you?
It's the end price that is the concern. It's like, well, this was 50 and it's definitely 85 now. Jesus fuck Christ. Or like you hit like authorize 80 because it should be more than you needed before, and then now it like counts down and runs out, and you're like, I had to put in more. Oof. And I'm not driving like a Jeep or some shit. It's like a small fucking Volkswagen.
Expect on a macro level that things like crime rates, things like so the way that we measure a healthy society, do you expect those things to continuously go down as a result of?
Wait, what did
like what you're
what's gonna happen?
What was this like laughing
so
reaction?
The way that
there?
we measure a healthy society, do you expect those things to continue?
Okay, I'm interested to hear him articulate his whatever that response is to like whether we do or don't actually measure a healthy society based on this. Or maybe he just read something funny on the screen, but I don't know.
Obviously go down as a result of
I'm not
like what you're
what's going to happen.
About.
I think that yeah, it's the hyper reality like grows different from the normal reality. I mean, eventually, like I'm sure there's a million quotes about this, but like what, like the truth always catches up to you, or in that Chernobyl show, what does he say? Like lying incurs a debt that eventually has to be paid. Like it will correct at some point, and I mean, the longer you go, the more brutal the correction will be. I'm sorry, just a random anecdote from Reddit, and I've seen a million of these on Reddit. One of the funniest things I saw was a guy that posted on my subreddit, and he defended this to the death about how, because people keep saying I'm like disconnected when it comes to inflation and wages and blah blah blah. Does anybody have a link to the post of the guy that complained that he makes like?
What's your position on this? What's your position on inflation and wages?
Right now, I think that there are some like small issues, but it's dramatically over exaggerated. But some guy was complaining on my subreddit about how he only earned like 150,000 a year, and then when he went through his job and started talking about this guy works from home 2 out of 5 days a week, and I'm like, this guy's life was a fucking dream. And then also people nostalgia trip the past. People will say shit like and especially now that we're getting older, bro. I saw this girl on Twitter who made this tweet about how 20 years ago you used to be able to work a single job and have an apartment and take care of your kids. And I'm thinking like, okay, hold on, I'm 35.
Wait.
Okay, when I was 17, I worked at McDonald's. I made $5.15 an hour. I need
no. To be clear, even my parents needed, although they like, it's the opposite of a leg up. You know, they had a handicapped start, having to leave Iran and then like actually start from ground zero, refinish grade 11 and 12, go to college, all while having 2 kids. Like they were in a fucking crazy situation, but needed 2 incomes for sure. Or like maybe could have pulled it off in like some small apartment and we like never would have like moved up in life, in terms of the financial quality or overall like just the experience of the whole family was correlated obviously to the combined income of the parents. But if one of them got a like killer job, I guess they could pull it off alone. It's just the idea of having a single like earner in the house, it's kind of like a 50s to 70s meme, maybe 80s. I don't know about that, but like I don't think that existed in the 90s.
Needed a roommate. I didn't afford shit on my minimum wage job. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't.
Yeah, also
you think
not
I
on minimum wage.
$5.15 an hour. Also, fuck full time. They wouldn't schedule you more than 24 hours a week.
To be clear, I also wasn't at all even referencing working minimum wage. Just that like it being easier to find like gainful employment without having crazy like having a master's degree or some like large investment in your like post-secondary education to enable you to even be viable for the job. Like, but this is again, this is all just old tropes of like in America that we none of us really experienced.
Like, yeah, it's wild. And especially now as I'm getting older and I see people talking like, well, these guys used to be able to do this 10 or 15 years ago. No, they didn't. They're fucking crazy. Like, the average person right now thinks that the average American 50 years ago had a union job that let them pay for college for 2 kids, have 2 vehicles, take a vacation every year, and have a white picket fence for their house. That's what they think the average American family was like. Even though homeownership rates have never been higher, interest rates for the average loan have never been lower, and people's like net worth is increasing at higher rates than ever have been. It's like, yeah, sorry. It's the difference is like, it's unreal. Yeah.
So the one way I look at this is like you've looked at like CPI index like data, right? Like, like rent's up like 22%, like fucking
but the majority of people are renters, although rent has increased a lot. Yeah. But you also have to like,
but also energy you also get.
There's a lot of stuff that has increased, but you also have to like, you got to break it apart because a lot of it is like not as intuitive, right? Like rent is increasing, that is for sure true, but rent is also increasing in some of the most expensive areas, where also some of the highest wage jobs are. Like, but then you find people that will just say things that are just delusional. People say things like, oh yeah, like 100,000 a year is not enough income to live in California anymore. Bullshit. You can live up 100,000 a year in Manhattan if you do it right. What are you telling me? You can't live in any part of California? You can live in LA County on 100,000 a year easy, but people have these like delusional takes because they think that like, they'll say like, oh, I've seen people post budgets where they say
what the fuck are we even talking about? 100,000? Even if your apartment's like $5,000 a month. You'd be fine. That'd be 60K. You'd afford. I mean, I guess we're talking 100K before taxes. Whatever. Regardless, you could still live on like a 5K expenses or even 5K rent alone, which you're retarded if you're paying 5K. Although if you mentioned in Manhattan, so like I think the minimum is going to be like 3 to 5K. So, but yeah, you absolutely can live on that 100K. You can't have the luxuries you want, man, but you know, you have to earn it by becoming the millionaire or whatever the fuck it is to have these certain kinds of lifestyles that you're looking for. Or like most people live not in a downtown like metropolis fucking area, go live in a suburb, have a combined income, start a family, right? Like where you can actually feasibly raise kids, and it's generally safer, I think, or you know, it's more structurally designed for families, although you'll usually do need a car. But again, you save a whole bunch on fucking rent living in the city, which ends up going to your fucking car bills.
They lived paycheck to paycheck, and they're spending $1,000 a month on recreation. I'm like, what the fuck? You're crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I've seen that also. Yeah.
Also that the leisure mentality. It's like, bro, I don't know where that time or money comes from, but I also came from, like I said, a specific kind of family.
But I mean, I do think the climate has gotten way harder for people to live in, like just by virtue of, like, if we just look at CPI from like 2021 to 2023, right? Like transportation went up like 30%, food restaurants went up like 20%, housing and renting both went up like 20%. Like, and I guarantee that wages didn't keep up with it, right? Like objectively, there must be some serious impact from inflation on the economy based on CPI and based on, on wage increases.
Yeah, there have been impacts, but when you go to the end of the line and look for them, they're very hard to find. So people will talk about like rising costs of home ownership, they'll talk about rising costs of rental, but then when you actually look at, like, okay, well, how many Zoomers, how many Gen Zers have houses compared to how many Millennials, Gen Xers, and Boomers at this age? And then you find out that they're literally right on track. They have the exact same percentage, but you would never guess that. If you were to ask somebody, do you think that the average home ownership rate of Zoomers today is the same as baby boomers? They say no, baby boomers must have way more. That's not even close to true. They're about on track. I think they're ahead of where Gen Xers were, and I think ahead of millennials, although we got fucked in 2007 coming into the housing market.
Yeah, unironically.
But yeah, it's like the end result, something is not computing here, and there's a lot of different. I think it's the hyper reality thing, because people think that in the past everybody had.
I think there's probably maybe a larger disparity or larger gap, although again it could just be a perception or yeah, like he was saying, being narrativized by the internet. Because my thought is that renters are also having these inflated, like whether it's groceries or like electricity or all these things that have just kind of, or gas, whatever it is, all the cumulative budget that has inflated, and they're like perhaps more choked and more paycheck to paycheck than they would have been prior, even though they still would have been renters. I don't know, but I mean, yeah, I don't think it's the economy that makes me feel like you know, I'll be a renter until it's basically because I'm choosing the entertainment path in life. I'm like, I either will have like a modest sustainable life, or potentially like hit it big, and you know, without quote unquote making it first. It wasn't really like actually not the desire nor the expectation to be able to afford it, and then if I do, the idea would be that the reward was greater than the average experience, hopefully. But whatever, even if it was just an average experience, but I was able to make that income through something I was like hyper passionate about, whatever, fuck it. The reward and payment that's like non-monetary from that is infinitely rewarding. So it is what it is. But you do at least see the numbers consistently moving up, although I don't have like the economic background to understand necessarily where it is relative to whether it's minimum wage or average wages, whatever the fuck it might be. But there was a certain point in time where, one, also because I'm not intending to start a family, it's like, what do I need a house for? What do I need all that space for? And if I want to buy a house, I have to move out of the city. So why would I like do that to just hunker myself down in a spot when I would, yeah, I get it, you're like paying into an asset and all this sort of shit, but like, for what? To not give to kids that I end up not having, to not like really cash out on at any point and be able to utilize. I'll just fucking rent and then pay whatever I'm gonna pay for the things I want, and then ideally, like I said, make it whatever that means. Become successful enough that I have enough money where, yeah, sure, I can own like a little apartment. Again, I want to probably be in the city, but like maybe instead of an apartment in my current place, it's a nicer apartment in the condos or whatever the fuck by the lake or some shit. And if I'm that rich, have a few of those places around the world so I can like go to the hot spots. Like, I wouldn't, in New York you would just kind of rent a spot because it'd be ridiculous fees to maintain having it if you're not living there, and probably same with California, to be honest, unless you're just giga rich, and then yeah, fuck it, throw like $100,000 a year at my extra apartments and just have like a landing pad sitting there waiting. But anyways, we'll get back to this whole economic perception shit.
Had a white picket fence, everybody had a house, everybody had a labor union job, everybody's earning 50 an hour putting together cars. It's just not true.
What I think, so again, this is like something that I wonder.
Also, I don't know about the whole everybody, but there is pretty definitely or almost absolutely a certain amount of jobs that were outsourced. Like a lot of manufacturing jobs got fucked. So whatever percentage of the population was doing that is going to have felt that burn. Not to say that fucking everyone had that, but and if I'm not mistaken, that's why Detroit is fucked. But don't quote me on that, because what the fuck do I know?
How much of this is influenced by like the online like sphere, and how much of this is actually in practice. Like when I'm working with people and I'm working with like everyone is feeling that crunch, and they're not like citing like, oh, like this post on Twitter. They're like, I go to Starbucks and like my coffee is like my fucking caramel latte is like $25, right? Like they have like something that happened to them that day.
Listen, this is my issue though. This is my issue, and your example is perfect. Is they'll say that.
Yeah.
But then my question is, okay, how can you still afford the caramel latte?
Yeah, that is the problem, and like that's also why I'm not super complaining. I just sort of acknowledge that it was like, oh wow, that's a larger jump percentage-wise than they usually do when I observe that, like, oh, prices went up again, and like it's 10 cents on each thing, doesn't feel super terrible. Versus it was like 45 or 7, like 60 cents actually, I think, of an increase, and I was like, damn, like on a per item basis, that shit add up real quick on it again, and relative to the total cost of the item itself, it's just like oof, because you're already looking at one of those as it being one of those expenses that you're like, oh, I should save a obscene amount of money by never buying this shit outside. I mean, like occasionally, sure, but definitely not making it a daily consumption thing. Like, make your coffee at home, make your tea at home. Don't be spending, you know, especially Starbucks prices. Like, these are luxuries. So in a way, if you're like complaining about not being able to afford those luxuries, I'm not saying those should be taken away from you if they were within your budget before, assuming your income has stayed steady or increased or whatever the fuck it is. Like, moved in proportion, you didn't lose your job and have to like downgrade, because then obviously your lifestyle would change. But it's just one of those things where I'm like, oh, if you buy like Starbucks every single day of your life, you are investing thousands of, not investing, but you're draining out thousands of dollars a year on a drink that you maybe it's really elaborate and you can't make it at home, but it's not an indicator that the economy is fucked necessarily. It's more, I think, when actual groceries, which is usually, yeah, like food across the board, is affected, and that's maybe what's causing Starbucks to increase its prices. But like when the meats and your like produce, your like general things you need to actually sustain like a healthy family, and your electricity bills and like and your rent, when effectively when the essentials, when like the non-luxuries start to become unmanageable, that's when I think it's a real conversation that needs to be had, or some adjustment that needs to be made, I guess from like a governmental whatever frame or position of
how is
authority.
it all this stuff is more expensive, but somehow you're all affording it? Your life.
Also, that's me assuming that they can do something, but whether it's like we currently have a carbon tax, and if it's like on top of all this other shit that's fucking people and like squeezing them too tight, like, yes, that's something I know for sure they can control and like fuck off about. But I don't know how much the rest of things are in their control.
Styles haven't changed. The standards of living are higher than they ever have been. None of these companies are going bankrupt. What's happening?
What's happening is that the CPI objectively on food and beverage increased 30% over 2 years, but wages didn't. Wages went up 2%.
So wages have been growing at insane rates, and they have outpaced inflation over the past, I think, few quarters. CPI did increase a lot. That is true.
There's no way that wages outpaced inflation.
For a few quarters, they absolutely have. Yeah, and the fastest wage growth is in the bottom of the wages. But that makes sense because unemployment is like 3.2%. Right? We're at a huge employment crunch right now. Every fucking place. And I hate to do the anecdotal, but even like a couple years ago, I drive around in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, like I'm like hanging out with Nathan. There are fucking signs on Burger King saying like now hiring $14.50 an hour. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What?
Yo.
Yo,
that is one thing. Oh my fucking god. When I saw what the minimum wage, I think it was like going up to 17. Oh no. 17.50? I don't remember, but I saw something on like Instagram passing, and I was like, what the fuck even was it when I used to work at minimum wage? I mean I know it was like $7.25 when I started, but towards the end, I don't remember because I wasn't working a minimum wage job, but it was definitely not that high. They had already been increasing it. There's already like been in motion. It was like getting to 14-ish, getting to whatever, into the double digits for a bit, but it is still kind of crazy to even just contemplate the idea of almost making $20 an hour at minimum wage. Granted, I understand that it's relative to everything else costing more. It's to keep things in perspective of like, okay, how much are you actually fucking whatever making and spending?
The employment crunch is real as fuck right now.
At the bottom end of it, it's like you used to be happy to get up to $20. Now they're like, all right, yeah, just everyone at McDonald's making $20, bro. Also, I'm living downtown, so I think wages would be a little bit higher here than if I was in the suburbs, because cost of living's higher. So anyways,
but I think that when people don't see those increases as much, and they definitely, like, for instance, like if you live in an apartment and you move to another one, like you're not going to notice if they lowered the rent from the last time, but if your rent went up, you sure as fuck are going to notice that, you know? So I think it's harder to see the gains, and it's really easy to see the losses, and then people nostalgia trip over the past, even though their takes aren't even remotely true, and then people have like, they think things today are worse than they were before. I'm curious, if I ask you this question, what do you think is the average student loan debt from somebody that graduates from college who had to take out debt?
Today?
Yeah.
Probably between 40 and 80,000.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're guessing lower than most people would. The answer is $27,000. Like, people have an insane take on, and then like people will say things. Here's a
I was gonna guess 40 at just a first thought, because I was thinking like it's the amount that's left in debt, and if they're doing like a 4-year program, I would think. Actually, I see why he said 40 to 80 because like your courses could be like between 2 and 5K each, fucking like semester worth, and then overall put the year together, and I don't want to say sorry, each. I think your semesters cumulatively, not classes. I'm sorry, I phrased that poorly. Your semesters could cumulatively be whatever, I guess like 10 grand across the year, and then add living expenses, which could be also another 10 grand. Right. So you're dealing with like, if you live at home and you go to school, it's like 40K. And then if you're living at school, as well as obviously paying tuition, you get that 80. And that's assuming you took out like the majority of the money and didn't have much to pay up on it. But anyways, I'm not super up to date on what the fucking cost of courses are these days anyways.
Great hyper reality example. People will say, if you listen to any self-help podcast, they'll all tell you, don't go to college, do this instead, don't go to college, blah, 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 blah. These same people usually talk about like the elites. Well, if you look at the elites.
Is that most self-help podcasts, or is that like, I mean, it's probably just internet brain podcasts. Like everyone could be an entrepreneur and, you know, be a crypto bro and all that. Yeah.
What the fuck are their kids doing? They're all going to Ivy League schools. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, wait. Yeah. I thought if the Jews know everything to do, why are they sending all their kids to fucking Harvard and Yale? You're telling my kid to invest in Bitcoin. What the fuck? Like, it doesn't even make sense if you even look at it, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a really great yesterday with Tate and Andrew Tate and Sneeko and all these other losers that are arguing on these Twitter spaces. They're like, mainstream media is corrupt. We can't trust it anymore. Look at these horrible things they're doing. Like, look at the Hunter Biden laptop story. And then I say, oh, well, the Hunter Biden laptop story, wasn't that suppressed by Twitter, which is kind of alternative media? And wasn't that reported on by the New York Post, which is kind of mainstream media? And then they just like completely fall apart. It doesn't even make sense. But again, it's the hyper reality thing. Nobody left that conversation like reevaluating their positions. They'll just like revamp their talking points and then move on. I'm interested in going. Like, I understand those guys are beyond the pale, man. I mean, I'm interested in this idea of like, so if we look at like wages increases and equate that to like over the last 2 years, we'd say, okay, well, after COVID, I mean, there was like much more employment, which would kind of justify. Like, what I'm saying is like, I don't. If I look at the average financial state of an American right now, they have something like less than, what is it, like less than, it's like one emergency away from. Yeah, that's a bullshit number, living paycheck to paycheck, but these numbers have never really meant anything.
I mean, that's, pretty sure that's a very real thing. As in, I know it is. Unless you have like lifelines of support effectively, but no one wants to call on those lifelines. So like, yeah, I just got fucked with my car. I mean, it was absolutely a choice, although a necessary investment. I was running on the fucking 1070 video card. Like, that shit was, that thing was done. Okay, that thing was done. But like, I shouldn't. The GPU is irrelevant because that was completely like a choice. And speaking on luxury purchases like Starbucks and shit, yes, again, investment and like a tool for my work and blah 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 blah, all that type of shit. But specifically, it's the car which is needed for work. That having my alternator break, which ended up needing whatever, I replaced that, and the battery was on warranty, thank God. But that was the thing, like I mentioned earlier, that was supposed to get fixed. They fucked it up, and my car fucking died after I hit the gas station and saw that fucking thick price tag and was like, God damn, fucking Christ, dude. And yeah, anyways, it's just like a dent like that in your bank account when you're kind of just floating up and down and getting by. Well, you just don't have the headroom. You don't have the breathing room. Yo, how's it going, Alice Carter? Good to see you. Good morning, or whatever time zone you're in, you know. I hope you're having a decent day. Any chance you popped in with Justical in the raid, or maybe just floating in from somewhere else on Kick? And forgive me, I'm just yapping and reacting with a bit of Dragon Ball, although,
Better get going.
yeah, I know. I'm like right at the point of hitting the main story to move forward more, but I'm also nearing the end of what should be stream time. So I'm thinking I'll swap to some Hades 2 to like play out the last bit, because I'm only an hour and 3 minutes, 4.5 hours into the stream, into this fucking video. Although 4 or 5 minutes left, shouldn't be too bad if I can chill on the flapping lips.
Having $400 in your bank account does it mean anything?
I don't think they have
average.
I thought the average was in the, wasn't it like 6,000 or something?
Let's look. Yeah.
No, I thought it was like 500.
There's like these weird.
If you get hit by like
median savings account balance for all families in the U.S. was $8,000 in 2022. People have these weird things of like living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know if the average person has any.
I guess a little bit different. Do I like Dragon Balls? Gay? I mean, yes. It'd be cool if they were real. But wait, Dragon Balls all over their fucking face. Got them. I was waiting for the D's nuts somewhere in there, but I had to make sure I landed it first. God damn.
But like, people have always reported like really high on these numbers. But also, no offense, I'm not trying to sound mean to all these fucking losers in my chat telling me that I'm out of touch. Middle class people don't know what it means to live paycheck to paycheck. Like,
yeah, it's like a lower. It's lower income, basically, like at or below the poverty line. And then you gotta ask, like, how well are you managing your money? Do you have to be as like close to the zero as you are, or you know, are you going to Starbucks every day, basically, and losing like $3,000 a year on some shit that's like, bro, that's a lot of money back in your pocket. What are you talking about?
Middle class people don't know what it means to miss a bill. So like when these people can't afford like their third fucking family vacation in a year, or when they're upset because they can only buy two of their children brand new cars and they had to buy a used car for the third one, these fucking retards will go online and be like, life is harder than it ever has been. I don't know how people can fucking survive like this. Like,
just to be clear, luckily I don't fall into this category of like being obnoxious. We all buy used cars in my family. Fuck that shit.
We have a family of 5 and we could only...
Although, it's funny, I was just talking to my mom, like, once I finally got the cash for it, I'm buying a new fucking car, man, because like I said, I just had to pick up my alternator, and them failing to fix it and the car dying in an intersection, or like right when I stopped at an intersection and just it didn't go afterwards, I was like, bro, you are fucking kidding me. I'm so sick of having a used car. But anyways, yeah, definitely not that rich and then complaining about being that poor.
Afford 3 of the new iPhone 15s. Okay, that's their example of like hardship and living paycheck to paycheck.
Also, my cracked and taped iPhone 6 that I used for years before I finally got the 12. That was 6 generations of phone before I upgraded. I don't do this like every year upgrade. I mean, I would if I was fucking swimming in money. I mean, maybe. I probably would. It's not that inconvenient to get a new phone, like to just swap your info over. But as someone who's not swimming in the cash, I'm definitely not living that, I guess, mainstream routine of like, got a million subscription plans, got the super, you know, the newest phone all the time, always got a new car. I guess this is like a trope of a person.
Paycheck, I'm not fucking joking. That is literally like, I've got people, no offense, but anybody that's telling me that I'm out of touch or I don't understand anything in my YouTube chat, you're watching a fucking politics streamer at 9:16 at night. None of you motherfuckers are on the norm. All of you skew more wealthy than the average demographic in the United States. All of you motherfuckers are wealthy. Okay,
I am rich, poor, sort of. Yeah, I could definitely be broker.
And I've done demographics for my community. On average, you guys like dramatically out earn the median U.S. fucking family and everything.
All right.
But yeah, people are like, and then people, yeah, it's sorry.
We're gonna close the Dragon Ball real quick. We'll keep this going, and then I'm gonna pull up Hades too.
Doomer.
No, it's not. It's okay. I wonder how to shake it out. That I just when I'm talking to people.
And forgive me, I'm gonna be really bad, like almost embarrassingly bad at this, but it is what it is. I would say very good at Hades 1, but we are off to a rusty and rocky start for this motherfucker. Holy shit.
And I know this is like fucking anecdote.
It's fine. Like, anecdote is totally fine because I've used some anecdote too, and I do agree with you. Yeah, so go ahead.
When I'm dealing with people in everyday life and like they're crunched, but they're not crunched because like Andrew Tate is telling them they're crunched. Like they genuinely feel it. They genuinely feel like, fuck, I just went out to a restaurant. I felt it. When I lived in Redmond in Seattle, the price of, I went out for fucking, I got like 4 fucking falafels, 2 fucking whatever the fucking wrap thing is. I paid like $90. I was like, fuck this is fucking insane. And I'm a person that makes a lot of money like you, and I moved from Seattle to Texas to get away from the price increases there, and I had a real change in my quality of life. Like I was paying I think $14,000 a month for half the square footage I'm paying for 3.7 here. That was like a real change. So so what I'm saying is I don't know how to dice this up. Where like because the numbers are the numbers, right? Like and if wages have kept up with CPI, then that's just fucking fact. That's all there is to it. But at the same time, I am talking to dozens and dozens of middle to high class Americans that feel super fucking crunched. I don't know if that's because Netflix has gotten smarter at their subscriptions and they just and people are like, corporations are better at separating money from people. I don't know why it is, but people are feeling super fucking crunched. I feel a little crunched also.
Sure. My take is going to be that like it's people will tell you that they feel what news commentators tell them to feel. That's what's happening.
These people aren't being influenced.
I don't believe it. I think they are. I would say they are. I would have to talk to them, but like
I love how he's just like, I don't fucking care. That is my take. Which I've felt that kind of like, no, I just think you're fucking wrong, and like it's too much of my perceived experience or whatever the fuck it is that it's becoming hard to contend with. Or maybe that someone's just, their take is like too far off of what I think is my like wisdom at that point from like losing or like shedding naivety that I used to have, and having enough experience to just know that it's like probably, but then it's also like I could be just jaded as fucking coloring it with my fucking past negative experience, right? So anyways, it's just, I personally think that this is a real thing that's happening that people do experience, because I see those prices and I navigate my life accordingly, but I'm sure there's an exaggeration, like you were saying before, with the hyper reality.
For instance, a really good example of this is like the YouGov poll, how you feel economy is looking.
Well, can we just talk to? Let's just use me. I'll just use me. I'm one of these people. I feel crunched by this. So let's just like go through my like logical.
Well, but now that's.
Can we do that?
I mean, sure. Because
like, you said you have to talk to people. Well, like
sure. Well, I mean, in terms of like, well, but like you obviously get your news from places, right? You watch a ton of podcasts. And you watch, like you're not.
No, yeah, I do. But I'm saying I literally feel this in like I go out to eat. It's $75 to $80. I feel like several years ago I would go out to eat. It was $40, $50.
I understand what you're saying, but you understand that if we want to run this argument down, I think you're probably going to be like the worst example for you and probably the best example for me, right?
Why?
Because you and I are earning millions of dollars now in industries that didn't even exist 15 years ago, right? You remember, I know you know this because you said you were in CLG. You remember back in the day when you were a pro gamer that if you got a $500 paycheck a month, you were literally on top of the fucking world? Like that was making it. Yeah. Now, I wipe my ass with if I get $500 on a single YouTube video, I've failed for the fucking day, right? I wipe my ass with $500, right? So like, you and me can complain about shit, but like the opportunities and the jobs and the 7-figure yearly salaries that we're making now, like this didn't even exist 15 years ago. So whatever the fuck is inflated in the economy, we're not even noticing that, right? But I think But we're a unbelievable like small percentage subset of. Well, maybe. So I guess the question to justify that on a macro level is like, are there more people? Are there more millionaires? Are there more people? I think that people don't realize how good the standard of living is now and what it used to be before. And then also, so like I shot you this poll, right? So like if you look, for instance, at people who think like overall, do you think the economy is getting better or worse? Go to like the 2020 thing and look at how dramatically the opinions change based on like the switch in the election, right? That's unreal. That. Just because, but it's just because of who the president is, right? Yeah. And the reality is the president doesn't even really have that much influence over the direction of the economy. So do you really think that many people's lives got worse right after the election? Or do you think that like, well, fuck, maybe people are reporting more what they are being told to report or what the people on the news stations tell them to feel rather than like what they're actually feeling? This is super anecdotal. And maybe somebody can look this up historically for me and I'll be wrong. I'd be curious if I am, because this is an anecdotal peg in my mind, okay? I always bought small cars because when I was working...
What's shaking Tenacious? You don't like Destiny? Have you seen him before, or is it just this rant and it may be going against your experience and go, fuck this motherfucker? I feel the economy, bitch. And true that. Fair. I should assume so, as whatever. Someone else really here except me. You have heard it a few times. True. And you're just not a Destiny enjoyer, right? Is it specific opinions that he had that a few things you do agree on? Right on. And yeah, so is it a few things that you disagree on that are why you don't like him, or is it just his personality? It's just who he is as a person.
Working class, I can afford a big car, okay? And gas is important to me. Like I want to have like a fucking 30, 40 fucking mile to the gallon car that I overflate the fucking tires on, so I don't have to pay a lot of money on gas, okay? I couldn't understand when I was working poor how so many Americans would complain about rising gas prices, and they were going up, but I was like, why is it then that somebody...
Don't like extremes on both sides. Also not a cool person. That's funny as fuck. Fair enough. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that feel that way. I don't know that I even think he's extreme. Although I don't know if you're referring to, again, a specific topic. I would imagine Israel-Palestine, one that I'm not invested in to have an emotional feeling, I guess. And I'm not saying that dismissively, calling what you're saying emotional, but just like where he would have rubbed me the wrong way about something, right? And whatever. I disagree about not cool, but that's subjective as fuck, or like to each their own. Yeah, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna be listening to that for almost 20 minutes left on this, and then I'll probably wrap up and whatever, call it a night because I see the sun peeking through my window and it's 6 a.m. Cuck. You're getting cucked into listening to Destiny right now. Got him. Fucking
What do people still? Why is the Chevy Silverado and the Ford F-150? Why are they still the most popular selling cars in America? Why aren't there more people driving around these cuck mini mobiles like me? Where are all of the compact sales? How are Americans still buying huge? I don't think the gas price is that big of a fucking deal. I think they're being told it on the radio station because they hear it. I don't actually think at the end of the day it matters that much because if it did, why don't your actions, your behaviors in the real world, why don't they reflect that? Right?
I bought a hybrid Corolla because I wanted to reduce prices on gas.
Hybrid
what about
Corolla.
Tesla? Like, what about all these
well, now I don't know. Gas is a lot. Now it's different now because everything with the cars and everything. But I'm just saying, I'm sorry. That example that I used, there's like 20 years ago, 15 years ago in my life. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, dude, like what you just linked me is like amazing. Like that's actually like fucking crazy. That like literally every fucking Republican's like, oh, the economy's better. Like on the day that like Trump gets elected.
Yeah.
That spike is actually hilarious.
To show that there's sort of a hyper realism bubble, as you call it. Yeah. I guess the only question is how much it's affecting, and you say it's affecting everything, and that's when I I tilted my head back and I was like, whoa, that's like sounds like fucking crazy.
Fuck.
Because
I like really need to become familiar with the options in Hades 2, because as much as I would like to and assume that those first two are gonna cast weak on the foe, right? Like these. It's not super clear. It just says that it does more damage to nearby foes. Versus this one, like one foe is always weak, and you graduate. I'm just gonna assume, although I would think that these would have weak on the side and describe it, right? Just deal at least 10% less damage. I can't tell if these actually also weaken the enemy or just give me strength. Also, I don't know if this actually seems interesting that I could recharge mana while I'm close to enemies that have that on them. But fuck it. I think I'll go with regular attack, even though the 100% on the special seems decent. Fuck it.
In my day-to-day life, as I got offline, I was like, oh, like people are just people. Like and like business is going, like things are happening, and people feel the crunch, and like life is life, and that's it. You can divorce yourself of this online reality, and it doesn't feel like that world exists. It's almost like, you know, in Dungeons and Dragons, you can like cast a spell to like perceive the astral plane.
Yeah.
I feel like you cast that spell and like it's permanently affecting on you. And so you see the overlay, and you're right. You've already shown me you're right on so many different instances.
See the overlay.
I've already changed my mind on so many things from this conversation, and I'm grateful to you for that. The COVID vaccine.
Also, I could be wrong. Keep in mind, yeah, always.
well, I guess my question is like just
that
how much
hedge of like
it does that.
By the way, like I was just debating the ideas. I don't fucking know. Let's just take it easy there for a second. Although no, there was a really good analogy with the COVID deaths thing with like people being influenced by the shit to not get vaccinated, and if there was like a proportionate difference in the death tolls for that, where you could actually see like the correlation of this idea and the result, then
it's actually impacted.
Anyways, whatever.
Like is this a one-to-one reality with ours? We've just gotten this
breaking trees
layer
into them
of shit from social media that is now
tremendous.
Come on top of our reality, and we can't divorce ourselves from it completely.
What is the question?
The question is at what scale that exists.
I don't know how to measure the scale. I just feel like it's getting worse and worse because like the social media is like permeating us in every way constantly. I think that probably the biggest, most revolutionary invention hand in hand is like cell phone and internet over the past, I don't know, probably 100 years.
Yeah, of course.
I want to get this fire, but
possibly. I don't know. Electricity was a big one, but like in terms of changing our engagement with the world and the reality that we see, yeah, I think it's been a massive changer. But nobody talks about that. They talk about feminism or red pill or Palestine, or they always want to blame whatever their pet projects are. But like, holy fuck, the internet and the phone and that being constantly connected to us is insane.
Yeah, we actually unironically just don't live in the same world, and human beings are different creatures. It has changed our personalities, our minds, our attention spans, the way that we engage with things, with everything. Communication, our connection to people, and like the amount of time we do or don't spend very much with people in person, I would say, but just in general, like even your attention when you're with someone, if people are like on their phone and shit like this, and just always having information, versus before you kind of were just wherever you are. You're on the bus, like maybe you have your CD player, your Walkman, listen to music. Like I definitely did that shit grade 7 and 8, just blasting Zeppelin, trying to like figure out the solos or whatever the fuck it was. Or even way like grade 4 with my big jean shorts, I could shove it in my big ass pockets and listening to whatever CD at the time, like Linkin Park or Nonpoint. But you still kind of were like a person walking around, and so you would sit with your thoughts. Now even like when I'm going to, you know, pick up some like caffeine or something, if I'm like watching Justical stream or something like this, if it's something I don't want to miss, I then will, you know, transfer to my phone with it in my headphones, and I'm still listening, so like my thoughts are engaging with something that's externally influencing it, as opposed to like meditative, like I go on the walk and then processing something, process something internal or subconscious that's like surfacing, because obviously you're processing the thing you're listening to, which is the stream, but again, it's all just external information. It's like, what's this news story? What's this reaction? Oh, like academics got raided. Oh, this, you know, war in fucking Ukraine or whatever the fuck it is, Palestine, this, that, this, and the other. Anyways, this over stimulation and like inundation with information and narratives and emotions and like tragedies. There was still the news that you'd have to go to it, in a sense. Like now it follows you kind of everywhere, although you can do a pretty decent job of avoiding it if you actively try. I don't think you used to have to actively try. So anyways, that and whatever, I won't go down the whole rabbit hole, but dating and just everything is completely different now.
A counter movement happening at all? You don't see like people swinging a pendulum back and saying, okay, enough of that, like let's go.
I don't know. Also, I'm so sorry, hold on, just real quick things I gotta try about chat. Hold on. I found a upper middle classer, okay? I can spot you guys instantaneously. As a working poor person, I know instantaneously what you fucking retards look like. Destiny dumbass questioning why large families drive SUVs. That is the most upper middle class thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, okay? You could squeeze a whole lot of people in a fucking combat car. I drove a GTI for fucking 7 years. Never mind, I moved my whole I moved my whole apartment from my house from fucking Omaha to LA, and that fucking GTI, and then Aaron shit had to go to fucking truck, okay? I have absolutely, you can fit a ton of shit in a compact car. The idea that you need a fucking SUV, people don't, middle class people be like, whoa, I need the SUV to take all of our stuff around, and all of their stuff is like a bag with 2 soccer balls and like 2 sets of pleated fucking shoes. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking retards. I need the huge fucking vehicle because we have a dog. The dog can sit up front, you fucking moron. I've seen people in 2-seater trucks, real trucks, not the 4-seater all-inclusive entertainment systems where you've never touched the cabin in their fucking life. You see people with 2-seater trucks that can fit like 3 or 4 people up front and the family fucking dog, okay? Get the fuck out of here. You need an SUV for your 4-person families. You could take your kids to fucking hockey practice. Off yourself in a video game. Sorry, go. My bad.
You've never lost it. I remember you driving around that GTI. I rode in it many times. You remember how scared I was of you driving? You could go so fast. We made
it, okay?
Just barely. It's a miracle that you could even host this show at all, and you didn't fucking flip that thing over a bridge or some shit while you drove. Jesus Christ.
I said this. I didn't know you could have this exact move in the game, but I said it when I was watching the trailer. She's like a sorcerer / or like she's a witch. Whatever, spellcaster is the point, and a rogue. Although I noticed she's got a giant battle axe, which is very not roguelike. And that was not a pun on the genre of the game, but you know what I'm saying? Not rogue-esque. It looks like a Zagreus style weapon, you know, classic warrior brute type of thing, but anyways, having this set of weapons where I can like charge up and then teleport, stab motherfucker behind, feels good.
Anyway, yeah.
So you've lost all faith in humanity. We're going downhill. Okay. It's all over. There's no pendulum swinging back.
Well, I mean, I think we just have to change like the way that the internet is fucking with us. Is just like it's fucking with us. We have to. So if nobody's going to talk about that or do anything about that, then we're in a really rough spot.
I'm going on a 5-day retreat in June.
There's at least some people like Jonathan Haidt that are talking about that shit.
And little mini Vipassana or whatever.
Yeah, retreat. I do them every year. And
is that
I acknowledge that I'm.
The Vipassana stuff is you don't speak either, right? Did he just say that, or just no phone?
And it's we're in a really rough spot.
I actually considered.
I'm going on a
actually,
5-day.
I didn't just consider it. I actually applied because they don't just take everyone. They only take a certain amount of people at a time, and then you have to apply like multiple times until they accept you. But yeah, I didn't get accepted the first time, and I didn't end up reapplying. But I actually wanted to do this shit, and my mom was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I'm not trying to have you disappear for 10 days and then not like get a message saying that you're like alive. I was like, I can like text you or whatever at night, but I think there's like 15 minutes where you can just like basically send a message if you need to. But yeah, anyways, it's something that would be interesting to perhaps like just choose to exercise in my own life. Although I would imagine that means not typing to anyone in Discord and not streaming, which would fuck with whatever 2 large chunks of my day or engagement.
A retreat in June to meditate with no phone, and
little
no
mini Vipassana or whatever.
Yeah, retreat. I do them every year, and I acknowledge that I'm fucking weird in that. So I'll say, what is? I just, the one time I look over chat, I just see gay. Like, so it's like, okay, I need to stop reading this. Like, so it's like, okay.
That's fucking classic.
Acknowledge that I'm fucking weird in that. So I'll say, what is? I just, the one time I look over chat, I just see gay. Like, so it's like, okay, I need to stop reading this. Like,
that's fucking.
So it's like, amazing. Okay, if what fixes it? Like, if the pendulum isn't swinging back, what do we do?
Well, the very basic thing is there just has to be a reward system or a punishment system for getting things wrong. And right now, there is nothing for that. So people will continue to get things wrong. Like, people act in predictable ways. Like, if you go online and you tell people what they want to hear, then you get a whole bunch of rewards for it. If you, like, say the truth and it is incongruent with what your audience wants to hear, there's, like, a huge punishment for that. A really good real-life example of that is look at The Blaze or Ben Shapiro. These are organizations that were highly critical of Donald Trump, but once Donald Trump was elected, you have to toe the line. Otherwise, you're going to, like, lose subscription. So you end up, like, conforming to your audience because you're not rewarded for being truthful or factual. You're rewarded for making people feel good.
Who would punish that but if not the consumers?
I mean, ideally, if the culture changes, the consumer change, that could be one big thing. I don't know how realistic that is, but I mean, that's what I push for. So yeah.
Well, that was what I said I thought was happening. That I thought that the pendulum was swinging.
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't see that yet. Who knows?
Yeah. So you're hoping though for what I'm saying.
I mean, I hope that's what I push for, right? Ideally, yeah. This is an interesting, real quick, Queenie Piak is doing swing state polls that, among other things, ask people how about the state of the economy and their personal finances. So, like, excellent or good. People say 35% say that the economy is doing excellent or good, but the personal finances, 61% say doing.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. What? That's It's interesting, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, but anyway, okay, sorry. Yeah, what were we saying before?
I guess I was trying to say that I think that there's a push for this reality. You're saying this reality is not.
There's a lot of interesting, like, mechanical third options as opposed to just, like, your special's gonna do more damage, cast would be, like, sure, instant and do a bunch of damage, but then this, like, priming 30 mana to reduce any damage you would take, and then doing the -3 per hit. And then there's the other one that was, like, one person will always be weakened, and then if you're around that person, it'll increase your mana regen. These are interesting little, like, whatever, options, I guess. But I need damage, obviously, so we'll see.
Yeah,
also, let's change the track.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a push for it yet, because I don't think people even realize that they're living in, like, a hyper reality. But who knows? We'll see.
What would a push for it look like?
It's funny when you kind of, like, realize that you're. I used to call it being caught up. Well, what the red pill lifestyle looks like, I would call, and, like, a little bit more than just that, but it's a decent enough summary. I would call it, like, being caught up in the hype, which is, like, just superficial shit and, like party culture and stuff, and, like, very shallow relationships and friendships even, but all this type of shit where you're just, like, caught up in the flashy bullshit. But wait, hold up.
Some kind of accountability.
But you hope that it comes.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a push for it yet, because I don't think people even realize that they're living
the
in
hyper reality. Yeah. So I feel like there's a similar thing of, like, I call it sitting too close to your monitor, or too close to your screen, that you're just caught up and all you can really see is the social media bullshit, and you're not touching grass, you're not seeing friends, you're not seeing family, you're not like maybe working in a traditional job where you're like in touch with the normie experience enough to like keep things in perspective. And just like, yeah, when you get the fuck away from that, or I mean, even you could, and it could translate to those places as well, because like he was saying, it's become so like symbiotic with our real life experience. But I think once you maybe it's just you have a certain age, there's certain events that like certain traumas, and like I'll just say funerals in general, certain things where you're like, oh, this shit's fucking dumb. You might still take some interest in it like conceptually, but you're not emotionally invested anymore. And then you pull out and you kind of like get like unlocked from this grip that it has, and you're like, oh yeah, this shit's goofy as fuck. And at that point I think you can hopefully be less influenced by the hyper reality, but you always got to kind of be conscious of it and like vet yourself, if that makes sense. Anyways,
hyper reality, but who knows, we'll see.
What would a push for it look like?
Some kind of accountability mechanisms for being wrong. I think it'd be really cool if there was like a tracker for predictions made by political people that tracked their record of being correct or incorrect when they make calls. I think that would be really interesting to be some accountability.
Couldn't you do this? Because aren't you planning to expand into like sort of a more media?
I mean, you'd have to like track it, and that's the whole thing. That's a whole project that I'm not.
Get an analyst.
I think it'd be interesting, but yeah.
Also, sorry, I realize I'm like sitting half off fucking frame right now.
What are you aiming for in like in this like current state of things with yourself? Like I'll every time I come on here, I'm in here infrequently enough to ask you like what your goals are.
Yeah, last time it wasn't too long ago.
I mean, I think I'm roughly doing this in mind. Similar things. I'm just like trying to be like.
I think the last update was about the media company in general, and like getting the podcast and stuff going, but we'll see.
I'm way more heavily researched now than I ever used to be. So now I'm like trying to step up more with debating way more quote unquote educated people in these fields. To have like more serious conversations about that. And I guess I'm like penetrating mainstream a little bit more. So like appearances on like Piers Morgan or, the Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson stuff. Like, yeah, I'm just kind of like expanding my audience and doing that, and then trying to be more well-read on everything. And then also trying to flex the rhetoric stuff more, trying to like break into other mediums, like the podcast stuff is like finally happening. I think I've told you that for like 5 years, and finally I have a studio where I'm shooting 2 different shows out of now. So yeah, I'm working my way up.
I understand what you're doing. I mean, I'm just asking why you're doing it.
Oh, I don't know. I think I have written this down in a notepad. There's a bunch of things I need to like reconsider, but I need to take like 3 days off and actually like dedicate some time to thinking that. But there's been a lot of like stuff rolling around in my head recently that I'm trying to figure out. So I'll ask me in like a month. I'll probably have a better answer to that.
I will. I think it's really important to understand because you are flying, man. I've known you for over a decade now, I think. And you are when you enter into. I've never done this myself, but I have been around dozens and dozens of people that have made this transition and like guided them and like not guided them. That's arrogant. I've been around them, and when people start to get into the more mainstream, I just want to think through really carefully what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, because it's directly relevant to you. I don't know if anything I say ever changes your belief system or ever like makes an impact.
All of it is part of it. It gets incorporated into the.
It gets sucked into the mind. The giga mind.
Yeah.
What I would have to say about it, having seen dozens and dozens of people make this transition directly in my business, right, is that if you don't think very intentionally about the direction you're going and why you're doing it. Okay, I have the example. It's like you're swimming in progressively stronger
water. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't start out with a high level of intentionality, you can get redirected very easily without realizing.
Ever knowing it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. Yeah.
And
that's interesting, and again, just makes me like pleased that I've always had my fucking insane mentality and like sense of direction or personalized goals. That even from like 16, which to be fair, I've iterated on and expanded the scope of, or even some of the nature of what those goals are, just because the original inspiration of those goals were based on like eras prior to this one. So like streaming didn't exist when there was like rock and roll guitar in the 70s. I couldn't connect those dots, but I grew up surrounded by and playing video games my whole life, so it was like, oh, these are just I couldn't see the full picture, even though at the time I had a full picture in mind. That was just as much as I was capable of imagining at that point in time. But anyways, so the things that, like, all the things that I'm pursuing are like me having looped back around to like fully accepting and wanting to like nourish and express or project myself in the sense of like, this is the half of my brain that's the gamer kid, this is the half of it that's the musician, and then there's that opinionated motherfucker in between. But hopefully those opinions aren't getting swayed by other people. However, the things I'm pursuing, the kind of unrelenting just the desire to continue chasing the dream, we'll call it, and to not have other people be able to point me in a different direction. I feel completely effectively, virtually, or almost entirely immune to that type of influence or control.
And so for every step that you take, if there's one thing I would ever tell you that's productive, every step that you take at this point, having that time to go back and think about your intentionality is really important. It's much more important than what you were doing years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
The current's stronger.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's almost like, it sounds kind of cringe or whatever, but like having a mission statement, I think is actually, as an individual, I think it's incredibly important. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, whenever you are making a decision,
it's honestly important to keep yourself like oriented towards that like North Star, if you want to call it that, because people will eventually just get lost in what you feel like you have to do, trying to pay the bills. And I hear this a lot with musicians, where you end up doing something as a passion project, and it clicks in your mind that the job you pursued because it was a passion, you now need to find another passion project, even if it's like within music still. All of it has become work, so you're like, I'll do this thing that won't really have much of an ROI, or like hopefully something good happens with it, but I just really want to cover a Mega Man theme song and play something with my friends, as opposed to having to do wedding gigs or whatever the type of becoming a jobber. So anyways, we'll go back.
In the future, ideally, you're hoping that it's comporting to something.
Oh, and I real quick wanted to mention that Mono Neon, which is like this incredible bass player who I believe played with Prince before he passed away, and he plays with like a backwards strung bass and slaps like crazy, whatever. He's a insanely creative motherfucker, and at the end of all of his videos, he has like it's all yellow with like green text, whatever. Mono Neon is his fucking name, but it is effectively, literally his mission statement and his kind of like reminder to always stay true to that pursuit of like the passion, the creativity, not get lost in the corporate mentality of it or whatever it is. Keep your soul intact and keep your integrity and your intention in mind.
Thing and you're moving in a direction, because like you said, if you're not aware of the currents, the first few steps you take can set you in such an unbelievably different path that like course correcting becomes either impossible or incredibly painful.
Yeah, I have a vision board, man. That I redo every few years, and like people are like, oh, dumb, you know. but like it has my values on it. It has like why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I've had to be careful because our business has increased so much over the last couple of years that I can really easily start to dictate this business towards advertising campaigns and towards which are literally influence, right? Like we literally influence people through brands and through the products that we choose to push. There is a lot of ways to make money and do that negatively, right? And push the wrong brands, and it's become extremely easy as my advertising budget has increased to throw money at that, and it's oftentimes more lucrative. That I found myself having to do that more and more often, and the problem is like I can't ever be sure that I'm on the right track and that I'm doing the right thing, but at least as long as you're consciously approaching intentionality, you're doing more than I think 99% of the people that get that intentionality, they get.
That's the introspection thing, really. At the end of the day, is like, don't just go through the paces of something, you know, or like get caught up in the motions, and like, yeah, you need people to go with the flow of things, like absolutely, be Wata, my friend, but don't get swept up in the current. Like, you need to be the current, and and then just fucking keep on flowing, man. Anyways, you know what
popularity
it is.
end up with the don't do that intentionality exercise. Because I think that one of the things that causes a lot of these people, you mentioned like earlier in the conversation, these people catch like a train of some kind, like they catch like a trend or whatever, they get like huge. They don't think about their intentionality.
Sorry, I just realized that there's more dynamic like gameplay within spellcasting, where it's like I can still use the snaring thing if I don't fully charge it, or I can fully charge it to activate the explosion of the fucking Poseidon thing.
They ride that as hard as they possibly can, and then they fade out of existence.
Sure.
So there's not just a benefit to yourself and to your audience and to your own like moral code. There's also like an actual benefit, like a longevity benefit.
Yeah. I think, and it's easy. That's easy for me to see, obviously, since I've been doing this for 15 years. But especially for newer people that are growing or whatever, like that 1 to 4 year thing is like really important. Yeah. Because it's
You've
hard
been
to
doing
imagine.
it for 15 years, but everybody hits a like force multiplier, you know, at some
the
point
inflection
where
points. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Hockey stick. Yeah, like we were working on product at Novo for fucking 2 years, and our revenue didn't increase at all.
Is that Artemis
And then,
just chilling in the
Then you
fucking?
did a 1031 exchange, and you got.
We benefited really heavily from government programs, funny enough. Not only just like business deductions and everything, carrying that over, but like the way trusts work. Also, I think one of the only reasons we survived in COVID was the PPP loans. Like nobody talks about that. Everybody thinks that all of those loans were just for people that bought cars and shit. But that allowed us to transition Nerd Fusion, which was a talent agency that was failing because the studio closed down in Seattle. We didn't have like COVID didn't literally it was against the law to like do advertising.
Salute, but I can't get nothing from it.
In a studio. We couldn't get people in. We couldn't do production. Couldn't do anything. We used the PPP loan to transition us over from that to our brand agency and build a product, and we paid it back.
Yeah.
And like
That
I
was-
don't know anybody that fucking did that.
I was gonna say that was kind of a cool way to introduce this what is it, Olympian or whatever the fuck it is, whatever, the gods of Olympus is what I'm trying to say. But the fact that she was kind of in the environment and actually engaging with her attack, and whatever, sneaky in the fucking bushes shooting arrows, chill, and then she pops out like, yo, what's up, bro? Let me give you a little skill on your way. Here's some power. Oh right, these are placeholders. I was like, where the fuck is the thing? What are these letters here? But yeah. Early access. Anyways, cool that they chose to introduce the characters in like a interactive way.
but it worked. Like it legitimately worked. So I think there is something to be said about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Chaos is a ladder, unironically, yeah.
Yeah.
Can reward people that are innovatively thinking and ready to maneuver in the environments when everybody else is too scared to. Yeah.
Wait, let me hear that one more time. Chaos is a ladder.
From that to our literally it was against the law to like do advertising and in a studio. We couldn't get people in. We couldn't do production. Couldn't do anything. We used the PPP loan to transition us over from that to our brand agency
as they were working on product,
and we paid it back. Yeah. And like I don't know anybody that fucking did that, but it worked. Like it legitimately worked. So I think there is something to be said about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Chaos is a ladder, unironically, yeah. Can reward people that are innovatively thinking and ready to maneuver in the environments when everybody else is too scared to. Yeah.
Well, and what I'm saying is like that. Sorry, to get back to what I was saying. That eventually enabled that hockey stick to happen for us in 2023, and so I think in the exact same way, you are on this like 15-year journey. You're hockey sticking super hard because like in like a year or two, you've gone from like, I remember when Ben Shapiro was like the
final
opus.
destination.
Yeah, he was the final boss, dude. And then like Jordan Peterson was like not even on the radar. You're just like, oh, that guy. And then there you are on YouTube. I fucking opened up my YouTube one day, and there you are sitting across from Jordan Peterson, and I'm like, shit, like that is. It's surreal,
broke him.
You know? It's cool, man. Congratulations, like legitimately, like seriously. If anyone, I'm sure you get that fucking shit all the time. But as your friend for a decade, I was thinking about your podcast Bridges. You know what I originally thought it was before Dan explained it was you going back to all the people. Because you know that meme where you burn bridges.
Funny. Yeah, that would be funny.
And I thought that's what Bridges was. I thought that you were going back and you were trying to repair all that shit. And then I saw Richard Lewis on it. I was like, oh, he's just fucking fixing all the fucking shit he fucked up over the years. But I was thinking about it. You and I, we've never burned out. Like we've had this like really positive relationship that I personally really value for a decade or more.
Me too. Yeah.
And now seeing you do this, man, I'm so fucking proud of you. Holy fucking shit. I like I've never been able to tell you that more truly than today.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it, my dude.
Seriously.
Yeah. And good for you as well. I mean, also, right? I remember talking to you in what is that stupid fucking city near the Lake Tahoe, right? Yeah, and you were worried because you were selling CLG and you didn't know if you were gonna have to stay on, and you weren't sure what your future was gonna look like, and you went into content creation and you were actually decently successful doing it, and then you transitioned into something completely different and you've been successful doing that. So yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I think people don't get credit for surviving transitions, and because people only see you like blow up, right, or when you're doing really well and doing really well. But I think surviving transitions is probably one of the hardest things to do, because it's like people will look at the amount of work that
being able to transform yourself, adapt, and then survive and be viable in a new environment. And especially the further you're able to shift from whatever your original position was, it's like both impressive and arguably just a necessary skill to survive.
that you do to go like to 10x your revenue, but like 10xing your revenue is hard work, but it's rewarding and it's enjoyable and it's fun. But nobody knows what it's like to work when you've halved your revenue. Nobody knows what it's like to work with. That's scary. Like me going from like StarCraft to League, that was the hardest part of my career. Not debating fucking Norman Finkelstein. It was having 1,500 concurrent viewers, grinding the fucking Rift. Okay, and that was when Draven had Bleed. Okay, those are the hardest fucking But people look at like you're like, oh, you're grinding for this debate, doing this. Like, I mean, it's fucking huge. Yeah, it's hard, and I'm working hard at it. But like, it's rewarding. It's way different than surviving the transitions are always the hardest things for sure.
The transition was hard. My greatest fear was like, I'll never do something that ever equates to CLG. And the thing is, publicly, I won't. I'll never stand on the stage of Madison Square Garden like I did before to 20,000 people, right? Like that's like never gonna exist again.
So okay, that's I haven't fully made peace with something like that because I ain't done yet, motherfucker. But, bro, these specials are ridiculous. 400% increased damage, but it uses 20 mana? That's so not viable. I mean, I guess I can regenerate it in the circle now that I have that buff, but I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. And then like reduce by 66% of usage, so I can channel it much faster and blast them with my shots. It's like I'm not loving the top. Hold up, this menu's fucked here. This sounds like it's a circular attack, 16 shots around you, and 40% whatever. Like the special is meh. I also might not have a move on my special, but and then this is just. I'm gonna regret this, but I don't care. I'm exploring and shit because Charon looks very weird in this picture. I don't know if it's like a placeholder, but the character in front of me very clearly has a giant hat on. He's holding a staff. I just feel like it's not super representative of what I'm looking at right now, but whatever. Do I even want to test this? Oh, it's only the fully charged one that does. Okay. I'm glad I picked that one. I'm very, very glad I picked that one. Hold up. I'm about to get killed
again. But like, you can still find purpose outside of that.
Yeah.
And dude, I came across that video that we did in the CLG house when we were arguing about how tall we were. Do you remember this shit?
Yeah, I gained an inch. That was an important day of my life.
I fucking had to call in like our whole staff to fucking measure us. It's on YouTube somewhere. I saw it. It got recommended to me.
Oh, Jesus.
So it's like some 13-year-old video of Destiny and I arguing about, because I learned in that conversation, unfortunately, I was one of these Giga Chads that thought he was like 6 feet tall. I am not. It's like, because
my hair is like blowing with the fan itching my face.
It's some hilarious video. And then I found that other one where we were getting like super high. In Tahoe.
I remember.
Yeah, dude, this is good shit. And it's hosted somewhere else, but yeah, it goes way back. I'm glad that this is one of the most, like, for me personally, like, this is one of the most rewarding friendships I've ever had, simply by virtue that I can kind of just sit tertiarily and like watch your progress as a person and your influence and your impact. Like, and it's just. Yeah, dude, I mean it. Like, it's really fucking cool to see. And
you can hear that
so
bit of discomfort, and he like, doesn't want to take the compliments and shit. It's like,
many more years.
Great. Yeah, cool
we'll
story.
get food next time I'm in your city, and
But also,
I'm coming to you next. I'm coming to Miami. I'm getting flown in by the Bridges crowd. We'll do this on air.
Oh shit! Wait, is Aerodite already set that up?
Yeah, they invited me.
Damn. Okay. Well,
Devin on
I just-
Bridges. Let's go.
I just need to find it, and then I'll do it on a time when you don't have as much going on. I mean, like as much as insofar as we can, so we can probably spend a little bit extra time together.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, brother.
Yeah. All right. Love you. I'll talk to you later. Train. What do you got?
Love
Real
you,
quick, because
man.
I'm already like 40 minutes. I was supposed to leave. So what do you got?
Okay. All right.
No, nothing.
Wait. Oh, you're here? What's
Yeah,
up?
I've been here.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Holy shit! How are you, man?
Good. We'll all catch up later.
Okay. Yeah. I love you guys. We can chat tomorrow if you want.
All right. I would love to catch up. I hope we do.
Yeah. Peace
All
out.
right. Peace out,
guys.
guys.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Later, man.
Okay. I love you guys. I'm super major right. River gonna cappuccino, cappuccino, my donors. I'll catch you guys next. Stream radar tomorrow. Be careful. Don't die.
Oh no. Oh no. He said don't die and I'm about to in a video game though. Oh my god. Alright, well, there you go. The video ended. I did in fact die. As he told me not to. Serendipitous timing, really. But hey. It is what it is, man. Alright. That's the perfect time to end it. It's fucking 6:30. 5.25 hour stream. Good enough. But anyways, yo. To everybody who followed, actually, yeah, on fucking both / I should say all platforms, because YouTube too. Although I don't have that list up here. Anyways, thank you to all the people that followed. Thank you to all the people that chatted. Thank you to fucking Justical for the raid. Basically, thank you to fucking all y'all motherfuckers. I'll probably be back tomorrow night and actually do the cell games that I titled in the video and didn't play today. That's okay, we had to do our chores and we got to actually react to the video we had queued up the day before and left silent, so that's okay. Next one will probably be cutscenes instead of reacts, and then we'll actually push through. Ideally finish the Cell Saga, and then maybe we'll swap to Hades and push the Trunks Saga and all these flashback DLCs for fucking whatever, the stream after that. But anyways, probably tomorrow night or tonight, given the it's 6 a.m. and shit, 7, 8 coming on. And if not, it'll be the day after, hopefully, but hopefully I don't fuck that up. Anyways, thanks again to all y'all that was chilling. Be good to yourselves and each other, and oh, if I can remember this time, which I did not forget. Can I do it from here? Can I do it from there? I'm gonna try and raid whoever's left in here. What the fuck? Raid whoever's left in here into all relevant. Assuming he's still on kick. Yeah. Let's be honest. If I wasn't live, you would ended up over here anyways after Jizzle stream. If I'm not mistaken. But I'm doing this all wrong. Create a dashboard. Host a motherfucker. Alright. Much love to y'all. Like I said, be good to yourselves and each other. And I'll catch y'all on the next one very soon. Much love and peace out.